Go.
What's up, all my UXuals, droids, and Wookiees? It's Anna, also known as Star Wars Girl, and I am joined by the one, the only, Jessi Milestone. What's up?
Happy St. Patty's Day! Woo!
Happy St. Patrick's Day. I decided to tease you guys with an extra long intro, just give everyone time to get in here. But hello, Jessi. How much have you drank today?
Yes.
We'll play that game first.
Yes. Let's see. We had Irish coffee and a few beers and some other things. How about you?
I'll do that. There we can see. You can see the mess on my floor. So let me actually make it, and then I'll hide that. So I've been having a crazy couple days. I thought St. Patrick's Day was tomorrow because I thought today was Tuesday, and I thought yesterday was Monday, which now makes sense why the person at the post office didn't understand that I was saying dates, and it all makes sense now.
No.
Lack of sleep. But let me get this stuff from behind me. What's new?
Well, that pile of boxes behind me that I can't do anything about because we're in like a constant state of rearranging. Oh, that's what's new. We've officially submitted to the SoCal Dream House raffle, and we're just going to win a dream house. So, bless you.
Thank you.
Then we don't have to keep rearranging things, and we can just be in a dream house. So,
I think that is as much organization as I can get right now. Let's see. Yes, there you go. Much better. Yeah, so I prepackage all of my mailers that I send out for my Etsy. Apparently, they feel inclined to charge me 3 times the price now. So if I was to send something, I don't know, to like, to LA, instead of charging me X amount, they want to charge me, $17 to $20 to send something that is usually like $4. So I was like, what's going on? And they say, oh, it's because you have this do not bin sticker on it that justifies it being a box, not a mailer. So triple the price. And I was like, fuck you guys. No. So I got into it with the post office. Wow. And yeah.
Then don't bend my fucking mail, you assholes.
That is the thing. You would think that with the harder mailers that I send out, it would when is the bachelorette party? I don't know. Is Jessi getting married?
I mean, eventually, but like we don't have a date yet. We haven't done the rings and all that stuff. So no.
Well, at least we're both wearing green. So I am not drinking whiskey. This is Smirnoff Ice, which is a baby drink.
Love it.
But so I had the green apple ones, right? And I had them out in my my fridge. That's like, the outside fridge, but even though it's not outside, it's in like our mudroom. Well, I don't know what happened. This fridge must have like lost power at one point during an outage, even though it was cold when I opened it. The lid is rusted, which I don't think it's safe to drink, so I can't have anything green, unfortunately.
I don't like green beer because anything that can be dyed green means it has to be light enough to be dyed green, and I don't drink that. I drink that. And I do have Jameson somewhere else, and I told Jeff that if Jameson appears while I'm on this stream, I won't say no.
I have my noodles. Thank you for the super sticker. I do not know what it is. It's G1 TV. It's a little pair that says cool. Well, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Do you have any fun St. Patrick's Day stories? Because what I was thinking of doing was just explaining the entire plot of that Leprechaun movie again.
I totally remember.
That Hallmark Leprechaun movie that I absolutely love, that I was trying to get to work on the TV, but I don't know how to. Okay. Apparently, Xboxes you can watch DVDs in, right?
Yeah. That's what.
Well, it wants me to connect to the internet, and I said, "Why do I need to connect to the internet to watch a DVD on this Xbox? I need."
Yeah, you shouldn't have to.
I shouldn't have to, exactly. But it wants me to go on the App Store, and I said, why should I need to go on the App Store if there is a physical DVD that I inserted into this Xbox? I don't understand. And then I tried to get Peaches to figure it out, and he's like, it needs your password. I'm like, why is this so complicated?
Yeah.
I miss VHSs.
You should just play the goddamn DVD.
That's exactly what I said. And I've never owned like a Blu-ray player or anything. And I remember years ago, somebody yelled at me, they're like, Anna, you have an Xbox. That's a Blu-ray player. And I'm like, really? And I never tried it because I don't buy Blu-rays. And this one movie that I'm trying to watch, it's just not working. The one time I try and it doesn't work, and I'm like, I never want to do this again.
That's a pain in the ass. Dude, everyone in the chat is getting so pissed off that apparently you're not supposed to spell St. Patty's with 2 T's. Like, I guess it's a faux pas. Dude, we're appropriating the shit out of your culture. Anna's Portuguese. I'm Polish and Jewish. We're not fucking Irish. We're appropriating your culture. Of course we're going to do it disrespectfully. Come on.
To be fair, I do have Irish in me. My ancestry, I know. What? Well, the ginger gene is strong in my family, and so I would think that here, I can pull up my gene. Where's my ancestry.com? It's like, oh, you're Scandinavian, you're Portuguese, and you're all these other thingies. Let me find it.
I'm appropriating your culture, bitches. I have no claim to this holiday. Just like an excuse to drink Guinness.
Oh, and I got more Irish than I think than I actually expected, but which I don't know why I didn't expect, or I was so surprised. I'm in as my, okay, I'll read you guys my mom's. So my mom is Danish. My mom is super white. Let's see. So my mom, here we go. Jesus, it updated. My mom is 15% Irish, 5% Scottish, Welsh. I didn't know that. She's English and Welsh. Oh my God. You want those? And then listen to this. She's Nigerian and the Republic of the Congo, Western. Oh my God. Oh, geez, my mom she looks like Elsa from Frozen, and she's got all this African in her, which I was not expecting. Yeah. And then Norway and Sweden, but there's more Danish in there. And then there's some Germanic Europe, but for whatever reason, it shows. I don't know why it says Germanic Europe, and then when you click it, it highlights Spain and Greece. That's weird. So that's my mom's. But the ginger gene is extremely strong in my family. And on Ancestry, I know you haven't done it, Jessi, but when I did it, it asked you all of these questions. And so it's like, do you have freckles? Do you have colored eyes? Do you have red hair? Does somebody in your immediate family has red hair? And I'm just like, all of these are asking me if I'm a ginger, and I'm not. Yeah. Let's see. And then my dad just like, you're Portuguese. And it's like, yes, I know.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, I don't want to spell them my DNA. Is corned beef on the list of foods that you eat?
I fucking love corned beef. I just don't eat cabbage.
We are slow cooking a corned beef brisket right now in our home. Ooh. And it smells amazing. If it turns out well, we will do it again, and you should come have some.
Heck yeah.
Dude, I love corned. That's one of the things. So I discovered corned beef as a deli meat, and Judaism, we love our Reubens, corned beef. It's all over the place there. So that's how I always had it. But it wasn't until not that long ago, like honestly, like past decade probably, that I started having like big pieces regular. I think I probably had it here or there at like a British themed restaurant, but never had a lot of like big pieces of corned beef, like of cooked corned beef, just always the deli meat kind. And I discovered how amazing it was, and now I just want to eat it all the time.
It's so good, right? My mom always makes it. Okay, so this just reaffirmed we were talking about the Leprechaun movie. So Dr. Coffin-Nails, thank you for the super chat. And I just watched Legend of the Magical Leprechauns with my 7-year-old daughter. She loved it. Randy Quaid is a romantic lead. Who knew? It's a great movie. It is the best fucking movie. And I just realized you can see one leprechaun. So I ordered, did you know the cereal made beanbag babies? And I didn't know that his name was Lucky. Lucky the leprechaun from Lucky Charms is sitting right back there. I have another. Let me get my thing so you guys can see.
Of course you do.
There's another leprechaun right here, which needs to go inside my house, but it is what it is. But so, Jessi, you need to learn about the magic of the fucking leprechaun. What is this movie? The Legend of the Magical Leprechauns.
Your movie. What is it? Let me go reference somebody else who I told to watch the movie who's now.
It's the best fucking movie.
I'm gonna drink faster. So
I can tell you this plot and then mess it up. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Whoopi Goldberg is like God. So I think
I'm on board. I'm on board.
I think, guys, we're gonna look at the Leprechaun movie, which everyone needs to watch. This movie is fantastic. So it's this: The Magical Legend of the Leprechauns. It's 1999. It's a fucking fantastic movie. Yeah, look. So there's a leprechaun. There's a fairy. See, look, the leprechaun and the fairy.
Aww.
It's Miles O'Brien, and he's a leprechaun.
Yes, he is.
And then, oh yeah, here's Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah. She's got like a mane that went on an acid trip.
Yes, well, she's like a creature. She turns into a bird. Like she's a crow.
Good.
It's a great movie. It's all magical and fantasy oriented and whatnot. Oh, here's the lady that the human guy likes. There's a horse. Jessi, there's a horse race in it. You might like that.
All right. I'm down. I'm always down for ponies. Oh my God, Anna, there's this Nickelodeon show from like 2016 called Ride. And it's about a girl who goes to boarding school. So her dad is like, they're like these cowboys from Kansas and whatever. And her dad gets a job as the riding instructor at this fancy boarding school in England. But she is like scared to death of riding because I guess she fell off and had a bad accident once. And her mom died once upon a time. And so it's her and her dad and all this shit. And it's like fucking teen drama and horses. And I'm so into the show. You have no idea. I'm about it. And there's just horses. Like the main horse that she's like building the relationship with is so fucking gorgeous. And I'm like, I want this horse. Oh my God. Ponies. I love ponies.
Did you, it's like the Saddle Club. Did you ever watch that show?
Yeah. I read the books first before the show was even made. Those books were the thing. Like I was always into horse books and horses and stuff like that. And then I read that series and I was like, oh my God, Mom, I have to ride horses. And that's what made me be like, I have to do this. Yeah. So yes, those, yes. And I was all about the whole, like there was the cute stable boy in that one. And I'm like, oh my God, yes. I had this cute Puerto Rican stable hand that I had a huge crush on when I was a teenager. It was just like, whatever.
The cute stable boy. Now it's like sounding like a romance novel.
It always fucking is. It's wonderful. There's always a cute stable boy. There's always a steamy romance in the hay.
All right. So do I need to change this? Are people? I always spelled St. Patrick's Day with 2 T's or St. Patty's Day. Is it really that bad?
Everyone, I've seen like probably 4 distinct comments, which is not that many. So I don't think anyone's like losing their mind, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a barrier.
All right. Well, I just took it out. We'll see how long it takes to update. I am sorry. I'll do it over here, even in the tags. But so did you know that aside from this amazing Leprechaun movie that everyone needs to go watch, especially today since it's St. Patrick's Day, and I'm getting hiccups. Did you know that George Lucas and his wife apparently were doing this Skype call like with kids, answering kids' questions and whatnot? And it was originally George Lucas's wife, but then because she's married to him, she had George come in and say a few words. And George dropped some Star Wars facts, and this happened back in October, but everyone found out about it recently.
Yeah.
Have you seen any of it?
I some of it, a little bit. I haven't done the full dive, but I've been getting bits and pieces of it. Yeah.
All right. Well, do you want to see what George Lucas has to say about life? Let me see if I can find these videos.
Let's check it, George.
Let's see. Does everyone in the chat want to watch it? Because I was going to make Jessi read that article, but I'm kind of like schmammered. So do you want to hear George Lucas talk about compassion, life experience, or letting go?
Let's hear what he has to say about letting go. That'd be funny coming from
the saddest one. All right, here we go.
My subject matter was Jedi.
All right. Here we go. Let me share the screen with the volume. What was your stream about earlier?
Oh, I just popped over on Livid and we were just drinking and telling. Jeff was telling a lot of his St. Paddy's Day stories, and I was playing the mandolin a little bit, playing some of my Irish tunes on the mandolin, and we were just having a good time, pretty much just hanging with whoever was popping in and out. Livid's fun. Livid's a lot of just like going with the flow and like, yeah, don't worry about your topics. It's fun.
So I'm gonna have to mute myself.
My subject matter was Jedi, don't hold on. I cannot hold on to you. And I learned that from George.
It is something you also learn with your children, because there is a point in your life where you have to let them go and be on their own. And it's a very hard thing to do. You're starting to reach that period. And it's a great consternation from your parents that you're going to be off to college, you're going to be having your own life, you're going to have your own house, and you will constantly hear, why don't you call me more? Why don't you come home for this function or that function? And it's, you know, it's a natural thing, but the more you hold on, the more painful it is. And if you just let people go, as I say, if you hold on to if you have a bird in your hand and you hold it too tight because you don't want it to go and fly, eventually you'll crush it. So the important part is to let it go and fly off and be on its own. It'll come back, and the love will be even stronger.
How long did it take George to learn those lessons for himself?
I think he learned it back when he was younger.
I think he's somebody who's like always letting go has been a motif in his career, you know, of like the things he holds on to so tightly and the things he's had to learn to let go of in order to progress forward. It's like, it's always interesting with people go on the same journeys, just in different ways. It's really interesting to hear him reflect on that. So recently, you know, seeing how that was a motif in his work for so many years.
Well, it gets deeper. It gets deepers.
Also, happy birthday, Tiberius Kirk. Someone said it's their birthday today. So,
oh, happy birthday! It's gonna be Peach's birthday in a little bit.
Happy birthday, Peaches!
Yeah, and guys, if you're gonna be creepy, mods, can you take care of that, please? I don't need creepers. There's a reason why I don't ever wear low-cut shirts, for a reason, because of weirdos. And if you're gonna be like that, get out.
Goodbye.
Anyways, I forgot what I was talking about. Anyway, we can tell fun stories or something, because that'd probably be better, because now I'm pissed off and now I don't want to stream because I don't like
bitches. Don't be bitches, people. People suck. So this was a thing. This was a moment I had too of like, I think it's so funny. So I'm going to do a video about this dude who's being a tool on my channel, because it's funny. Honestly, because it's funny. Because it's like, well, you know, it was in the comment section on the Richard True video, so it'll drum up a little more traffic for those two. And why not? You know, it'll be a good time. And it's so hilarious to listen to him. And this is what I'll get into in the video too, because like it's so hilarious to listen to some of these people who are so clearly jealous of whatever, something in your life. You know, that's the reason, that's the sort of the reason they're attacking you and going after you is because of some level of envy. And that becomes manifest when they start trying to tear you down. And they try to tear you down over all of the things they think you care about and think will bother you, because those are the things that you have that they don't, that they care about. And in reality, it's like, well, those things aren't important. Number of followers, reviews, or this or that. Like you know, the things you're trying to throw at me are these very shallow things. And also, that's my favorite too. Whenever the trolls come at you and be like, your video only has this many views, you only have this many subscribers. And I'm like, that might mean something if you mattered, but like, how many do you have, bro? That's like me chirping at fucking Usain Bolt going like, oh, you didn't run that as fast as you did last year.
Oh, God.
What the fuck am I to say? So But that really puts into perspective for me. It's like these people just don't realize that they're so focused on the things that we have that they don't, that they can't wrap their head around the fact that we have other problems that they don't. Yeah, Swinging Cat, I know how to spell your name. It's TWATWAFFLE. So it spells twat waffle, Anna.
I was like, I listened halfway in because I was like, I looked for the comment to see what it was, and then you started spelling. I was like, wait, what?
I was never going to expect you to keep up with spelling. No, I was always going to fill you in on that one. But yeah, no, it's so funny to me. I'm like, it's like people are just like, I'm just going to do all this. They just don't realize that like we have all different problems. If they realize that, they might have actually better ammunition when they came to attack us. But they're too stupid. So it is always funny to me.
What did you do last St. Patrick's Day? I feel like we did something, or we talked about doing something, but that was right after COVID started and everything was locked down.
Yeah, we had a couple people up here. I think we invited you, but you couldn't make it up. Because
maybe we were, I think, what did we do yesterday? Well, the thing with like, it's this holiday and Easter is, you always have something going on Passover, or no, it's one of your holidays.
Passover coincides with Easter.
Yeah, and so I think we must have been out of town last year because I remember vaguely, but I was just thinking right now, I'm like, what did we do? But we must have been out of town.
Last year we didn't even do Passover because it was, there was nothing.
Well, because of COVID and whatnot.
Yeah, we just did it with each other, and either we Skyped into a family one or Zoomed into a family one and whatever. But yeah, no, last one was like one of the last days because I had seen you actually just before that, because the week before that was when we met up with Rosetta down at in Santa Monica.
That was a year ago.
That was like a year ago now, yeah. And was that the last time?
That was before COVID, I think so.
Just before COVID. It was the last time we saw each other in person. God.
No, I feel like we've seen each other since then because it was we went and got Mexican food.
That's right. I think we did.
That was during COVID. That was right before my Vaporella cover launched, or right after.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, there was one time because I think we did it for streaming day or something, or maybe just for fun. I don't remember. Oh, you might have been passing through from one of your trips up north or south or something. And I think we might have just stopped in and grabbed lunch with us because
probably.
I think it was just that, yeah.
Probably.
Simple like that.
And then the year before that, I remember Peaches and I, we walked over to the bar. There used to be a pub, which obviously closed because of COVID. But we walked down there and it was like empty. But the people that were there were like 80, and we're like, geez. But I was like, hey, you're 80 and still partying on St. Patrick's Day, cool beans. And it was cold. It's hot today.
It's not hot up here. I don't know what temperature it is down there. It's still pretty nippy up here.
It's super nice.
It's been chill. Oh my God, it's been chilly the past few days. No, one of my favorite ones, I think it was 2018. One of the referees, a guy who was a referee / coach who would organize these awesome fencing tournaments down closer to where you live, actually. He would invite everybody over to his place because his wife loved to cook and would make just a beautiful spread for everybody. So this year the tournament coincided with St. Paddy's. And so she made some of her traditional Mexican things she would make, but then a whole traditional Irish spread with the potatoes and the cabbage, the corned beef. Oh my God. And he is so generous with his booze collections. Of course, they had the Guinness and beer and all this stuff, but he busted out all the good Irish whiskey and then all his really nice scotches. And coming to the end of the night, there was one bottle of Guinness left, and it was like, well, you should drink it. You should drink it. Totally. We don't want it. We go to waste. I'm like, well, I'm the last one drinking, though. There's no other one left. Or does anyone want to split it with me? And my friend George said he would. My friend George, who's like, don't know how old he is, but his hair is all white. Let's put it that way. His nickname when he was on my live stream was Gandalf.
Oh my God.
And his daughter is one of his daughters. I think his youngest daughter is the same age as me, or his oldest daughter is the same age as me. So, yeah, so much many years my senior, but he agrees he'll share this Guinness with me. I say, no, you know what we should do with this? Half a Guinness each. That's perfect. Let's do an Irish car bomb, which George had never done. Right?
What is an Irish car bomb?
Glad you asked. So an Irish car bomb, to do this good and proper, right, is you take half a thing of a half a glass of Guinness, and then you take a shot glass and you put Jameson and Bailey's in it, and then you take it and you drop it into the glass, and so then the Guinness.
Oh, it's like a Jaeger bomb.
It's worse because the Guinness curdles the Bailey's, so you got to try to chug that down real quick before it curdles and turns basically into yogurt in your mouth. And the last one down loses. So George decided to do these Irish car bombs with me like a champ, even though many younger people bitched out at that point. And then our friend,
I'm listening, and I'm one of those people that would bitch out.
And our friend, who was not entirely sober anymore, drove us, who was also like in her 40s, drove us back to the hotel on the highway at speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour in her new fancy sports car.
Ooh. So who threw up?
Nobody, surprisingly. And we all kind of made it on time the next day. So
kind of. I have this little leprechaun that I put in the thumbnail, and I want to remove my little logo and put this little leprechaun because yes, I'm gonna be that person. Because I don't know if you guys know, I actually really like leprechauns. I like leprechauns and fairies because they're like magical.
Really like my friend Jeremiah then, because he's basically a human leprechaun. He's like probably around your height.
Is he animated? Like, is he an animated character?
Almost, but like he's close to your height and has like a long red beard. And
did I meet him?
You probably did, actually. I think he might have been at the Hanukkah party. I think he was actually at the Hanukkah party, so you probably did meet him.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a little extra and have a leprechaun underneath you.
It's time to be extra.
So should we I guess carry on tune with what you and Jeff were doing? Do you want to tell like a fun St. Patrick's Day story? I know that you just went, but let me get this leprechaun saved and then I'll tell one.
So, keeping with the Irish car bombs, my one time I actually went like out into the city here in for St. Paddy's. A friend invited me down. Someone I met from catering invited me down to an Irish pub that was doing a whole big shebang. Normally the place I didn't have food, but they were getting a whole pop-up cart with corned beef and all that shit. And so she was Irish, and she was very, very proud and bragging proudly all night that that she had never been beaten to the bottom of an Irish car bomb. And I changed that for her. I was very good about that. And she was like good and bitter. She was very salty about that for like a solid hour after that. After which point we all got distracted by the cute, barely legal boys who were flirting with us. And that was also the night that I discovered that a former friend of mine who thinks that they're really good at accents, but is less good at accents than they think they are. And I never had the heart to inform her of this fact. I was always like a moral dilemma for me, where I was always torn. I was like, am I doing you a disservice by not telling you, but at the same time, you're so into this and you think you're really good at it that like, should I just let you have this one? But St. Paddy's Day was the day where she just uncontrollably slipped into an Irish accent all day long, and it was awesome. It was
I could tell by that awesome it wasn't the awesomest thing ever.
The best part was like trying to meet new people and having them go, "Oh my God, are you from Ireland?" Because it was a bar, they couldn't hear how fake it was with that much noise, and having her explain, "No, I just connect to my ancestry on St. Paddy's."
Fuck, I would just say yeah. I'm like,
Yeah, I think you say
yeah.
yes.
Today I'm Irish.
Dude, I'm trying to bang this guy and regret it tomorrow. Can you just say yes, please?
Well, I mean, if you don't want the guy to know who you are, then I mean, do that. Let's see. Because then they're going to be looking for an Irish chick and they won't find her. Okay, I figured it out. I had to make a border that would have.
Hey!
So here we go. Let's try it. If it will load. Yay! I got my leprechaun. There we go. My leprechaun on screen. I'm trying to think of one of my St. Patrick's Day stories. I feel like I just get hammered every single time.
I mean, yeah, kind of standard.
I mean, I guess I could tell, like, yeah, I'm having a hard time thinking of. Well, so I feel like St. Patrick's Day, especially when I was able to drink, meaning having a fake ID and everything, it was always during like midterms or finals or something like that. Like there's always stuff going on. So I can't think of any St. Patrick's Day stories actually off the top of my head now. That's pretty sad. But because Peaches' birthday is so close to St. Patrick's Day, we just do stuff for his birthday now.
That's reasonable.
There's this one bar in LA. Have you been to it? It's got a giant sequoia tree in the middle.
I have either seen pictures of it or had people tell me about it, but I don't think I've been there.
So it is this bar in Los Angeles, like downtown LA. And you know where all like the one area in downtown with like there's all the bars and stuff. Well, so they use it whenever they're filming The Bachelor and they film it in LA. So like that's one of the things they'll do something there. That way they have the cool sequoia tree because it's like, you know, you have the first floor and then you go up like where the doors are, you go up these little stairs and there's like the bar area and then there's the big sequoia tree. And then the next floor there's this like ring around it or something, and then the middle's empty so everyone can walk around. There's music and whatnot, and then there's like this little secret door, and you go in this little secret door, and you have to like have, it's one of those like you have to be dressed fancy to go in here on top of things, but you go in, and then it's like a tiki bar.
Oh, okay.
And I think we went in there one time.
Oh, I have heard about. I know I've definitely heard about this with the secret. Yeah, okay. I love hearing it. Like people, I don't know if you experienced this when you first moved down to like this area and stuff. People in LA who have been here longer than you love to tell you about the secrets of LA. You know, everyone's got like here's this secret for getting around traffic, or here's this secret restaurant or secret bar, secret burger, secret sushi, secret beach spot. Like
it's secret even though everyone knows about it.
Yeah, like everyone knows, like please just stop telling literally everyone you meet because it's not a fucking secret anymore. But it's like everyone's thing is like, well, let me tell you how to edit.
This person is right. The place is Clifton's. Well, we went there and I got really, really drunk. And I think I almost threw up because I like tequila. But, you know, after you've been drinking all night and then somebody's like, hey, take a shot of tequila. I was like, no. And then everyone's like, Anna, you got to do it. You got to do it. And I remember, you know, when you're so drunk and you don't really control the volume of your voice anymore. Okay. And you know, when you're in a club or when you're in a bar and like the music's really, really loud. And so everyone had like the shots and they're like, Anna, you need to take it. You need to take it. And I'm like, no, I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. And then finally, like I felt so bad because Peaches was trying to give it to me. And I screamed at the top of my lungs. And I'm just like, no, if I take it, I'll throw up.
Yeah.
And everyone got quiet and just stared at me. And I'm like, my voice had gone to like higher than the music. So it wasn't just everyone around us. It was like everyone on the second floor heard me too. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed.
Dude, that's hilarious.
And then what else?
I'm there with you though. When I hit that point of no return though, like if I'm at the point where I am actually saying no to a shot, it's only because if I put it down, it's all gonna come right back up. And if you make me do it, I'm gonna make sure it comes back up on you. That's how I get people to stop when they try to like force it on me. When I'm really done, I'm like, I will take this shot, but if it comes back up, it's coming back up on you. And then they fuck off.
Yeah, no, I knew if that thing even, you know, when it gets to a point where you can't even smell alcohol because you'll just get sick. That's the point I was at. And I'm like, no. No, and this is before I really discovered putting Mio in my alcohol. So it's like it was already hard enough to like drink. Oh, you know what? I think I was drinking Fireball before we went there.
Oh, geez. See, that point though, where the smelling, that if it's still the night of, that's the point where I usually just go puke my guts out and then just start over. Just be like, well, now I can drink more again.
If I throw up, like that's the end of the night. I have a very low alcohol tolerance. I'm very small, and so if I am at that point where I'm going to throw up, then once it starts, it doesn't stop until my body is completely empty of anything that is not, I don't know, blood and guts.
Fair enough. I'm a boot and rally girl. I can boot and rally. Hard reset, Carrie Malone. Yeah, that's right. That's what I do.
What? I think a few years ago we went down because there's like I don't know what it's called. I think Peaches knows what it's called. There's an Irish bar in Newport Beach, and then I think that there's a sister one in Huntington Beach. But Peaches we were just talking about it because like, well, what are we gonna do tonight? And then we're talking about like different places, and we were talking about those two, and we're like, are they even still open? Like, are we even gonna be able to open? But then, little to my knowledge, is Newport and Huntington Beach, they're just like, no, fuck this, we're not closing because of COVID. And so I haven't been to Newport Beach in a long time. I really don't like Newport because of the way that the traffic is. I don't know how much time you've spent in Newport Beach, but
really none.
Well, it's nice, but the thing is, it's like one street, and because it's a peninsula, it's like, okay, you go here, all the stores and stuff, but then the traffic, it's like you have to just make a U-turn and get out, and if you're stuck in it, you're stuck, and I don't like it.
Oh, it's a little like Marina Del Rey is kind of like that.
Yeah, kind of. But so we used to go there to catch Pokemon because I like to catch Pokemon, so we would always there. Because it's really great for Pokemon hunting because there's like 10 million Pokestops. Huntington Beach is good for it too, but not as good as Newport. So once thing is crazy, I was super, super high as far as level wise. And then all of a sudden my app it doesn't remember my account or anything. So all the Pokemon that I caught when I was in Switzerland and Germany, they're gone.
Dude, that sucks.
So I'm really pissed. But it was great there. And there's some good restaurants. But since I haven't been there in over a year because of COVID, I was like, no, everything's probably closed. And he's like, no, what they did was all the streets that all the bars and shops were on, they literally just blocked off those streets. And then they have fake storefronts in front of all the stores.
Dude, that's awesome.
And everything was like open and outdoor only, but you literally can just walk in. I just blew all of their covers, but so we were talking about all of the places that were possibly closed, which are not closed, and what places we're gonna go. Are you and Jeff gonna go out tonight?
No, we're gonna stick it at home. We got that corned beef in the slow cooker, so when that's ready, we're gonna smash into that. Oh, also, we're gonna do stop calling me. Jesus.
Who's calling you?
No idea. Seattle, Washington.
It's Amazon.
Oh, fuck. I should call back. Hold on. Let me mute myself real quick.
All right. I'll read some super chats. The only reason I know that's from Amazon is because I remember the Amazon tried to deliver something one time before when we were living in this really shitty, well, it's not shitty. The HMO was shitty, or yes, Homeowners Association, HOA. That's not HMO. HOA was really shitty. It's a bunch of all of the Karens that don't have anything to do, so they just decide to make up new rules. Let's see. Maggie, thank you for that. OMG, OMG Anna, it's St. Patrick's Day. The turkey's ready. Like what? I don't get it.
I don't either, but I missed the call, and so now they're like, so I was like, oh wait, it sounds like they must have gotten in the building after all. So something just made a noise near my door, but it's like I don't so there are communication chain breakdowns all over the place. It's like all of the worst is FedEx for our building. Amazon's usually pretty tight no matter what, but FedEx is like, the property manager gives them the building code and they just don't ever pass it on to any of their couriers. So I never order anything from FedEx so I can help it, because I'm like, I will just have to make sure that I'm here and able to answer the phone when they fucking show up. Otherwise, goodbye mattress. That like the day that's what happened to me when I first moved in here, and I'm waiting all fucking day for my mattress to be delivered in the fucking window, and it's supposed to be delivered during, and I'm like, I need to go to the bathroom, and I haven't bought toilet paper yet because I've been waiting for the stinking mattress to be delivered. And so I run across the street to get toilet paper. In that half an hour, I missed the goddamn delivery. I had to drive out to Panorama City to pick up the damn mattress so I could have something to sleep on in my new goddamn apartment that night.
I'd be pissed. I
was so mad. But no, usually like the Amazon guys seem to get in here pretty well. But just every now and then it's like they didn't get in, they didn't get the memo or whatever it is. So
there are 400 people watching. Please smash the like button, please, and thank you. I'm gonna read a couple more super chats. Patrick Ills, thank you for super chat. It's Saint M Day or Saint Me Day, and I have my Grogu shirt on. Irish I am, kiss me you must. Oh, how silly. Thank you for the super chat. I tried pulling that with Peaches, and I'm like, babe, I got like some Irish in me because of my mom. And he's like, and then I was like, babe, you're not wearing any green. And earlier I wasn't, but then I'm like, I got it in my nail and in my eyes. So it counts. And then I put on green, but he is still not wearing green. So I've just been pinching him. He's like, stop pinching me. And I'm like, then fucking wear green. The one day of the year that you have to wear green, just go fucking put green on. Rock Spirit, thank you for the super chat. And it just says, hey, well, hello. Wicked Steel, thank you for the super chat. Hey, happy St. Paddy's Day to Anna, who is looking extra gorgeous today. And Jessi, love the both of you. Oh, well, thank you.
I have a green hat for Jeff when he gets out of the bathroom, but his is dirty. His one green shirt is dirty right now.
I like the cat just sitting in the background, perfectly staring.
Yeah, Pancakes just watching the stream from his background to make sure everything goes right. No one says anything bad about him.
Darius, I have no idea how to say your last name. Thank you for the super chat, and it's a bunch of popcorn. Well, thank you. Stephen Cortell, thank you for the super chat. My prints are on the way to Ohio from you. Hope it didn't cost you. No, the thing that I did, so because so I put do not bin stickers on it, and I've been having so much problems with the post office with them losing a bunch of my orders. And so I guess because there was certain laws in place with the post office during the last administration. Now with this one, things are changing, but it's not just changing where I live. It's like slowly being integrated. So the further east you live, that stuff has either gotten sent back to me or destroyed. So I don't know which ones that's happened to. So I literally just have to wait for somebody to message me saying, hey, Anna, where's my order? And then I'm like, the fucking post office. And then I got a bunch, and you're like, the lady at the post office, she's like, just go and get like duct tape and cover up the sticker that you have. What is that?
It's my blooming lotus blossom tea. I like tea. I like bloom. Have you ever seen a blooming tea?
I have, and it weirds me out.
I love it. I think it's so cool. And I don't know, lotus tea. It just sounds like lotus blossoms have all these like they show up in mythology and shit all the time. So I was like, oh, I want to try lotus tea. And so now I've got these beautiful. This is a lovely box. But yeah. So oh god, these look really cool. So they just show up in these awesome lotus blossoms, and then you put them in your tea, and they kind of bloom in the tea more, and they're delicious. You don't like tea?
I hate tea.
Weirdly flavored water, isn't it?
It's nasty. Unless you pour like a pound of sugar in it, I'm not touching it. But then it just becomes warm sugar water.
Yeah, so then just have warm sugar water. So. Or just take like sweet tea and then just put it in the microwave. It'll be fine.
Even
disgusting.
Tea, I can't do it. I don't know. I just don't like tea. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, back in the day, you either had tea or water or alcohol.
Yep.
That was it. That's all you could drink. And so like tea was their soda. And now I'm like, I wouldn't touch tea with a 10-foot fucking pole. I think tea is nasty. And, you know, whenever I like historical fiction and they're always drinking tea, and I'm like,
what would you have eaten if you were alive in like the medieval times?
meat, cheese, and bread. And
Yeah,
fruit.
that's fair.
Meat, cheese, bread, and fruit. That's about all I eat now. The thing that I would kill me, though, is the fact that, like, salt and pepper, like, you had to be rich to have those. So that would have been difficult for me. I would have been like a fucking goat on the side of a mountain licking the damn rocks trying to get my salt.
You need garlic.
Oh, yeah, garlic.
Yeah.
That too. I wouldn't be a vampire.
There you go. You'd be protected. But yeah, garlic was a little more accessible. So that's a lot of
This
fun.
is true. I could have had that. That is, aside, the one thing that would be hard for me was like chocolate wouldn't have been
That
this
would
is
have
the best news I've
super
heard.
rare and exotic, yeah. If and where it existed.
They're making. I thought that they were. I was holding out for it. Where is that though? Let's go to the sideshow. So they emailed me personally and they said, Anna, since you canceled that one order, how would you like your refund? I'm like, can't you just refund it to my card? And they're like, no, because the first half of your transactions were made to a different card. And I'm like, well, yes, the first half of them were, but then something happened to that card, which the bank gave me a new card. And so I was like, can't you just refund that to the same card that was already doing the payments? And they're like, no, we can't. So you can either have it credited to your account or we can mail you a check. And I'm like, mail me the damn check. Like, what? And then they're like, can you give us your address? I'm like, you have my address on file.
I order shit from you constantly for you to send to my home. Where else would I want you to send me?
I thought it was good that they gave like an extra, like, you know, so they had like a team member personally email me and do all of that. Like I have a name and whatnot.
That's cool.
Let's see. Superman site or Hot Toys.
Hey, what's up, Drunk 3PO?
Oh, Drunk's in here?
He is. He just sent a super chat.
Oh, I see it. Thank you, Drunk. It says, Happy St. Patrick's Day with a bunch of shamrocks. Thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. You caught me at a bad time because I am distracted looking for Superman.
Happy St. Patty's, dude. I hope you're having a good, fun, relaxing holiday doing whatever it is you feel like doing. Probably being drunk because...
I hope you and Gina have a great day, Drunk.
Yeah. You married yet?
I know, right? Oh, apparently there's a Christian Bale Batman that I didn't know that they had. Huh. Do you like what Batman is your Batman?
Oh, Drunk's at a bar. Well, enjoy it.
Hey, Lucky.
Cheers. Have one for us.
Should we do that? Should we make this a drinking stream every time we get a super chat? I drink.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, we'll do that. Oh my god, I didn't even know. Okay, I'll share my screen so you guys see what I'm looking at.
Sawyer May, does that mean you want Drunk 3PO to be inside of you? He said, I identify as a bar.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Okay, so this is, go away. I didn't know that this one existed.
Hey.
So I've recently, they're on Netflix now, so I never really liked Batman Begins. And everyone raves that it's the best one. And I'm like, I remember watching it like a couple times and I didn't like it, you know?
I don't care for it. I like it better than Dark Knight Rises, maybe? No, maybe not. I don't know. I really don't care for it. It's really not my favorite.
I just remember like I've never liked the Scarecrow very much. Like I feel like he's out of all of the Batman villains, he's very low bar for me.
He was always a fucking scrub. Yeah.
Which I mean, but the thing that drives me crazy is I would have like if it was me writing it, you know, I would be writing something like to the extent like, okay, this guy is a psycho that plays up your fear. Who the fuck does that better than Hannibal fucking Lecter? So I would approach it more like that and then have the fear element, like they, you know, finds out what makes you tick and what scares you. So that way they could control you even more with the mindset. So I'm more like, I like the intellectual side of things, which I mean, the Joker really isn't, but at the same time, when you have a psycho that's the Joker, more intellectual than you have the actual, you know, medical doctor.
Yeah.
It bothers me.
It was disappointing. I'm not a fan. The third chart, I actually agree with you. He says he thinks Ben Affleck's Batman's superior. I'm not a fan of Christian Bale as either Bruce Wayne or Batman. I like him better as Bruce Wayne than I do as Batman, but I'm really not a fan of him as either. No. And I do prefer Ben Affleck as both. I think Ben Affleck.
Get off my channel. We're no longer friends. That's it. We're no longer friends. Get out.
Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne visually is the closest to the animated series, and I like his swole Batman. So
I think he's fat. Like it doesn't, Jessi. It doesn't look like a guy that's in shape. It looks like a fat dude put on the Batman suit. Like even the way it's got his face, it pushes his face out, and I'm like, oh my god.
I'm okay. The Batman one way or the other is fine. But my favorite Batsuit Batman is straight up Batman Forever. I love it. I don't give a shit about bat nipples, whatever. I fucking love
Batman
it.
Forever doesn't have bat nipples. That's Batman and Robin.
No, Batman Forever has bat nipples in the which suit is it? It's one of the two suits. I'm trying to think if it's the second suit or the first suit. If it's the prototype, now I'm blanking, but I know it's like it's. Is it the prototype suit that has the bat nipples on it? So most of the movie he doesn't, I think, but I think it's just the prototype suit that has the bat nipples.
I have no memory of bat nipples. I really liked Batman Forever. I didn't like the scene between him and her on when she like uses the bat thing and then she's in the lingerie on the roof. I thought that still makes me uncomfortable. I remember being a little kid being like, stop getting on Batman.
I was so mad at her in that one. The balcony scene is better when he comes to her because you're like, okay, now we've established the romance in this one. But that scene, like to this day, is still cringy. It's all right. It's like, chicks, stop. Like it's only palatable because you know it works out for them. But other than that, it's like, oh my God, lady, stop throwing yourself at him.
Oh my God, it does have bat nipples. I did not remember that. And now I remember it. And
Yep.
Why?
It's just that's the sonar suit from the end. So it's just the sonar suit.
I haven't seen this movie in like a decade. Oh, that's a good lighting. I should paint this. That's really great.
That's
lighting.
one of my favorite images from it. It's a really great. It's just like it feels. The funny thing, like the thing about it, it's like Val Kilmer was when he would put on the bat suit. Like in this still, you can see it, I think really really nicely where it's like he has one foot into being really fucking cool into the way like Batman became in the newer era of this like really badass guy, and one foot into a guy running around in a bat suit, which more harkens to the Adam West era. Now, for me, as dark and sketches like the Tim Burton Batmans go, Michael Keaton in the bat suit is really just the guy in a bat suit. Like he doesn't. I know everyone that's his favorite Batman for a lot of people. Everyone that's their favorite Batman. He's good. I don't have nothing bad to say about him. There's something about Val Kilmer's that bridges the gap between the camp and the comic bookiness, but then actually starts approximating this idea of a cool Batman that just does it all for me. It just fucking does it all in a way that no other Batman, even the later, cooler ones, get. No.
You kill me. You kill my soul.
Sorry.
I love
super unpopular take. I am not a huge fan of Michael Keaton's Batman.
See, I like Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne. I really like that he talked to himself.
That is just my favorite part.
I usually hate that though.
I can't stand his Bruce Wayne. That's the part I hate. I like the least. I cannot stand his Bruce Wayne. His Batman, I'm fine with. The Bruce Wayne, no.
I see. I really like that. I love the scene where they're talking about his house and he comes up behind him and it just the way that, because I mean, if you're okay, yes, Batman is a hero. But if you're crazy enough to put on a bat suit and go climb on buildings and fight crime, to me, that always is like, you might be a little, there's a little off.
Here's the thing that bugs me is like, he didn't feel like Bruce. It's that thing where it's like, I actually, that scene I really like as a piece of characterization. I think to create this version of Bruce Wayne, they do a great job of that, of establishing this version of Bruce Wayne. Although like his relationship in 89, no, for Michael Keaton. Though the relationship timeline in 89 is so accelerated. It's like, oh, now you're suddenly, though all the Batman relationships are kind of like that, where it's like, oh, we just met. Oh, now we're like having deep conversations about our past. But it's not Bruce Wayne though. Like Bruce Wayne was always cooler than that. You know, like he's not cool enough to be Bruce Wayne, in my opinion. Like all of my preferred Bruce Waynes have been, it's always animated series.
Well, yeah, you can't get any better than the animated series. That is the standard. But as far as live action goes, I mean, heck, even Adam West, when he's like, you know, Bruce Wayne, and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go fishing again.
Too campy. Like that's too campy. The thing is, like, Batman is not, you know, a lot of people look at 89 and like, well, this is Bruce Wayne and Batman, obviously, and they take it as the definitive take. Well, that's not even the first Batman movie. It's just, you know, the big one that ushers in the era of Batman filmmaking. And yeah, and so it's to me, Tim Burton fundamentally changed Bruce Wayne's character making those movies, and now everyone just accepted those as their preferred versions, which is totally fine. But to me, it's not the Bruce Wayne that I like. It's not the Bruce Wayne that that speaks to me. So
I'm trying to think. I think the first Batman movie I ever watched, I think, was Val Kilmer, and then I watched Batman. No, because I didn't see the Jack Nicholson one first. I saw the Michelle Pfeiffer one first.
Return.
Batman Returns, and then I watched because I you know, you're a kid, you know who Batman is. You don't need somebody. I feel like that's just like universal knowledge. Like you're born and you know how to breathe and you know who Batman and Superman are, you know?
Dude, I was born in 1990 and I was addicted to the animated series by the time Forever came out in 95. So like that was, my mom had to be Robin to my Batman and my bed was the Batmobile. And like I was deep into Batman by the time that movie even came out, which was, I had seen like 89 bits of it on TV. So I was familiar with that live action Joker. And then Forever was my first all the way through one as well.
No, I remember, because I'm a little bit younger than you, but I actually remember the I just knew what it was called, but I've been drinking, so my memory is going away. Batman Beyond. I remember like every freaking movie I had, you know, because on VHS is everyone has the same fucking trailers, but it's like Batman Beyond, Batman Beyond, Batman Beyond. And then it's like, oh yeah, Batman Beyond. And I remember the one like with the guy with the laugh and like not just the narrator with Mark Hamill, but like he's like, oh yeah, the Joker like returns. And then the end of it was the Joker laughing and like, it's like the first Batman Beyond movie. Da, 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 da. And so everything was Batman Beyond, Batman Beyond, Batman Beyond. And that was what was on TV when I went to my friend's house. So I didn't see the animated series until after I think I've seen I'd seen a couple of episodes, but I saw the Batman Beyond cartoon before I saw the animated series.
I remember when that one came out, I wanted to hate it at first because I hated having old man Bruce Wayne. And I was like, oh, and I was so mad about that. But it was such a good show that it got me on board. And I had to like grudgingly admit, okay, it's a good characterization for him. It makes sense, you know. And it was well done. Like it was really like the thing Jeff always says about it, which is great, which is like it is such a compelling narrative for Batman to hang up the suit the day he has to pick up a gun, the weapon that killed his parents. You know, such a great framing. And so it brings you into a compelling. It's unlike the way things do today when they want to pass the torch or retire the character, where they want to introduce the new character by shitting on the legacy of the old one. So, oh, fuck that, out with the old and with the new. Batman Beyond did it really intelligently, where it gave you a really compelling reason why Batman had to hang it up, why you were rooting for him to, you know, stay in retirement and therefore had to root for this new blood to succeed, you know, in spite of any screw-ups or in spite of the ways he was different. You bought into it. If there was any place where we felt that Bruce Wayne had been disrespected or where he could or should still be out in the streets doing it, it wouldn't have worked the same way. It only worked because they treated his character with the respect that he deserved.
Yeah, I just remember as a kid seeing that with the because, you know, that's the first episode of Batman Beyond where he's fighting and he's too old and yeah, he's got to pull out the gun. And I remember, you know, tiny, even smaller than I am now, but little child me, like just screaming at other kids, like, no, Batman doesn't use a gun, and when he does, it breaks his spirit.
Exactly. You know, it's him losing when he does that. Even though Batman doesn't lose, if he has to do that, he loses. Like that's him losing.
Yep.
It's
so good.
Someone in the chat said it, hit the nail on the head. Batman Beyond did with Bruce Wayne what The Last Jedi should have but failed to do with Luke Skywalker.
Exactly. But I mean, Luke, you would have to equate Luke more with Superman than with Batman, because Luke, even though he has every reason to be a tormented character, Luke was always that optimistic, whereas Batman is like, I need to save the good, optimistic people like, Luke Skywalker, like a Superman, but, he deals with the worst part of society.
Exactly. If you want to do a jaded Luke Skywalker, it can't take a whole fucking movie for him to find the optimism again. You could start him out jaded, but that spark is there. Like, it's going to come back. Your story, can be about how the young new person has to, teach him how to find hope again because it was so damaged by something, but he's going to find it and he's going to get there. He's not going to be this twisted, old, mangled shadow of his former self, in no universe. Does that, because exactly that it's kind of, we know this, and Batman's a great teaching example for why we know old Luke Skywalker is going to progress differently from old Batman, because the trauma that shaped them into different people. It shaped Batman into somebody who became very twisted, and dark and basically a fractured soul, which, by the way, I think is also, I didn't really like the Michael Keaton one, because it destroys the veneer where, like, Bruce Wayne is the mask and Batman is the real thing. Michael Keaton's very poorly socially adjusted Bruce Wayne destroyed that illusion. But anyway, I digress. So again,
I don't know. I liked it.
So Bruce Wayne, though, Bruce Wayne becomes this very fractured, dark, twisted soul. Luke Skywalker's trauma, losing his parental figures and then finding out his father's a monster and all this shit, shapes him into the beacon of good in the galaxy. So
like Superman.
Exactly.
If you really wanted to equate Star Wars, I would think Han Solo would be more like a Batman-ish character, and then Luke would be the Superman. Mm-hmm. But also, even if you think about their villains, right? Yes, Batman has intellectual villains that are very intelligent, but they're always like the darker, crazy aspect of what humanity can de-evolve to. Whereas Superman, I mean, you got Lex Luthor, the highest of high class that a person can get to, but then he's also evil. And then, oh my God, Brainiac, again, it's a computer that takes over planets and then destroys them. So, and then you have Darkseid, who is the leader of a fucking planet. So it's like they're both dealing with different types of evils. But if you think about it, Superman has, what is this terminology? The mega, whereas Superman or Batman has the, what is that called, Jesse? You'll know this. The Superman has the world. Batman has the smaller. What the fuck is that called? The meta and the mega or something. What is that?
I know what you're. Yeah, I don't know what the actual words are. But I know. Well, that's kind of
what I mean.
The way I was going to put it was kind of basically the same thing, though, whereas that Superman's villains are ideas. They represent these bigger philosophical problems or issues or concepts that he's fighting against in humanity or society.
Here we go.
Batman macro and micro. There you go. Macro and micro. That's what it is. And Batman fights individuals. He fights demons, basically. And by that token, I think it's very well reflected in Luke and Han, where Han fights his demons. Han fights, Jabba the Hutt, the crime bosses, these dark, dirty individuals who represent the way that individuals can become dark and twisted and fallen and whatever. And Luke fights the greater concept of evil in the galaxy. He fights the idea of evil, not just the individual instances of depravity, and very similarly. That was one of the reasons too why I never liked the Batman Superman team ups and why I never found them fair.
Really? I loved them.
I never liked it because I always felt like, and this is probably because it was just so adamantly Team Batman. I always felt like Batman never gets the respect.
You didn't like the episode where Bruce Wayne visits Metropolis and Lois is like, "Oh, Bruce Wayne," and Clark is just like, "I hate my life. I hate my life." And then all of a sudden, Batman appears and Superman appears, and she's like, "Oh, Superman!" She's like, "Fuck you, Batman." I was like.
That one I like.
I love that episode.
But
I actually have it. Let's watch it.
I do like that one. I actually do like that one a lot. But most of the ones were always like we're always ended up feeling like, oh, well, here's a problem. It's too big for Batman to handle on his own. So I guess he needs Superman's help. It's always ended into contextualized. And it was like the whole episode had to be Batman trying to prove that he brought something to the table too. And I'm like, fuck you. Batman is so much better. Batman is so much deeper and more complex. Fight your big villains. Superman, fight your ideas. Go fight your fucking ideas. Batman will fight his fucking demons and he will fucking win.
Did this just
What?
Anyone off the top of their head know? I mean, I could easily Google this. Actually, let me just do it. Superman animated series.
Were you guys looking up the movie?
No, episode of Superman the animated series where Bruce Wayne goes to Metropolis.
Yeah, it was rebooked as a movie. It's called World's Finest, episodes 1, 2, and maybe 3.
Is it? I don't have that. Ooh, I have
Anna. Tim Daly, the guy who voiced Superman for the animated series, went to Bennington, went to my college, and gave the commencement speech when I was a freshman or a sophomore, but I saw it. And so Peter Dinklage gave this speech when I was a junior. It's a really, really good speech. It's on YouTube. It's the one people reference and like, oh, he gave this commencement speech and it was so inspiring and blah, blah, blah. It's a really, really good speech. Gotta say, I don't know if it's available anywhere, but Tim Daly's speech was better.
It was Nighttime.
Really, really outstanding. So he's
this is what was in that box.
One about hey, very cool.
Wait, Jeff, you said it's called World's Finest?
Are you talking about the one where Bruce Wayne goes to Gotham City? And
no, Bruce Wayne goes to Metropolis.
When he falls in love with Lois Lane.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's called World's Finest.
Okay, I have it. We're gonna watch it on mute.
What now?
She's gonna throw it up.
It's the best Batman Superman movie ever.
That's the one I do.
Well,
that's
it's broken up into 3 because I just want to have this. I'll probably have to click through and whatnot, but let me make this big. Okay, let's see. I'm not going to share my audio. So you didn't like this, Jessi?
I just said this is the one I do like.
Isn't this great? Look at that.
But a lot of the other ones and a lot of the Justice League stuff, like Batman was always just like getting,
There's Lois.
I think I identify with Batman because even in the Justice League, he was still treated like the outcast. And I was like, that's me.
Do you think I'll get in trouble for this? But look, when they move, it's all like pixelated and what, right? It's like weird. The lines go weird because it wasn't made for this. And I did not. I actually got this in college from a Magical Bay Pirates. I just remember watching this and just, how come Lois Lane doesn't look like this anymore? Look, now I can just imagine that this is Henry. And it makes me so happy. But seriously, this should have been the Batman and Superman movie. If you want to do one, this is fucking awesome.
This I would have liked. This I would have been fine with. Because this one, it sets that dichotomy, like of the I enjoy that trope.
Oh, look, there's Bruce.
There he is. Oh, there's my Bruce.
I love this.
Dude, like I clearly, like in the stirrings of my mind, I knew my type from a young age because we've been putting on the Batman animated series every here and again. And there's this like comfort and familiarity in whenever I hear his voice or like see him animated and I'm like, oh, Bruce Sam. But it's weird because I was like, I was into this show when I was like 3. But yet to this day, I still associate like animated series Bruce Wayne with like a hunky man. And I'm like, I was really, really sexually advanced as a 3-year-old. So.
Well, I mean, they draw him to be like handsome compared to all the other cartoons. That's how you know they're going to be main characters if they look 10 times better than all the other characters on screen.
That's the redesign.
Yeah. I think this is the
do you like the original one better?
It had already been the New Adventures of Batman because at first it was Batman the Animated Series, then it's the New Adventures of Batman.
His face doesn't have the face proportions aren't as good in the redesign.
I like the outfit and stuff better because if you watch the earlier episodes of the animated series, Bruce is like really frumpy.
Sometimes, yeah, he's like
the episode where they introduce Poison Ivy and they're out to dinner with Harvey and Ivy, and I'm like, gosh, Bruce kind of is hobo-ish.
What's cool, which I never noticed as a kid, obviously, and probably wouldn't even notice now.
Weren't you asking for?
I was letting you know you got to catch up because I'm halfway through the next one.
Oh well, then you have another one. I'll keep drinking.
Okay. How far are you in that one?
I just opened it.
Okay, tight. So I got a new one for soon. Sorry, bazoers. But yeah, no, I'm with you on that. So that was the thing that Jeff, yes, Jeff is my Bruce Wayne. That's it. That's why I love you so much, because you're physically proportioned like the animated series Bruce Wayne.
I wish I had that money.
Yeah, I wish you did.
I think we all wish that we had his money.
There you go. You got like a large blocky head. You got a big broad chest, and you're just like those big arms that
I just don't look very good in gray tights.
That's fine. I can.
You don't want to wear tights with like your undies over them. You're not down with that? Are you sure, Jessi? That doesn't get you going.
It depends what's on top. Jeff's got me noticing too with some of the old ones where like some episodes will be animated by different people. Like they'll just have gotten other people to animate it. And it's like the style's totally different.
Oh, look, Clark is. Look at that. The difference. It's like, oh my God. And it's like they have the exact same body. They just have a different fucking head. And here's this is the one thing about this episode that pissed me off. Yeah. I'm like, even Bruce Wayne can't tell this is fucking Superman with these tiny fucking glasses on. Yeah. Like, come on, Bruce.
It's a pretty specifically shaped head, especially that jaw.
I mean, if Henry Cavill put glasses on, do you think all of a sudden I would be like, where did Henry Cavill go?
Right. That to me is my favorite gimmick ever. It's like, in what universe do glasses 1000% change your appearance? No. That said, like if they put a little more effort in with the hair, because I have seen people where it's like, okay, slick back the hair, take off the glasses, and then
like with Zoe Deschanel.
Yeah, musk the hair, put on the glasses, it's a different look. But this is like, okay, Clark Kent needs to have like a fucking almost something weird going on with his hair, that then slicks back into Superman.
Would you believe the Nicolas Cage thing? Because that's why he was going to play Superman, because he looks so weird. That was the gimmick. That's why he was cast.
Yep. Nope. No, thank you.
All right. I'm going to show you the Zoe Deschanel Superman thing. Because it's like, this meme was going around. It's like, the Superman thing never made sense. And then you look at Zoe Deschanel without glasses and bangs, and it's like, who the fuck is that? Even though you kind of have to know. Let's see. What would I type in for this? No bangs. Here we go. Yes, here we go. All right. Let me get a different screen. I really want to watch this Batman episode now. I think I am kind of getting shmammered, but it's like, oh yeah. And then.
Wow. Yeah, that is really. She could really disappear. The thing is,
especially when she wears glasses, because she usually wears glasses now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But even like where her hair is, where the bangs are pulled away, her eyeliner's not as thick. I feel like that really thick underliner is like her look too, and that makes it really recognizably her. So yeah, honestly, just like lighter eyeliner, no bangs, no glasses, and she really does disguise. That's pretty intense. I do a decent put
your bangs back. Let's see. But
I got my glasses are elsewhere though. Like the thing is, if I do actually, let me show you really a good example of like two headshots from the same day. So I can pull up two back to back. That. So
if you were in the DC universe, would you rather live in Gotham or Metropolis?
Gotham.
Even with all the crime and all the hate. Everyone let me know in the chat. Would you guys rather live in Gotham or Metropolis?
Seedy cities are more my speed.
See, I personally, after being in Chicago, knowing that is what it's based off of, there's no way in hell I would want to live there. And all I would need to do is if I live in Metropolis is go, help me, and Superman would appear. Whereas Batman doesn't have supersonic hearing.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not necessarily trusting Superman to save me per se, because like I'm me.
Well, if it's Henry Cavill, I might just,
You're probably putting yourself in danger on purpose.
I might just walk through bad neighborhoods every night.
Right.
And be like, stop doing this, and be like, no.
Exactly. Well, here It's not full disguise mode, but these were both from the same headshot session in the same day. So here was one. This is like the version of me that you would trust to like babysit your children or like sell you car insurance or
Your
like
eyes look especially blue right there.
thank you. Or like perhaps be in a certain, like be in like a light crime drama as, the side up and coming detective character or something. And then if you, no, not that thing. If you wanted me to be, like possibly in the same show, but doing all the drugs and sleeping with the, edgy whatever character, then there's that. So.
I don't know. I feel like he looks the same. You just have lipstick on.
It's not the same. The eyes are completely different. The eye makeup is completely different. The hair.
Yeah, the makeup is different, but I mean, to me, you look the same.
It's from the same day. I actually think the more jarring when I do no makeup to makeup, it's like I'm a different person.
We had makeup on in the first one.
Yeah, I was saying, but if I show you a no makeup one, then then I'm like a different person. But I've also done I've done convincing cross dresses too. I have so many. I went back and found them, like the way I've done myself for different auditions and stuff. I have so many different looks. There are some where it's like these are not. Chris Neville's is taking my bangs away. I look different. Yeah, I mean, like if I pull them back, it'd be like. So it also depends too. Like there's a way I can do my bangs if I get it right, where I can get them. That's a fun one. Ugh. That's why I love this hair. When I'm not drinking, I can do this.
I had bangs all throughout high school and a majority of college, and then I gave myself like really thin ones. Like I took the thinnest layer of hair just to give me little ones. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I feel like this suits my face because my face is kind of round, and so this kind of slims it. But sometimes there's hairstyles where I'm like, when I have a ponytail, I like it so much better when I have bangs. But when I wear my hair down, I hate having bangs. So I never know what to do, and then I cut it, and then I regret it.
I hear you. That's why I like the skinny ones. So there's like now all of a sudden I have like a little layer of just wispier bangs, and I feel like I look younger and cuter. And I'm like,
you do look very young,
right? I like see that's when I want to go for when I get like a young role. I go for one. And this is also fun with the way I chop mine up too. I got a really sharp edge here, so I've got my super asymmetrical. But if I want to make this one look more professional, it's just that. And now like it looks like I got a haircut.
You don't have earrings either. Like,
nope. No pierced ears. But I enjoy the verse.
Usually when women have shorter hair, it's like so that way they could wear like more decorative earrings. Is there a reason you haven't gotten your ears pierced?
I hate needles.
Oh, so do I, but I have a lot of piercings.
I hate needles more than that.
You don't even see them though.
I have to do it. It's no. I will have a panic attack thinking about going to a place where needles will happen. The thing is, I never liked jewelry as a kid like that. I was never girly. I was a tomboy. I never wanted them pierced as a kid. And I don't really have a burning desire to have them pierced as an adult. And I also hate needles. So there's really I would have to have a really, really good reason to want to get them done now to voluntarily submit myself to a needle.
Do you ever wear like clip-on earrings?
Yep. I actually have a decent collection of cute clip-ons. Okay. So, yeah. It's not about liking needles or hating someone said. It's like I have a legit phobia. Like I will hyperventilate and like.
That's me when I find out I'm getting a shot.
Yep. Same thing. If I know I'm going to get a shot, I hyperventilate.
I freak out.
I will I'll get lightheaded. For a while, I couldn't drive myself anywhere if I knew I was getting a shot because I would have to sit afterwards in the car for half an hour and come down from the freaking vasovagal response and stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do not like shots. My sister actually filmed a video back on the little slide up phones of me just crying the second because I had to get a physical and I had forgotten that I hadn't gotten a physical in years purposely because I knew I was going to have to get shots. And I knew if I just didn't have a physical for sports, then my mom would forget. And then I forgot. And they're like, oh, yeah, you need to get a physical to, play water polo. And we go in. They're like, oh, you need double digits amount of shots. And I was like, ah!
Yeah.
And I was just crying.
I will, if I ever, to this day, if I will be somewhere where I need a shot, if Jeff is with me, he will be holding my hand. That's just all there is to it. I'm not ashamed. I, at points, have created imaginary friends to hold their hand when I was an adult living on my own and had no one's hand to hold when I had to go get a shot. So everyone's like, oh, nobody like. It's not about liking them or not. Like some people don't mind them, or some people dislike them, but it's like whatever. You suck it up. I have a full blown fucking phobia of needles. Like when they happen on TV shows, like I have to look away sometimes.
Me too, unless it's Dr. Pimple Popper. Jessi, I don't know if this is true or not, but if this is true, I will be hyperventilating on the floor. It says hot.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. Hot drunk chicks as a white hetero patriarch. I dig it. Well, thank you. I don't think I am drunk yet, but I'm getting there. Even though this is how I rarely drink anymore. I've only had this. This is Smirnoff Ice, and this is all I've drank today. I might have to
Dude, you and me both. I'm only on my like third beer and Irish coffee and stuff, and I'm only getting tipsy now.
Well, I feel like I should text Peaches and tell him to bring me another one. But so it says, hey, ladies, hello. And a rumor has it that your man, Henry, will make an appearance on the Uche G&G Snyder auction. It's not an auction, it's a charity. Could be your chance, girl, though it breaks my heart. Okay,
you know he's the true. That's how you know he's loyal and that he's giving you the chance, even though it means giving.
I know. I don't know if that's true or not because Henry's not in the U.S. Unless Zach sends him the link. Which, if he is there, which I honestly highly doubt, knowing how Henry isn't somewhere unless he's being paid to be. So I don't think so. But if he is, I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Yeah, I will be really.
You guys all need to spam that chat and just say, if he's there, you bring up me. Just say, Anna, that Star Wars girl. Watch her Super Simp videos. Don't watch any of my other videos. Do you ever get that way, Jessi, where you're like, oh my God, my grandma is going to click on one of my videos and it's where I'm like, fuck this cunt and Star Wars, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, oh my God.
I had that conversation with my grandma because she was like, Jessi, I want to watch your videos and support your stuff. Jessica, she never called me Jessi. Jessica, I want to support your videos, or whatever she said. And I was like, okay. So I said, well, Grandma, I just want you to know, there's a lot of strong language, some adult themes and stuff. It's pretty uncensored and all that. And her response was, I'm not a prude. And I was like, okay, Grandma. And she watches my videos. I'm like, I talk about dicks. I talk about sex, but you know what? She ain't said shit to me. So she watches them. She likes knowing they're there. She's never said a goddamn word about you shouldn't say this or do this on the video. So amen, Grandma. Fucking love you.
See, I'm just like, I don't know. I get kind of self-conscious about it because it's like I care about this, but I know a lot of normies don't. So I feel if a normie person sees it, they're going to be like, oh, you're a crazy person. And I'm like, yes, usually I can hide my crazy. But when it's like on my channel, on display, boom in your face, I can't hide my crazy, which is fine when it's people in our community. But if it's like my neighbor is like, oh, Anna, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, like the reason why you hear me yelling at like 3 a.m. is because I'm doing this show on YouTube. And they're like, what's your channel? I'm like, oh God, don't look.
Yeah. No, I hear that. My kind of thing though is like, I have a lot of like, I'm sure you got a lot of this in your life too, where it's like, you're the weirdo and everyone treats you that way. And everyone's like,
yeah,
everyone just expects you to be the one to fall in line and do shit. The way I kind of started treating my YouTube though, is like, it's mine here. And one of the fun things with my family is that they are very, they're those people who love to tell their kids to follow their dreams, but secret. Not my parents accepted. It's not my parents. My parents are amazing, wonderful people who always encourage us to go do whatever the fuck we want to do. But a lot of my dad's side of the family is like, oh yeah, you should totally just be whatever you want and follow your dreams as long as you either, as long as those dreams are for you to be a doctor and a lawyer, or you realize your dreams are stupid and become a doctor or a lawyer. So that's sort of so it's sort of like, any success on YouTube is more success than they could have dreamed of for themselves or anybody that they knew on YouTube. And it becomes this weird power dichotomy where even if I'm not this wealthy, whatever, successful lawyer person, I am doing something they have no context for and no ability to do. And
Holy shit.
oh my God.
Thank you. Oh my God. David R., thank you so much. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Anna and Jessi. Holy crap, thank you. I will finish this and I'll have to get another one, but thank you. Oh yeah, Jessie's chugging.
Almost done this one now.
Well, it's next to my water, which is full of Mio, which does not have a lid on it because I don't know where it is.
That's not good.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so
TLDR is basically, this is my playground.
I have this.
And I love being like, yo, come. And they're like, I don't get your videos. I'm like, cool, don't watch them. Like, it's my fucking sandbox. You don't, if it's not for you, go
I have like shot glasses.
Was that gin I saw that you pulled out? Yeah, that's some gin.
Okay, I didn't know that a lot of people don't like gin. And I'm like, how do you not like I remember one time my friend in college, we were going to go drink and whatnot. And he was more of my roommate's friend than my friend. Honestly, he was kind of an asshole. But for me and him were the only one that had, well, I don't think his ID was fake. I think my ID was fake. But it was me and him that had to go get the alcohol and whatnot because, only ones that could get it. And so he and I went and got it. And I got to pick what I wanted, which was whatever the hell my friend wanted. So technically it wasn't what I wanted, even though she's like, Anna, get whatever you want, but specifically get this. And I'm like, oh, I hate that shit. And then, we had to go at different times, but he and I had to meet at the same place. And so I didn't see what he got and he didn't see what I got. And we went to this park in San Francisco called the Viewpoint Park. And it was just me and him. And I remember I was more uncomfortable with, I have to be around this guy that's kind of an asshole that I don't really like, which I probably shouldn't have judged him so hard, but when you know a person, they kind of got a reputation as an asshole, and it's like they're kind of really awkward if you don't know them, and the only reason you hang out with them is because you have a mutual friend, and it's like, and even the mutual friend knows, hey, this is my friend that's an asshole. Yep. But they're my friend. And so it was just a very weird situation, but I don't think it had anything to do with it, but he was like this stuck-up French guy, which, I mean, I have other friends that are from France that are totally cool and laid back, but he was like,
be prejudiced against French people in my presence, please. I can't stand them. I do have some people, I do know some lovely French people, but as a rule, I hate French people.
Well, so he was just that over the top, like he looks down on everyone. I should have led with that. Like he's that kind of asshole. And so I didn't know what he
You already
had.
said that. You said he's French.
Yeah, I am. So I remember like I wasn't going to drink what she wanted because she wanted beer or something because I don't know. She wanted some nasty ass beer. So I got her the nasty ass beer. And then I even said, I'm like, oh, because he asked me what I got. I'm like, oh, some nasty ass beer once we were there. And then he had put whatever he got in a Coke bottle. And so he's like, well, do you want to drink this? And so I was like, let me try it. And I drank it and it was just gin and Coke. And so I was drinking it. And that was, oh my God, after that, I was his bestest friend ever because he's like, oh my God, you'll drink gin? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it was my first time having gin, by the way. And so I actually liked it.
My first time was gin and Sprite, which I think is a much better combination than gin and Coke personally. But I hated it for a while because one of my next encounters with it was in college during one of the few nights I drank for bad reasons. And it was a lot of gin out of a plastic bottle. And yeah, it was not good. And then for like 5 to 8 years after that, anytime I drank gin, even if it was like a sip of gin, I kid you not, there was one night where it was a sip of somebody else's mixed drink that had gin in it. And if that happens to me in a night, or if that happened to me a night for years, that night would end in puking or sobbing or both religiously.
I will read the other super chats. I apologize, guys. We totally got off topic. I just saw the large one. I will get there. I apologize. Sorry, Jessi, I cut you off.
That's pretty much. I think I'd finished the thought.
Well,
but yeah,
I didn't know that. The point of my story was I was not aware that a lot of people don't like gin, and I actually, if there's two alcohols that I like, it would be tequila and gin. I can't do whiskey. I hate whiskey and I hate vodka. I actually think vodka, like, it to me is just, it's like nail polish remover.
Yes, vodka tastes like rubbing alcohol. And the good vodka, the really good vodka tastes like nothing, and then I can drink it.
Bad Wolf, I will agree. Germans are very fun to drink with. So are the Swiss.
I don't know if I've drank with it. I like drinking with Australians too. I do like partying with Aussies.
I have never drank with have I drank with Australians?
I party with so many Aussies.
I remember there was this one Australian guy at this bar that me and my friends were at, and he was like, so my one of my really good friends in college that decided to become a drug dealer, and we just stopped being friends. So she was Korean, and so this guy had like Asian fever to the max, like, and he was just digging her the whole night. And he was Australian, but he was really, really drunk, and she was just not feeling it. But I guess that was the closest I've ever drank with an Australian in real life.
Fair enough. I've done it on countless occasions.
Aside before YouTube, I didn't really know very many Australians. Let me read a couple super chats, guys. Again, I apologize for reading them out of order. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. Dr. Coffinail saying for super chat. Anna, just watched Legends of the Magical Leprechauns. Best movie ever for St. Patrick's Day. Everyone go watch The Legend of the Magical Leprechauns. With my 7-year-old daughter. She loved it. Randy Quaid is a romantic lead. Who knew? I know! It's full of surprises, and it's great. Even the like underwater fairy city is great.
God.
Wicked Still, thank you for super chat. Hey Anna and Jessi, happy St. Patrick's Day to you. You missed my first super chat. No, I didn't. I read it later. I read them out of order. I apologize.
So weirdly, every time I go to my like lock screen on my like alert screen on my iPhone, it keeps popping up like with random pictures of me and Jeff.
Oh, is it doing the like the memory thing? iPhone's been doing that now.
It's gotta be. This just popped up on my phone.
What is that photo?
I don't know. I think that must be where that other one had popped up before. So when I just like swipe over to where my like alerts are and stuff. Not there. Not there.
Thank you for that. Hello, and as bad as CC with banners. I apologize, but somebody left a really nice comment about how I had a chance with Henry Cavill, so I decided to highlight it.
These things.
Russell Hall, thank you for the super chat. Speaking of creepy, today's episode of Redo is brought to you by the letter grape. Lots and lots of grape. Other fun surprises. I haven't watched it. But I have a song for that. Let me play it. Let me find the grape song.
Too many people getting raped now, and that's too many people getting raped, y'all. That's too many people getting raped, y'all. I got too many people getting raped now. We gotta stop with all of this rape now. We gotta stop with all of this rape, y'all. We gotta stop with all of this rape now. We gotta stop with this motherfucking rape now.
I love that song so much.
I only discovered it because I was hosting the Jack show, and John was like, Anna, you need to clip this one song, and then before I asked, Cecil was like, this is the song.
Matt G says you missed a super chat from before the show started.
I know. I read that one earlier when I first started reading super chat.
Yeah, I remember that one, actually. Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah, the turkey's ready. I didn't understand it.
I got to run to the bathroom. I will be back.
Okay. You run to the bathroom. I will read super chats. Dex Luther, thank you for super chat. Anna, have you seen George pyro processing video? Is that the one where he's randomly in a documentary and like it's just George Lucas walks through the background of a documentary and the camera person doesn't realize it's George Lucas? Let me see if I can find that. I love that. I need to clip that for this. Let's see. Yes. Okay. It's 23 seconds, so I will share my screen and we will watch it. I feel like once everyone found it, everyone just fell in love with it because it's so funny. It's like, how do you not see right here? George Lucas is just in the background.
And they use something they call pyro processing. The interesting thing is they call it pyroprocessing,
Wait
but it's
for
a
it.
molten salt process. They're dissolving this thing in a molten salt, and they're doing electrochemistry
George Lucas
on it.
is just
Why
random
don't
in
they
the
call it
background.
molten salt? They want no association with molten salt because then it brings up another.
Like, how awesome. I mean, that sucks that you're the camera person and you didn't fucking notice that was George Lucas. I would have stopped and been like, yo, George. Okay, it's at 8 seconds
They're
in.
dissolving this thing in a molten salt, and they're doing
The music.
electrochemistry on it. Why don't they call it molten salt? They want no association with molten salt because then it brings up.
Oh my God. And then let's see. I think this is the whole documentary. It's like every timestamp just George Lucas. Let's see. Let's look at some of the top comments. Around Chicago. Okay. Oh, here we go. 5038. Okay, let's see. Let's go to 5038. Is that it? Is that it? That's so sad that this person put all of this time into this documentary and everyone is just there to see the 1 second that George Lucas is in the background. Let's see. There we go. 5030. We'll watch.
And they use something they call pyroprocessing. The interesting thing is they call it pyroprocessing, but it's a molten salt process. They're dissolving this thing in a molten salt, and they're doing electrochemistry
George
on
just
it.
keeps walking, he sees it, and is like, all right. That's when you have, let's see if this is the right clip to play. Yeah, just when you fail at life. Let's see. Well, what are all the comments there? Thank you, my dude. Damn here. Everyone just thanking him because it's like, oh, we now need a George Lucas documentary where Bruce walks by in the background. George Lucas is mysteriously in this video and nobody mentioned it. It's never brought up. He is only there for a few seconds and vanishes like a ghost, like poetry. It rhymes. Oh my God. Typical Lucas putting in pointless distracting. Oh my goodness. It's like a Bigfoot encounter. Oh, that's great. Okay, Lucas actually CG'd himself in afterwards. That's sad. This person put all of this time into this documentary and every single comment is about George Lucas. Aw, I feel kind of bad for them.
Fade in.
Oh, well. Aw, let me read some more of these. Matthew Robinette, thank you for the super chat, even though you didn't say anything. Revenge of the Netherrealm, thank you for the super chat. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Immortal Matriarchy. Shamrock. Well, thank you. Thank you. Stephen Cortell, thank you for the super chat. Worst St. Patrick's Day issue. Green poop morning after. Ew, I did not need to know that. TMI. Joseph Binwise, thank you for the super sticker. I can't tell what it is, but thank you. Let's see. Laura Huggle, thank you for the super chat. If Henry Cavill walked up to you in person and said, "I'm in love with you, Anna, please leave your boyfriend and run away with me," would you do it? I would faint. Jessi, you know me pretty well. If Henry Cavill came up to me, I would faint.
We've established this. If Anna sees him in person, she will faint. That has been the consistent narrative. All we can do is expect that. Anna's a very honest person. I think we can expect exactly that.
Well, I get really awkward around things. Like Sav could tell you the best. Like I'm afraid. Like when somebody brings me wrong food at like a restaurant, I'm always like, Sav, can you say this to like the waitress and stuff? Which is weird because I'm actually pretty good with like confrontation. But when it's somebody that you respect in a way, because if it's your waitress or waiter, unless they're an asshole to you, then I don't feel bad. But it's like they're working, it's not their fault. The food is, or maybe they're so busy they mess something up. But if it's like I get kind of, I don't know, I don't like talking to people in general. And so if I saw Henry Cavill, I would either laugh ridiculously and then faint.
Yeah.
Like I just self-confess, I wouldn't know what to do.
I want to be there. I just really want to be there on that day.
I have made eye contact with George Lucas in person because he, American Graffiti is inspired by George growing up in Modesto, and me and George went to the same high school. And so for the 50th anniversary of American Graffiti, it was right after him and Melody got married. He was the, it's not Grandmaster, but he was in charge of the American Graffiti parade. So him and his wife, for the parade, because it's everyone in their graffiti cars that go around in this parade. And so him and his wife were in my mom's friend's car that they were driving around George Lucas and Melody, and she loved my mother's car because my mom's got this cute little pink graffiti car, and they're waving, and I'm standing there, and my boyfriend at the time, he was filming it, and when me and George make eye contact, I stop, like my heart stopped, like I freeze. I look like somebody pressed pause on the video. And it's so weird because everyone around is moving, and I'm like waving, and I'm like,
oh my God. Oh well, that'll be it.
I actually had pictures on my phone of George Lucas that I took on my phone, so it's not like something that you could Google. It's my photo.
That's the best. Those are the best. Oh, what do you want, your pancake? He's meowing. What's the matter? Come here. Come hang out on the street. Come get drunk for St. Patrick's Day. You don't have to meow and be sad. Come on.
Motorhead, thank you for the super chat. KK Kathleen Kennedy took my girl Carano away. Dude, she's making a fucking comeback. I mean, the fact that the mainstream media is now taking Gina's side, that says a lot. I think what happened, this is what I said in my video earlier, because the guy like makes a point of saying why he didn't say anything at first and then tries to justify it with all of these reasons. Like, no. You waited to see which way the tides were going because you want to be on the winning team.
Exactly. That's
and because if you go still look at the Star Wars YouTube channel, I mean, every single video, I always have my social blade on, so you can see how the like to dislike ratio and how it's all in the red, because I mean, it's almost impossible for them to get, at least, they're just all in the red. It's like 7% approval rate, which is terrible. And so this guy saw that, and then he decided to say, okay, well, this is the way that the winning side is going, so I'm going to write for that side now. Because even normies that, probably have no interest in Star Wars, like my mother, going, oh my God, what happened with Gina Carano? And I'm just like, to Mom, how do you know that word? Like, how do you know that name?
Yeah, where did you hear this? Where are you hearing about this?
Because I'm like, I couldn't get you to listen to me talk about Star Wars, but you know who Gina Carano is? Okay, once my parents know, the normies have found out.
Yeah.
So it's, they're seeing that. They're seeing how hypocritical it is, and how they always, and also the stuff with China came up. It's like, oh yeah, you guys are all about diversity and inclusion and acceptance and love and peace for all. But then you go and thank a section of the Chinese government that has, the camps, their version of those internment camps.
Yeah.
And they point that out in that one article. Ooh, did I win something? I did not. I never got the bottle cap things. Oh shit! What did I just?
Never win anything.
Right, let's continue reading. And then the next one was from Drunk Libio. Thank you for the super chat. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you. Thanks. I hope you are having fun at the bar. Have fun with Gina. Have fun with Gina. Let's see. Russell Hall, thank you for the super chat. Anna, you have a forked tongue, web toes, and you drink through your eye. If you were alive in the Middle Ages, they'd have burnt you as a witch. That's true. But the one thing that I would have on my side is that I would have been born on the Portuguese islands of the Azores, meaning people were very valuable back then because, Portuguese are off sailing the world. We all kind of got our little quirks and stuff. But I think I would have been fine. But yeah. I didn't even realize the thing with my tongue until Cecil pointed it out. Like, I was just...
For a second, when you were reading that super chat, I was like, is this guy being an asshole? No, he's actually describing real traits that you actually...
Yeah, he is.
These are all things that I have seen evidence of.
Well, so this is something bizarre that I could share with you because you're a girl. You'll feel my... so my skin has been really, really dry lately. And I'm like, I've never had a problem like this. And then I was like, I drink a lot of water. It's got Mio in it, but I'm like, I'm not dehydrated in any way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you could also tell if you're dehydrated by how yellow your pee is, TMI. But I mean, I'm not dehydrated, but my skin, it's so dry lately. And I'm like, maybe it's because it's too cold. So I'm like pouring lotion on my skin all the time. And so, but then I realized, because I was looking up reasons why my skin could be so dry, and they're like, oh, do you have kidney disease or something like that? I'm like, that's what it is. It's because I have one kidney.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's my problem. And I was like, oh, there's nothing, it's not like I can grow another one. So
my skin's just so sensitive that it reacts like that to just weather fluctuations. So when it gets, weirdly enough, sometimes my skin will dry out when it gets raining. My God. Because when it gets too humid, it reacts to that moisture and tries to like offset it and dries out. Well, no one invited you.
I know. Dude, go watch something else. There's like 100 million fucking other YouTube channels.
This isn't the 1970s. It's not like you have to watch whatever's on TV or flip through commercials or shit. There's literally millions of options right now that you can watch for free. So if you are not happy with the media you have chosen, don't fucking complain to us because we don't give a shit. Go find something you do like, because guess what? You have the power to fix your own bullshit. So rather than bitching to other people about,
oh my God, I like how then he's like, leave me alone.
Like, go. Bitch, why are you here? Rather than bitching to other people about why you're this is like case in point the problem with humanity today. Instead of bitching about why you're miserable to us, go make yourself not miserable somewhere else. I love this. Oh, leave me alone, bully. So you came into our chat to tell us that we're boring, and now you start crying the second we call you out on it. Wow. Go home, child. You are too young for this medium. When you are mature and grown, come on back.
I'll just put him in timeout. Usually when trolls get put in timeout, then they go away.
Yeah, they stop getting attention and they go somewhere else.
Yeah. Let's see. Next super chat. Let's see. Oh, Abu Nas. Oh, what's up, dude? I bet you're super excited for the Zack Snyder stream because I know he's a huge Snyder fan. Two absolutely beautiful ladies doing what they do best, staying awesome, keeping haters stressed, and looking good doing it. Salute with my love and respect. Oh, well, I hope you're doing well. Happy St. Patrick's Day. It's been a while. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever, dude. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that.
Also, shout out to Cameron Pasha, who I saw in the chat. He was on my stream last night. We had an awesome time. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Let's see. We can still thank you for streaming. Woo! Drinking stream delicious Guinness. Oh, I hate Guinness. I know you like it. No, I told Peaches when him and his twin went to Europe a few years ago. I said, I just want a coin from every country you go to. I just want a coin and a bar of chocolate. Ireland, they go, where does he get me the chocolate bar? From the Guinness factory. I'm like, it's beer chocolate. I threw up. I took a bite and I threw it up.
Oh my God. When I connected via the Dublin airport, I got these little Guinness chocolates. They were like in the shape of little pint glasses and they had Guinness in them. They were delicious and I love them. I love it so much.
I hate Guinness. I hate beer. So that's not like, I just don't like beer. Let's see. Derek Divey? Thank you for that. A there from Canada. Do either of you have thoughts on the Snyder cut? Excited, neutral, ambient. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Oh, well, thank you. I will let Jessi go first on that one.
Let me preface this by saying I couldn't be happier for Jeremy, Uche, and everyone involved with the stream going on today. It is amazing. It is exciting. Irrespective of my thoughts and feelings on the Snyder cut, Zack Snyder has definitely, proven that he is a filmmaker. That sounded terrible. He has proven that he is a filmmaker. And that said, I love Sucker Punch. Justice League was met. And the thing is, I've not been a fan of the Snyderverse vision for the DC universe from the get-go. I am curious. I'm not excited. I can't honestly say that I am excited. That would be disingenuous. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't think that pouring more time and money into it is going to make it better. I don't think trying to revert it more into the vision that Zack Snyder applied to the DC universe is going to make it better. I don't think adding Jared Leto's Joker is going to make it better. And I think that a lot of the tenor of the way that like Warner Brothers rolled this out as their like HBO Max flagship announcement when HBO Max went live last year. And since then, they have consistently backed away from the project publicly. You know, Zack Snyder gets his press, the people involved with the project get their press, but Warner Brothers as a conglomerate has backed so seriously away from the advertising, which to me is an indication that they feel that that goodwill they garnered with the original announcement is gone, is spent, and that the money they've dumped into it is probably at best going to be a net zero gain. And that's about where I'm setting my sights for the Snyder Cut, is about a net zero gain, is kind of seeing a different imagining of the same equally mediocre universe. That's just different.
Look at this.
There you go. There you go. That's it. There are things like it's not perfect, and I have criticism, but like a Sucker Punch had some fun ideas in it. Like it had some really.
I have never seen it.
It's weird. I don't think you'd like it. I think you'd find it too. I think you would be turned off by how hard it tries.
Okay.
Because I feel like
isn't Spock like the narrator?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I remember watching the trailer for it, and I'm sorry, as a grown-up, that movie came out when I was a kid. Even as a kid, a grown woman should not wear pigtails. And so when I saw that, and I'm like, oh, the chick's got ridiculously long eyelashes, she looks like a doll, and I was like, is this an adaptation of an anime? But I saw that, and the second that a full-grown woman is running around killing monsters in a skirt with pigtails, I'm like, I'm out.
So that I do not like the infantilization of that lead character. There's another character in the movie that I like quite a bit that's a lot more believable in it, but there's definitely, to me, that is very reflective of the type of like weird femme fantasy that Zack Snyder seems to like, which is cool. The thing is, that's everyone's thing. Like, that's his thing. There is nothing wrong with having those like overpowered femme fantasies and wanting to create media for that. But it's a very specific thing. And for every person that goes, you know, oh, wow, I'm really into that, or that, you know, they fetishize that, there's going to be 10 more people that it turns them off, you know, like you or I, who go like, I just don't really buy this little Barbie doll, you know, little doll looking person as a, as that kind of thing. So, yeah, and I think like that's a motif that's consistent in Zack Snyder's work of the way he does his women. Which I'm not going to sit here and try to go, like, oh, it's bad, it's not woke, it's horrible, it's this. I don't have a moral problem with the way Zack Snyder creates female characters. I just find them uninspiring for me. They're not characters, and that's not just his female characters; it's his characters in general.
I just looked. I didn't know that they were making the Fountainhead. Have you read that?
No, that's a weird choice though, because it's Ayn Rand, right?
Yeah, and he's going to be directing it. I just looked up his IMDb, and it says announced, and so I'm like, oh, he's going to be making the Fountainhead. I'm like, that's going to be interesting.
Isn't Ayn Rand already like pre-canceled though for being like individualist enough to be categorized as a Nazi or something?
I don't know what it is. I mean, I think
there might even be some legitimate controversy about her, like, you know, having been a little too extreme in some of her ideals and stuff like that. It's like, it's just a weird choice. Like, it just seems like Ayn Rand would be whether or not people feel she's controversial in general, everyone's controversial today, feels like she is definitely going to be somebody in that book, especially from what I know about it. Isn't that the one that really deals with sort of like class and stuff?
It's been a really long time. I remember I had to read it in middle school, which I thought was weird because that's like a very high level book.
Yeah.
But no, it's the one with the architect guy, and it's I just remember like isn't it like the girl he likes is a cunt? Everyone, I have to read it as an adult because I haven't seen it or I haven't read it in fucking forever.
Yeah. Russian bot asked, why are we culturally appropriating this holiday? Because we're bigoted assholes, obviously.
I'm not culturally appropriate. I am part Irish.
And Jeff's black, so I have the right to culturally appropriate anything I want. So there you go.
Yeah, okay. I remember I hated Watchmen. I hate that movie with a burning fucking passion. 300 visually, the men in that, I'm like, when he's like, then we'll fight in the shade, I was like,
that's actually something I will give him a lot of credit for too, because whether or not you like the 300, Jeff hates it. I really enjoy it. I actually like it a lot, but it certainly gets credit. Like, it's not a masterful technological advancement the way that Avatar is, but it does use the technology that was readily available at the time to create, to shift the medium, to create this sort of new genre of like, I mean, it really did what it came from. It brought this idea of like, well, let's stylize reality when we're adapting historical graphic novels. Really is kind of almost what it became. And then it became just historical stories, mythology, etc. And like, so like since that he does that for the graphic novel, and then the 300 does that for history. It really takes this idea where let's take history. So many people
it's not, Cecil. It's trash. It belongs in the. If I could Thanos snap out movies from existence, that would be one of them. It'd be like if I got what 4 or 5 movies to snap out of existence, it would be the Disney sequel trilogy. Actually, basically any movie they've made for Star Wars, and Watchmen. I fucking hate that movie.
I don't feel as vehemently. I think it's a very good adaptation of the graphic novel, but I do not care for the graphic novel. And I disagree with Mr. Glotz. I think taking the squid out is actually the best thing it did. It's the thing that like that is a visual. That's one of those comic book things that makes sense in a comic book world, and for people who read comic books, that does not translate visually to the screen on that scale. Where like I don't think it thematically and narratively works as well with the nuclear threat and all that. It plays better in the world, and it plays better to a larger audience. I think it's sort of what the way I call it, de-comic bookifies certain elements of the book for the film. I personally just think it's actually a good adaptation from the book. I personally just really don't.
Wait, for Watchmen or for 300?
Watchmen. But I just personally don't care for it a lot.
I hate it. Peaches was like, no, because he wanted to watch it because he had never seen it. And I'm like, no, it's fucking shit. It's fucking shit. And he's just like, yeah, but you say that about this movie and this movie. I'm like, it's fucking shit. And then he turned it on and he was doing doing his laundry in front of the TV and like folding it and whatnot. And I was like, I'm not fucking I'm leaving the house. And I'm like, I went outside and I think I was on my phone or drawing or something. And I come back in and he was just like, he was sitting there looking like he lost his soul. And he's like, that movie it fucking sucks. And I was like, I told you that movie fucking sucked. You didn't believe me.
These things happen.
But I mean, so I would say that there's some people that they see things like they see things as a movie. They hear this story and they're like, okay, let me make this into my vision of this movie. And I think that there's some directors that are very good at doing that. And so when it comes to 300, that's already a story. Zack Snyder didn't invent the 300 story. He's just like, he visualized it and then put his own little thing. The whole Oracle thing with the naked chick and the weird dancing and the weird mutant guy licking her, I was like, that did not need to be in the movie. The grotesque ass sexy time dance stuff with the Persians, that didn't need to be in the movie. All of the sexy men in the underwear kicking people screaming, this is Sparta, that was essential for the movie.
I almost wonder if Zack Snyder has some like more bizarre proclivities in his storytelling that like he keeps watering down to package into like palatable films. But like I would be more interested in seeing a movie like a more avant-garde film that wasn't for, the theaters and all that. That was him leaning into those weird ideas. Like, even if it's not all for me, I'd still be more interested to see those bizarre things fully actualized than see them watered down and packaged into, the narratives that they're currently inhabiting.
You know what I would do if I was a billionaire? Just to see different people's creativeness. So I don't know if you were aware of this, which I don't think very many people are. So there was this one thing that happened during the 80s with animators. And so what they did was all of the animators, didn't matter what studio you were at, there was this game that they played, and it was an experiment. And so what happens is each animator gets to animate like how many frames? Like 6, I don't remember. They get to animate a certain amount, so like 10 seconds of this little animation. And so what happens was an animator would animate it or draw it, color, all of this, and then they pass it on to the next person. But so the next person, they only get to see the last frame from the person's thing. So it turned into this weird little artistic venture, and it's just like it's really, really bizarre because the whatever, it's like somebody had like a ball bouncing, then it turned into a sheet of paper, then it turned into like a sheet of wood, then a bathtub, then a curtain, and then
I feel like I've seen like this exercise done before. Maybe I had like friends who had to do it for an animation class or something. It's really, yeah. So
what I would do is I would say, okay, here's a script. Here's like the premise. So let's just, for an example, something that everyone's seen, the scene in Batman or in The Dark Knight where the Joker is going to be interrogated by Gordon and then Batman's behind him. Just that scene. Okay. So let's say, here's your premise. And then have it be a competition for every director in Hollywood. And it's like basically everyone has the same script. So every single person has the same script. You can do whatever else you want. Like, this is the premise of it. It's an interrogation scene. This is the script. You guys all have to use the exact same dialogue. You can pick whatever actors, actress, any setting, and then have all of these different directors film that and see what everyone came up with and how they did it differently.
Yeah. Yeah, I like when
that would be really cool to see. And that would be something where somebody like Zack Snyder would be really interesting because he's all of his movies, even if I am not a fan of them, they all have very specific visuals.
It reminds me of Lars von Trier's The Five Obstructions. Are you familiar with this?
No, I'm
weird, cool experimental film project. So, okay. What was the fucking other guy's name? I gotta get that. So, are you familiar with Lars von Trier, by the way?
No, you'd have to give me a face to the name.
You wouldn't know the face, but he's known for having done. He's known for having done some of the weirdest or some of the like most brutal horror movies ever.
That's probably why, because I don't like horror movies.
The funny thing is that I actually learned that about him way, way later. I learned him first from the what is the fucking name of the other guy who made this film? Jordan Leith. Okay, I learned him first from The Five Obstructions, with this weird experimental project he did with filmmaker Jordan Leith, who had done this strange short film called The Perfect Human, and it's this weird short film. It's just a narration. This is the perfect human, and it's see how he eats, see how he does these things, see how whatever. It's just sort of this bizarre little film about a guy just doing things, and that's narrator telling you that he's the perfect human. Everything he does is the perfect way and the perfect this.
Oh, I've met this guy.
Lars von Trier?
Yeah, I've met him.
Really?
Yeah. In San Francisco.
That's weird. Cool. That's awesome. But the Five Obstructions he takes with Jordan Leith and basically gives him these 5 different parameters with which to remake his own film. And so he has to try to reimagine the film under these 5 parameters. It's very bizarre. It's very it's experimental, documentary, whatever. But he was going to do this with Martin Scorsese not that long ago, like in the early 2000s somewhere, with Taxi Driver. They were going to go back and Five Obstructions Taxi Driver, and I was all for it, but it never came to fruition. I'm like, God damn it.
I have seen the original Highlander. Trust me, my mom.
Yeah.
There are some movies, guys, that my mom, the way I am on Twitter, like, oh, my uterus just exploded from seeing Henry Cavill. My mom was like that, but you got the full show with vibrators and everything. So there's some things that I just kind of block out of my memory.
I don't blame you.
So, but yeah, my mom loves them Highlander movies. What? I'm sorry, I've been drinking.
No worries. Lars von Trier, it's all good.
Yes.
He's weird. It's
just
weird.
as weird in person. And you know where I met him? I met him in a toy store.
That's so random. I mean, I love those are my favorite ones because I feel like it's always the weird artists that you meet in the random places, you know? It's always like, oh yeah, well I met, you know, so-and-so A-list actor at a convention or this or that. And it's always like, oh, I ran into Gary Busey at a bar, or I fucking met fucking Lars von Trier at a toy store.
Well, I remember my friend, she was at the Disney store and she got a picture with Helena Bonham Carter because she was getting peas into pods for her kid.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
That's so
well,
random.
I told you about the time that I met Ryan Gosling, right?
No, you did not.
I did not. Well, we didn't speak. It was very strange eye contact. But so I was, everyone will probably know who this is. I was on Powell Street in San Francisco, right up from where Union Square is. And so that's because I use Bank of America. So my ATM was right there and I was getting it. And there's always a security guard outside the ATMs because of the crazy people. And so the security guard knew me because, you know, everyone kind of knows each other in San Francisco because it's actually very small. And so I was like making sure I put my like cash that I just taken out in my wallet. And as I was like looking up, like this guy was walking down and I'm like, you know, when you're like, I know who this is, but I don't know. And I'm like, I know who this person is, and I think celebrities are used to that when they're like, they see somebody realizing who they are. And I'm just like, and then I'm like, I slowly realized, I'm like, is that him? Is that him? And then he kind of like smiled at me. And then like, you know, like the smile.
That smile. And you're like, oh shit, that's him.
Well, then I was like, who is it? Who is it? And I was like, is that him? Is that him? Is that him? But he smiled at me like it is him. Like he knew that I realized it was him. And so I kept walking. And then I was walking past, because I had a part-time job. And I was walking past the store that I had the part-time job at. And I was talking to the security guard. And I was like, I think I just saw Ryan Gosling. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I think. And I told him what I just told you and explaining it. And then he's like, no, he's like, I think I saw him too. And I wasn't sure if it was him or not. And then as he and I are having that conversation, Ryan Gosling walks back by and like smiles at me.
Oh my God. That's like the fucking time Dave Grohl came into Flappers, where I was doing the open mic, and everyone was like freaking out because, oh my God, Dave Grohl's he was there to see his cousin who was hosting the show in the main room. And a bunch of people had come up to him while he was sitting there, you know, before they sat him for the show, and we're bugging him. And I was like, well, I don't want to bug him. They're like, I'll wait till he gets up. But instead of just seating for the show, they kind of like went to him and ushered him in the back. And I was like, fuck it. So I just went through the back way because I worked there, you know, I was like, whatever. I just walked in and I was like, I'm so sorry to bother you, but can you said something, you know, awkward, like, I love you, you're my hero or something, can I have a hug? And he was like, sure. And he gave me a hug. And he was like, oh my God, I love your fuzzy jacket. And I was like, oh my God, I love you. Like a lot. Speaking of which, where is that fuzzy jacket? I need to find it. It's my favorite jacket. And I go back into the bar, and like me and this much older woman are like freaking out over, oh my God, we just met Dave Grohl. Holy shit, we just met Dave Grohl. Ah. And as we're doing that, he walks behind us to go to the bathroom, tickles us in the sides, and goes, I heard you. And we're like, ah, oh my God, ah, Dave Grohl, you're so cool.
That is awesome. I feel like now it's like like the celebrities that I've met or like have run into, it's always the one that I never expected. Like, it's like, oh, what would you do if you met this person or this person? And it's like, I don't know. But then it's like ones that you're like, oh, I know who that is. But you never really think about meeting them. Like Ryan Gosling was never going to be at like Comic-Con. It's like, you're never going to run into him. Right. And so the fact that I was like, oh my God, like I've seen The Notebook like 100 times. My cousin has like a giant picture of you on her wall, you know?
Clark Duke was just at the restaurant I worked at when I first moved out here. So I was like,
why am I blanking on who that is?
He was like Hot Tub Time Machine. He was in Sex Drive. He's like, you'd know him if you saw a picture. He's like this.
Clark Duke. Let me Google him.
He always plays the like suave friend, even though he's chubby and nerdy looking. It's like dorky.
I love that though.
It's my favorite. I love it. It's
he was in The Office. He was the little dorky kid.
Okay,
you don't like The Office. That's so random.
Yeah, no, just and the weirdest thing too was like another guy who had like a smaller part in Sex Drive. The same year I met him at a comedy club. He was in the same show as me, not even doing comedy, just doing a literal like ching on the drums as backup for another comedian. It was weird. Like, bro, I have a more featured set than you do, and you're in a movie I used to watch and laugh at in college. So whatever. Cool.
Did I ever tell you? I mean, I should probably be reading super chats, but did I ever tell you about the time that I kind of got hit on by what is his name? Colin Farrell at a bar.
No,
I didn't I wasn't sure if it was him or not, like really. And so I turned him down.
Oh my God.
And it's like the biggest mistake ever.
Yeah, just a lot.
Well, so I was at this bar, obviously, and so one of my coworkers, so he was out of college, but he was like he was doing something he wasn't like the president, or he was like when you have a fraternity and then you have somebody that's not in college that's like looks over the house, but they were formally
yeah,
well, so that's what he did. So, and it was a way for him to like still live in the Bay Area, but so he and I were coworkers. He's like, oh, hey, it's one of like my frat brothers or one of those guys. It's his birthday. So he's friends with this famous rapper. And so in this one club in downtown San Francisco, he's like, we're going to have his birthday party. And since he's friends with this rapper, we're going to, be in the VIP area and whatnot. And I was like, it's a reason to go out and drink and party. And because it's at a nice club, I get to dress pretty. So yeah, okay, I'll go. And so my like signature thing to wear in San Francisco was I had this belt that said Star Wars on the back. So if a guy says, "Oh, I like your belt," that means that he was looking at my butt, which means he likes my butt. So I was like, that's a way for me to know if a guy was interested or not, because some guy that's not interested isn't going to compliment my belt, And so I remember I was kind of already talking to this one guy, and this is how I justified it. I was like, I wasn't sure if this one guy was Colin Farrell or not. I'm like, I could just be drunk. And so I'm like, do I go with the random guy that may or may not be Colin Farrell, or do I just continue and go home with like the guy that I've already been seeing that's kind of a sure thing, because I had one goal for the way I wanted my night to end, right? And so I wasn't sure. And my friend was just, he was joking. He's like, yeah, I bet that is him, kind of thing. And I'm like, fuck, I don't know. And I'm like, I'm drunk. And I'm like, everyone around me is Irish already, because a lot of my friends were Irish. And so I was like, fuck, I don't know if it's him or not. I don't know if it's him. And then I had to go get, another drink, because it was my turn. And so I went up there, and he's telling me, he's like, hi, like, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, I'm Anna. And he's just like, oh, he's like, you're very beautiful. And I just laughed. I said, thank you. But I just laughed. And I remember just looking at it. I'm like, I don't know if that is or not. And of course it was. And I was stupid, and I missed my opportunity, because he had just finished filming True Detective season 2. And so he had like the long hair and like the beard and everything like it was from there. And I was like, God damn it. But I do have that. I'm like, ooh, Colin Farrell said I was very beautiful. So I'm like, that ego boost for forever,
Adam Baldwin called me gorgeous, and that was mine.
Adam Baldwin?
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, you've seen him in movies. He has been.
I know, I recognize that name.
Okay. He's not one of the Baldwin brothers, but he's he was in The Patriot, he was in Independence Day. You have to go back. He's been in like a million.
Oh, Adam, he was in The Patriot.
Yeah, he's in The Patriot. He's
the traitor guy. He's helping the British.
Yeah, the American who's helping the British. Yeah, but he's in Firefly, so I knew him from Firefly, and he plays Jane, who my cat Jane is named after. So.
Oh, really?
Yep. Oh. I met him at a con, and the first thing he said to me was, "Well, hello, gorgeous," and I was like, and that was the moment I was like, well, until someone more famous says otherwise, I guess I'm gorgeous, and stop.
See, if Henry Cavill said that to me, I would die. Like, you'd have to be like resuscitating me.
We would be scraping you off the floor.
Yeah, I would just. Self-combust.
Right. You'd be vacuuming up your ashes, actually.
It would be more like fuck, what's the move? Oh, Galaxy Quest, when they beam up the thing inside the thing inside out and he explodes. That would be me. I would be exploding inside out all over everything and be nasty. Let me read a couple of super chats.
A vivid image.
Wicked Still thinking of a super chat. I vehemently dislike Ben Affleck and Val Kilmer is way better. I vehemently dislike Ben Affleck and Val Kilmer is way better. Love Kidman. Yeah, I hate Batfleck with a burning passion. But here's the thing. I watched a movie recently with Peaches, and I'm like, this is a Batman movie, and it's with Ben Affleck. And I said, I'm like, if this, like, I consider it a Batman movie now. Now that I've seen it, here's the premise of the movie. It's Batman before the bat suit. His love interest is Poison Ivy. The villain in it is Two-Face. It's a great fucking movie. It's the best. It's the Batfleck that we should have got and didn't.
The best Batman movie never made. I am a fan of Batfleck, but Kilmer is king for me. So
I remember one of the first streams we did, and we're talking about how kissable his lips were.
Yeah.
No, I just remember we failed like the Beckler test or something right there because we're like, oh yeah, Batman. Oh, he's so cute.
I want to make out with that. Oh yeah, that's awesome talent. I want to make out with that.
That is something that you notice about Val Kilmer. It's like, because you know it. I feel like when you see a guy in the Batman suit, it's immediately like, oh wow, that guy his hotness level just went from whatever he was at to like times a billion. Mm-hmm. And I think like the mask kind of helps with that because I mean, if you look at it, it's like, okay, Batman, you could take a really ugly guy and put him in the Batman suit and all of a sudden he's a fucking 10 or a 12, you know?
All he needs is a good jawline and nice eyes.
Exactly. And so I was thinking about that. I'm like, well, Val Kilmer back in his heyday, he was actually very handsome. And putting on the Batman thing, it was just like you just focus in on his like, you know, the lower part of his face. And I was like, wow, I never realized how nice his lips are.
Right? Like it's really, you never do because he's like he's a very soft whole package. Mm-hmm. But then when you isolate just this part, you're like, that is a beautiful jawline and gorgeous lips. Oh my God, put those on my body. Yeah. Those are my feels. Those are my fifi. Which,
I mean, when it came to Christian Bale, I feel like because he has very thin lips, it's not as prominent. But when you look at Val Kilmer, it's like that's all I'm staring at. You know, it's like this dude's in a Batman suit and I'm just staring at his lips the whole time.
They are luscious. I cannot look at them. Oh my God.
Have you made Jeff wear the Batman mask yet?
No, but there are things in our future. There are many things in our future.
That went up my nose. I realized as I asked that I really shouldn't ask that. And then you actually answer.
Because then you're going to imagine it and you're never going to be able to get that picture out of your head. So
I know. I
that's the problem.
Over there. Let me read the next one. Zachary Johnson, thank you for the super chat. And it's a little super pair flying through the sky. Well, thank you. Jack Reacher, thank you for the super chat. Anna, love your sexy St. Patrick's Day outfit. Who cares if it's green or not? Since you are short, are you part leprechaun? Tell the truth. I probably am. This is green. I think my lighting is just weird. It's green. It's like a dark forest green.
Yeah, that's in the green family. It's similar, very similar shade. Actually, it's muddled in with the brown.
My light, I was trying to fix it earlier. I think because I have the blue lights on behind me, it makes this a little bit more blue.
Makes sense. This is my like greeniest green shirt, and actually, I think it even looks less green because of the blue behind me. So.
Mr. Another, thank you for the super chat. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Well, thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. Roger Hayes, thank you for the super sticker, which is a thumbs up. Thank you. Macy Van Dusen. Oh, what's up, Macy? Thank you for the super chat. Keaton Batmobile is the greatest Batmobile design ever. Love it. On another note, anybody corned beef and cabbage? I fucking love corned beef. I hate cabbage.
Corned beef's in the slow cooker right the fuck now, and it smells amazing in here. Oh, it smells so good. Yum.
I'm jealous.
Dude, did you hear this? The IRS pushed back the filing deadline a month, so we have till May 17th to file our taxes this year.
Oh shit, I forgot about taxes.
That's cool because you now have another month to remember about them.
Yeah. Let's see. Diano, thank you for that. Anna and Jessi celebrate the day by watching some Father Ted. What's Father Ted?
I don't know.
Is it like some evangelist YouTuber?
I don't know. It sounds weird though.
Macy Van Dusen, thank you for super chat. Pretty hairdo, Anna. Well, thank you. Thank you. Runs of Phantoms, thank you for the super chat. Christopher Reeve Clark wore a fedora and always kept his head low. That's true.
Yeah, that worked.
Yeah, and then once Lois has spent more time with Superman, she points that out. They're at like the hotel room, right?
Yeah.
In the honeymoon suite, and she's like looking at Clark, and she's like, "You're fucking Superman."
Exactly. It's like, well, that's obvious now.
Mm-hmm. Russman, thank you for the super chat. Oh yeah, I think I read that one. David R, thank you for super chat. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Anna and Jessi. Well, thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's.
I realized that we were gonna do a drinking thing, and we both I just realized right now, and then I was like, I would have been dead if I took a shot every time.
I've just been drinking, so I need a new Guinness because I'm out.
Let's see. Obi-Wan. Oh, what's up, dude? How are you? Anna, you're not even remotely weird. You're wonderful. And I hope you get a Henry Cavill moment the way Drunk got his Gina Carano moments. That's so nice.
Aww.
Everything in that super chat was wonderful. That was the nicest super chat ever.
That was really lovely.
I enjoy my weirdness. I think it's endearing now. Like it doesn't bother me being called weird to an extent, because maybe I should have rephrased with my neighbor, because it's like I feel like I'm paranoid of like people that I live next to judging me.
There's types of weird though. There's types of being called weird. It's like when I go, Anna, you're such a weirdo. You know, it's coming from a place of love because I'm also a weirdo, and like we're just in that way. It's like that. But when maybe your neighbors are like, "Oh, you're weird," that feels different, you know?
Yeah, and I already feel like it's already to that point a little bit. But as far as certain neighbors, I'm just like, oh, I feel like they are very. I feel like there might be a little bit of a class difference. But even though there's not a class difference, we are in the same atmosphere there. But also there's the significant age difference from me to everyone else around me.
Yeah.
And so I feel like there is that little bit of judgment. So it's like it's like a kid wearing wearing grown-ups clothes and doing things with the grown-ups. That's how it's a little bit of a fish out of water.
I call it the listen, little girl, where everyone just basically, because you look younger than you are, and they, irrespective of why, basically the people talking to you just assume that they have such a greater wealth of knowledge and experience about the thing than you do, and want to tell you, listen, little girl, this is how the world works. Take it from me, because you clearly don't know anything. And every time they do it to you, it's like, well, you're not actually saying anything wrong to me, but I really want to just choke slam you to the pavement right about now.
Well, I mean, it hasn't been that way, but it's like, so for example, I'm already and I never got self-conscious about these kind of things, but so if there's one thing I don't spend money on, it's cars. Like, I like looking at cars, but the cars that I like are like, I wouldn't, even if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't own a car like that, because cars depreciate like that. And so, like, when I look at cars, I'm like, ooh, a McLaren. Oh my God, I love that. But even again, if I was a billionaire, I probably wouldn't own one.
I would own a McLaren. I will own a McLaren one day.
I don't like spending money on cars, because it's like they're going to break down and they're eventually going to go bad. So I'm like, for whatever fucking reason in my mind, I can justify spending $300 on a Baby Yoda. But when it comes to cars, I'm like, forget it. My truck is 26 years old. You know, I have no interest. I'm going to drive that truck until it just dies.
You already did, Anna. You've brought it back from the dead like how many times now?
I know. My truck is basically a Frankenstein at this point. But so I just don't like spending money on cars. But so it's like, you have my 26-year-old truck, and I'm parked next to like a brand new like Mercedes, and it's like there's a little bit difference, you know? Yeah.
And there's judgment associated with it because everybody in this part of the world is super fucking judgy about fucking everything. It's great.
Yeah, it is. And I know that, like, because Peaches tells me, don't worry about it. Like, they're not like that. And I'm like, I know. But already if they, you know, the things on the outside, and then if they all of a sudden find out, oh, you have a YouTube channel, what do you talk about? And then they go and they look at it and it's like, okay, yeah, she's fucking weird.
Oh, you're successful, so they can suck a dick.
Yeah.
That's where I always get to. I can be as weird as that. Everyone in LA is weird, though. Everyone in the fucking world is. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, when people want to judge me for being weird or different, I'm like, well, that's your fucking loss. Sucks to be you. I'd hate to be normal. I'd hate to be boring like you. So
I would hate to be normal too, but,
right?
but it's not something I should be self-conscious about, but I am. You know, it's just little things and whatnot.
It makes sense.
Let's see, but thank you. I hope that I would I think everyone would know if I got my Henry Cavill moment the way Drunk got his Gina Carano moment, because you would all just see me die.
Windows would also just shatter within like a 20-mile radius.
Well, you know what's funny is, so I was talking about this on the Jack show, and I was like, I want it to be in everyone's mind. Like, if I die tomorrow, if everyone from, you know, just every time somebody sees Henry Cavill, they immediately think of me. Like,
Anna, if God forbid you were to die tomorrow, I would make sure to get Henry Cavill to say something about your path in your honor.
Aww.
I would make that happen. I don't care if I had to like hunt him down, blackmail him, and then go to jail for it. I would fucking make that happen.
Well, thanks. I would, but my thing is, I want everyone that whose life I have touched in some way, when they see Henry Cavill, they think about me.
That you have succeeded. You have 1,000%. Like, Cameron can tell you, I'm pretty sure your lust of Henry Cavill came up on the. It did. It definitely came up on the stream last night. Yes, it is impossible. That now is the thing where if I meet someone new in the YouTube sphere, you know, and I want to bring up, oh yeah, my friend Anna, that Star Wars girl, the #1 point of reference. Oh, the Henry Cavill thirst chick. Yep, that's the one. So, mission accomplished.
I've succeeded at life.
You really, I mean, look, no one can say that's success right there. You had a mission, you had a stated objective, you have fucking succeeded. So, goddamn determination if I ever saw it.
Well, that's my goal. And so now when anyone sees him, because I feel like my reach is pretty worldwide. I can see who watches and like where my audience is from. It's pretty worldwide. So if Henry is anywhere in the world and somebody that happens to know my channel runs in him, I would hope that somehow my name gets brought up, so that way he could be like, who is Anna? Because that's actually a thing with George Lucas. So every time he goes back to Modesto, everyone and their fucking mom knows who I am. And they all are like, oh my God, you have to meet this girl named Anna. And so I remember my best friend's dad, he called me and he's like, I'm at this barbecue. George is going to be here and he wants to meet you. And I'm like, I can't get there in time.
Oh my God.
So that's the thing. Every time George comes back into Modesto, because everyone that knows him knows me. And they're all like, every single time he's like, you got to meet Anna. You got to meet Anna. You got to meet Anna. And somebody told me, they're like, George actually said this. He's just like, everyone always brings up this girl and she's never here. Like, who is this kid that I got to meet?
Oh,
so one day it'll happen.
That'll be so fucking cool. Oh my God. I can't wait.
I hope it's not like one of those, oh, never meet your hero kind of thing, which I don't think it will be.
I don't think it will be either. I feel like he's gotten a lot of distance from that. Like, that was sort of something that was really striking, like talking to Richard Chu too, is like, he's seen so much, you know, through the industry that like there was something deeply appreciative of him having his older work. And obviously Star Wars is what everyone talks about. Star Wars, people know him for that and whatnot. But I think there's something where these people who have been part of these iconic projects and whose lives are so known, when they meet a true fan, when they meet someone who really gets them and gets their work and gets their vision and gets what they've done with their work, they feel that and they appreciate that, because there's so much bullshit that they get, that I feel like if you had that opportunity, I feel like he would really appreciate seeing how much his work has brought stuff to you.
I hope so. I hope that it's just not like, oh, another Star Wars fan kind of thing.
I don't think so. I think the way you speak, I mean, look, there are 1,000,001 people who made videos about The Last Jedi, but you made a video talking about your relationship with Luke Skywalker, and people who had never even met you, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people who have never met you, responded to that viscerally. So I'm pretty sure your authenticity in your fandom and your passion for it and the depth to which it affects you comes through very apparently.
But I feel like he's gotten that for the past 40 freaking years. Also, can you explain to me, because now this just hit me. Hasbro came out with like a 50th anniversary collection of Star Wars action figures, and I'm like, Star Wars hasn't been out for 50 years though.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's preemptive.
Well, no, because I remember I was doing my video about the Darth Jar Jar. Like the thing, and how Jar Jar Binks got an action figure and Rey didn't, but it was for the 50th anniversary, and I'm like, but Star Wars hasn't been out for 50 years.
Are you sure it wasn't a typo and it wasn't supposed to be?
No, it was 50. It was. I was like, is that like Hasbro's life expand? Is it Hasbro's 50th anniversary, not Star Wars?
Oh, Lucasfilm's 50th anniversary.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Answer. Okay, let me read the next super chat. Russell, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Hendrix is the best gin. $40 for 1.5 or 1/5. Delicious.
Hendrix is the best. Hendrix is also the gin I always recommend to people who don't like gin, since it's made with cucumber and the juniper, so you don't have the overpowering juniper.
And see, I don't like cucumber.
You wouldn't like Hendrix. Just keep sticking.
I know. I was just about to say I don't like it. I like so this is my gin. I like Bombay Sapphire.
I like Bombay Sapphire quite a bit. I don't like Hendrix for like a martini, because I want that juniper flavor for a martini. But I do like Bombay Sapphire for martinis.
Joel Stewart, thank you. Do you remember when you told everyone you can breathe through your eyes? Yeah. You want to hear it? I can do it again. Everyone says, oh God, I just squirted water everywhere. Okay, you want to see? You guys want to see me breathe in my eye? And you can see, oh my God, I don't even have acne. Why does it look terrible on this camera?
Regular people who aren't Anna breathe through their eyes in ways you just don't realize you do. Like you have air passages that are connected that go through your lungs, and your actually oxygen passage through your eyes is important. Anna just is the missing tear duct, so she does it better. She has a wider air passage there than the rest of us.
No, but my skin looked terrible on camera. It doesn't even look that way in real life.
Dude, cameras suck. The end. Except for Live It, because Live It, even if you don't turn on any of the beautification features, Live It's presets automatically add like base beautification unless you turn it off. And I'm like, and it does a good job. It's not like a weird one where it's obvious. It's just like slight little filters that just make everyone look better. And I like it a lot. Your eustachian tubes go from your ear to your mouth, Shadow War Child. But there's I think there's a different word for the one that goes from your eye back there.
Joel Stewart, do you remember? Oh yeah, I think I read the one. Rocky, the intergalactic Wookiee. Did you hear that Natalie Portman is rewriting classic fairy tales to focus on men? I doubt that. She's kind of like an uber feminist.
Yeah.
Lord Bahamut, thank you, Super. Happy St. Patrick's Day. You were brought up on Tim Pool's show the other night, Anna. They might be reaching out. What? Anyone have timestamps?
Whoa, dude.
That's huge.
That's awesome.
Wait, Lord Bahamut, tell me in the chat. Did I really come up on Tim Pool?
That's fucking phenomenal.
What if it was about Henry Cavill?
Oh my God. That would be amazing.
What if it was me thirsty? Is that true? Can somebody let me know in the chat? Monday night's episode. What timestamp?
Yeah.
I will pull that up. Let's see. Like Tim Pool real life. Why on earth would I get brought up? During their super chats. Oh, well, that's why. It was during this. Oh, Temple is live right now. That's probably why we don't have very many viewers, because everyone watches Temple. Okay, 6 hours ago. Holy shit. Oh, no, it's just, okay, so Monday stream. How many days ago was Monday, Jessi?
2 days.
2 days. Okay, so there's 1 day ago. There's 3 days ago. Okay, so is it episode 224? I'm going to find it.
Jeff Robbins says to search the transcript. I guess the transcripts are available, so you can skim
okay, if somebody wants to tell me, what is it? Well, I mean, if it's a super chat, that means somebody brought me up to them.
Yeah, which is still cool.
I've super chatted before. So funny, Jessi. I don't really, Temple's all politics and I don't watch it, but then somebody will, whenever Star Wars gets mentioned on like another channel, I get people that spam me and they're like, Anna, they're talking about Star Wars, go in the chat. And I'm like, holy shit, okay. And so sometimes I'll click on it. And so Alex Jones was on, which I'm like, it's Alex Jones. And that's the one where he was like, I'm a gorilla. And he's screaming in the mic.
Oh my God.
Well, then everything that he was talking about, it's like, I knew, like, did you know that cows have been cloned? Like
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I knew that too. That I thought that was common knowledge that a lot of cows are actually clones.
Dude,
and so
the cat was like ages and ages and ages ago. They've been doing a lot of animal cloning for a long time. Like you can pay a fuck ton of money and get your pets cloned now.
Yeah, well, so Alex Jones brought this up on like Temple, and he didn't believe it. And then I just thought it was funny because it was like everyone kept laughing at Alex Jones, and then Temple stops and he's like, we've all been laughing at him, but everything that he said is true. And I was like, yeah, that's why Alex Jones is the greatest. Okay, so the one I see, it's episode 224. That's from 1 day ago, but I guess that would be Tuesday. So I don't see one for Monday.
I feel like it'd be more expensive to clone cattle than it would be to just organically breed them still, though.
Well, I mean, fish are cloned too.
Are they?
But, yeah, well, there's reasons. So that way you can clone them. So that way they'll be a certain type of cow, and so that way you get like more. They're genetically modified. So that way it's
genetically modified and cloning are different though. So they definitely genetically modify and genetically.
Well, they do both. So they genetically modify them, and then they'll make a bunch of clones, and then they'll have them all breed and have more babies and stuff like that.
Embryos. I mean, that makes sense. Why wouldn't you? If the technology is available, why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but so it's so that way they can get like it's more instead of having variations in different types of meat, it's like, so that way when you go to Foster Farms and you buy the freaking thing, it's like the same consistency every single time.
Yeah.
I didn't have one, but I mean, I've pet a cloned cow before.
That's cool.
Yeah, I remember my dad's like, Anna, that's a clone. And I was like, it's the Twilight Zone.
Cow. Cow doesn't know.
But so yeah, if you let me know what the timestamp is or what episode it is, I'll look it up and we'll hear my name on there. I'll clip it. That'll be one of my clips. Anna, that Star Wars girl. I'll hear why was I brought up? That's actually, was it for Henry Cavill or was it for Star Wars?
Who knows?
50-50 shot. Which one do you think it is?
My guess is Henry Cavill.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on the chat to see what it is. Let's see. The Hunky Chunky Fucking Monkey, thank you for the super chat. Saliente.
Sláinte.
Huh?
Sláinte. It's Gaelic for cheers.
Oh.
Sláinte.
Sláinte?
Sláinte. Spelled Slainte.
Yeah, with the weird little slashy thingy.
Yep, Sláinte. Hey, I need to get a new bazaar. So,
Russell, thank you for super chat. On the other hand, people can tell how hydrated they are, or how by red or purple their pee is. Oh my gosh, TMI. I didn't know. I didn't need to know. I didn't know. Let's see. Joff Robinson, thank you for super chat. I have 3 kidneys. Oh well, I only have 1, so I think you got my extra one. Let's see. I'm about to get the hiccups. Susan Dolan, thank you for that. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Oh, well, thank you. And it's with the little shamrocks and everything. Thank you. Seamus Catalui, thank you for the super chat. Looking good, ladies. Love the I love Guinness. Can't wait for Snyder Cut in 7 hours. I'm so stoked to finally get a new movie. You two are awesome. Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, Guinness! Whoa, sláinte.
I am super excited to see Henry Cavill. And I asked this in advance. Can anyone that's watching it provide me with timestamps of when Henry is on screen, please and thank you.
So there you go. That answer that tells you everything you need to know about how.
Yeah, because I realized I never answered.
Right, I thought about that. I was like, you never gave your answer. All right, that's pretty much as much of an answer as we need.
Well, so here's the thing. I think Zack Snyder knows how to make men look handsome, and I think he is great, or his casting director is great at getting the most handsome men to play handsome men and to dress them in outfits that my uterus really likes. Never in my life did I think, oh yeah, grown men in underwear with capes kicking people, that's totally masculine and hot. And then I saw 300 and I was like, hello. And then he's got Henry in the rain, in the water, on his shirt that's all clinging to his beautifully sculpted chest with his his little chest hair peeking through. And then he has Henry in his little dorky glasses with his little button up. And I'm just like, hello. So Zack Snyder knows how to make attractive men. He knows how to enhance attractive men, which I appreciate. As the rest of the time with the movies, in the nicest way I can possibly say, they are not made for me. It's not made for me. And the way I am able to watch it so that way it is made for me is I mute the show, I turn on some music, and I sit there in the bathtub and drool over Henry Cavill. So here we go. Next.
If you want deeper opinions, I think Jeff's going to try to catch as much as he can before the show tomorrow. So go over and check out the World Class Bullshitters, Backstealing Solo, and you can talk Snyder Cut with them tomorrow and find out how Dion feels about it.
There you go. Oh, does Dion like it?
Dion is totally Zack Snyder's #1 and most passionate fan. But I think the only thing that Dion likes more than Zack Snyder is Terminator Dark Fate.
Horses.
And horses. So, yeah.
Oh, you're being sarcastic. He hates it. Okay, so here's my thing. And I think actually Ethan said it very well the other night on his stream, was that, Superman is a very important character. Superman, I've always been more of a DC person than I am a Marvel person, because guess what? I grew up with the Batman animated series, the Superman. I grew up watching Batman and Superman, and those things were just always very big in my life. And, I love Henry. I love him so much. But as far as that being a Superman movie, he looks the part, but the storytelling is not representative of the way that I see Superman. And so why it is still it's a visually stimulating movie, but I have only seen that movie in its entirety once or twice, and it's made me physically angry. So to be able to watch that, I have to pretend it's not a Superman movie. That being said, if I didn't know anything about Superman, nothing about DC, nothing about the universe, nothing about how the Justice League was actually formed, I think I could enjoy it. But because I do, it's a DC franchise and movies that are not made for DC fans.
That's a really
vision, and if you like his vision, then this is made for you. Personally, I do not like his vision.
That's a really fair assessment. I think it's a really, really fair assessment. I think you really hit the nail on the head. It's made it his. It's taking a property that exists and making it in his image.
Yes.
You like that property, you probably won't like his imagining of it, but if you like his imagining of things, you'll probably like the way he imagines this.
Well, that's what I was kind of getting at earlier with the if you have the same script and like let's say same character, same script, but you give the movie to let's say you have Christopher Nolan, you have Zack Snyder, you have Tim Burton, you have Quentin Tarantino, and you give them all the same script. And, you know, this character has to be male, this character has to be female, and they all have to be this age for these characters.
Exactly.
It's going to be a very different movie short film from each one of these directors.
Exactly.
And people will lean towards which vision they prefer.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing myself, I'm probably going to lead towards the Nolan or Tarantino as compared to the Zack Snyder or whoever the fuck else I named, or Tim Burton.
Yeah. We should do that sometime. We should make that project happen.
If I'm ever a millionaire, yeah, or a billionaire, I should say.
We don't even do it on that scale, but just with a few more resources, just get people that we know that would want to direct something that have different visions and do it on on an independent scale, and just do it. Do something simple that requires a low budget, just as a proof of concept.
Yeah,
that'd be a fun kind of project to do. You could do it with minimal resources and make something really neat.
That is true, huh?
And then sell it to Netflix.
That's true.
They eat that shit up all the time. Netflix, Amazon, they're always looking for the next hot independent thing. So, and you've got tons of script ideas. I bet you and I could bang out a really good, like single set, like 15-minute short film script in like an afternoon.
Probably, yeah. That would be cool. And then, I mean, I get the fate, the wheels of fate's turning. Maybe once my debt is paid off and I have more money, maybe that could actually be a thing where it's like, oh, that way we could actually get like a worldwide thing for people that submit their, you have to pay a starting fee to get the script, and then you have to submit it by like this day. And
that would be, you could set something all up basically as a way to raise money for it, and like, so they have entry fees and stuff like that, and essentially do it so that you can even create a contest basically with this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And it's like, there could be, because the way I would see it is, you have the script and you have the cast. It has to be, these characters, and they have to be around this. They have to pass for being around these ages.
Yeah.
And then you could do everything else. You can do whatever you want. And then it's like, oh, you get the prize for, I don't know, the best cinematography, best directing, best cinematography, best, like, what if this film we think is overall the best, but we think that actor was the best from this one.
See, because I feel like there are film contests that already do kind of almost that. I would still aim for a finished project of a compilation. Actually, you know what I would do? What would be even cooler? This is how I would do it. Is you take a finished script, like a feature-length script, and you run it the same way, and then you splice together the best finished version. So it'll change tonally as you watch it, and it'll change character-wise as you watch it, but your finished piece moves through different visions. Or you keep the 15-minute short, and the finished piece is you watch the same play, the same short film.
That's what I would think of.
You just watch the same short film 4 times in a row, basically, with the 4 best, most unique versions, basically. That's how I would do the finished piece, because then you'd have one finished product, and then with different imaginings. It would be cool to do it, try to get it globally, So it's like, okay, well, have at least a couple different.
Cecil, go to hell.
Fuck you, Cecil.
Did you read it?
I read it. I read it in the chat earlier. It's somewhere in the apartment too. I wrote a book when I was 8 years old called Darth Maul is My Teacher. It was my published book for school. And yep. One day, Anna, I'll show it to you. I illustrated it too. I am not an artist.
Shane G, thank you for the super chat. And it is the little pear thing. Let's see. Max Relax, thank you for that. Could you please put up that video of you painting the new cover of Silly and Zello? I love what you did there. Yeah, you guys can go watch that if you'd like. It's over on my art channel. It's called The Art of Anna TSWG Studios. So yes, you can go watch it there if you're interested in watching that. Thank you. Thank you. That's also very kind. Let's see. Anubis T800, thank you for that. Happy St. Patrick's Day, girls. Keep going against cancel culture. Big thoughts on Gina Carano, and big thoughts on Gina Carano, who have all my respects, even from men like me, smiley face. Well, I'm sure that she appreciates that. Gina is one of those people that she really does treasure her fans.
Yeah.
Let's see. Russell Hall, thank you for that. I'll be interested in the DC universe when they make Gods Among Us with the Joaquin Phoenix as Joker and Nick Cage as Superman. I would accept Henry Cavill. But that was the canceled Superman movie. Could you imagine if that would have happened?
No, I do not accept Nick Cage as my Lord and Savior. I do not.
But I just, the concept art alone, I'm like, I just want to see this movie. Like, I just want to see it. I just. Oh, did you hear Nick Cage got married again?
No.
I think the girl is like younger than his kid.
I'm not surprised. That guy is just a walking disaster.
Mm-hmm.
He has been ever since he bought that haunted house in New Orleans. Fun fact: his life really took an immediate downturn after he purchased the Lowry Mansion, the most haunted house in New Orleans. He's since sold it, but like that coincided with like just before he lost all his money the first time around, and all that shit started to go down in his life. So. There you go.
What happened in his life?
He like lost all his money with a bunch of bad investments and all this shit. I think he got a divorce around that time or whatever it was. Like he went through a really, really shitty rough patch and like lost all of his money around that same time. And that was when he was like doing it was like when people were starting to realize that the crazy that would come out in the movies was actually the crazy that manifested in his real life.
Interesting. Because apparently there's like all these Nick Cage movies that I had never seen.
Yeah, like what the vampire fucking one that Jeff is gonna show me one day that I don't want to say.
Is it a vampire movie?
Yeah, what's the Nick Cage vampire movie one called?
Vampire's Kiss.
Vampire's Kiss.
I didn't know that existed until now. Well, see, I just watched Face Off for the first time because my friend was just yelling at me.
We watched that for the first time. Jeff showed it to me for the first time. Jeff showed it to me for the first time not that long ago.
Okay, well, here's the thing, Jessi. When John Travolta, that is Nick Cage is in John Travolta's body because they switched faces. When he's like massaging the dude's wife's leg and he's like, all right, we're going to go upstairs. We're going to do the deed. Okay, here's my thing with that. They just switched faces. Yes, there's like a little bit of body change, but they didn't switch dicks. So I'm
Did I not say the same shit when we watched this?
What?
Thank you. I'm like, the wife would know.
Wife, I'm like, they just switched faces. That dick.
Dude, they try to laser his chest hair. One's way fatter than the other.
Like,
there's more plastic surgery than face and hair.
I'm lying with you in bed last night thinking, wow, the shape of you is so different than it was 6 months ago since we've lost a bunch of fucking weight. Like, I am gonna fucking notice if your fucking face comes home on a different body.
You know what you do? Is you Google.
No, even the techniques though. He's not gonna know the same moves, the same way he kisses her. It's gonna be different. It's not. I'm like, how did that wife not notice that her husband's got a completely different package and he's got brand new moves?
That was like any time in a movie where somebody kisses someone who's like in a mask or they can't see him or whatnot, and they kiss him again and don't immediately realize it's the same person. I call it immediate bullshit. Yeah. I'm like, the smell, the taste, the feel of their lips, the way they kiss, it's like a fucking fingerprint. You don't like, if it was a good experience, you will remember exactly what it was like and you will feel the same way when it happens again the next time. Mm-hmm. So if it was a memorable kiss, you are going to remember that kiss and the way that person kissed you the next time he lays his lips on you. So, calling bullshit on any of it.
I've been kissing the same guy for years now, so it's like it's hard for me to recall other ones. But I mean, you would know. It's like if Peaches switched face with another dude and that guy kissed me, you're gonna notice. you know, especially when she's been married to him, what, for over a decade, because their kid was a teenager.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and I like how at the end he just, his kid got killed in the beginning. This guy just happens to have a kid. I'm like, that kid's going to turn into a fucking serial killer. Watch. And I'm like, so your kid got killed. So now you get this psycho, your worst enemy. You're going to get his kid. Let's continue.
It was a weird movie.
It is weird.
I
did fall asleep in the middle of it, and I woke up and the same thing was happening.
Yeah.
So I thought I was only out for like 5 minutes, and Peach is like, no, you were out for a long time.
Oh,
and I'm like, but nothing. And I was like, so I fell asleep when he's in Nick Cage's body. The chick tells him that kid was his, and the place starts getting shot up. So I fell asleep. I think he must have escaped or something, but I fell asleep then. Yeah. And then I woke up when his wife and his teenage daughter were getting shot at by John Travolta, and the daughter didn't know that John Travolta was in that Nick Cage is in John Travolta's body, and she stabs him in the leg. That's when I woke up. And so I was like, that was a really long fight scene. Like, it was nighttime the last scene. Now it's daytime. And I was like, how did the wife and daughter get there? And then he's just like, wow, you knocked out. But I was like, well, the same thing it was happening. I fell asleep, they were fighting. I woke up, they were fighting.
Yeah, I think you missed where they like cut away and go through the whole, how he escapes and ends up,
No, I saw him escape and the prison breakout. I saw all of that.
Okay, because I feel like there was just because it cuts back and forth between the two, between the two guys a lot. So it probably just cut away to somewhere else and was random exposition that just got filled in.
Well, I guess somebody died and they were at a funeral or something, is what Peach told me. That's why the wife and the daughter were there.
Mm-mm.
And then he gets his face back.
Yeah. Yes.
I would never switch faces or bodies with somebody. I'm like, that no.
Reason. For any reason. Ugh. Not even, yeah, no, it's just, it's too weird.
No, but the way my friend pitched it to me, he was just like, no, Anna, you got to watch this. He's like, because it's the one time when Nick Cage's overacting actually works, like, really well. Yeah. Like the part where he's just like, where he's just talking, and then all of a sudden he realizes that the brother isn't buying that it's him, so he makes the crazy face.
There are a few places where there's several places in his career where like the total batshit just works for the character, where he just leans into it and he's like, yeah, I'm crazy. And they're like, okay, then you are crazy. That's for real.
Cameron Pasha. Oh, what's up, dude? Thank you for the super chat. You didn't have to send one. Thank you. I'm a follower of Australian economist, Murray Rothbard, who knew Ayn Rand and rejected her as a fraud who created a cult around herself. Well, shit.
Oh, that's I feel like that's consistent with what I've heard, is that she was like, she had these like, she was really a philosopher in a way, where she thought about these ideas about society and what it meant to be human and individual and this and that and what it all meant. But that she kind of like took it to that nth super extreme degree and got like really militant about it and was like, it's my way or the highway, and was kind of like, like that, like the anti-communist version, like the way communist is fully collective. Ayn Rand?
Objectivism.
What?
Objectivism. That's what it's called.
Okay, objectivism. There you go.
That's the guy that created Spider-Man is a huge fan of hers, and he's the reason why that book kind of canceled, because he's like this weird disciple of hers. So I learned all about her policies through him.
Oh, okay.
His books are all that.
Objectivism and individualism are her things, and it's like she takes it to the nth degree. It's the point, like the way Bill Maher is in Religulous, where it's like any expression of religion is the pinnacle of evil on the earth, to the point where it's almost religious zealotry how against it he is. It's like I guess she's kind of like that with her philosophies and stuff. But yeah,
we probably both drank at the same time. Let's see. Russell Hall, thank you for the super chat. What's wrong with Watchmen? Have you read the comic? Also, as obsessed as you are with naked men, Anna, I'm shocked it isn't one of your favorites. Yeah, I like attractive naked men.
Harsh, but fair.
I don't like blue. I mean, okay, if it was Henry walking around with his dick out and it was blue, that'd be a different story. But not a single person in that movie is attractive.
Yeah, it's
but right off the bat, that's like nothing. And also, it's like there's not a single likable character in that movie. I hate all of them.
I like Rorschach, but
I didn't like Rorschach. He was an asshole.
Yeah, but I liked his brand of assholery. I found it palatable.
I hated it. I wanted them all to die. I'm like, all of you fuckers just die. Somebody nuke this planet. You know, just self combust, and I'm like, and then this movie will end. I'd rather watch the dust particles flying through outer space than have this end. And no, I have not read it because I watched the movie and I hated it.
If you did not like the movie and like the story in the movie and the storytelling, the characters, then you would not like the book because they're not discernibly different. I would not. And the thing is, I love how people want to like get super up in arms and want to die on the Watchmen Hill. It's kind of everything we talked about. It's why Zack Snyder was such a perfect choice to direct that movie. It's like a lot of what we talked about with his work, where it's not necessarily always a question of good and bad. It's a question of something being really, really specific, and you're either going to love it or you hate it. And so if Anna doesn't like it and has really, really good reasons for why she doesn't like it, it's sort of ridiculous when everyone's like, but why do you hate this? But how do you hate this? Like, probably for all the same reasons that you absolutely love it. And that's awesome. Like, that's awesome that that's the case. And that's awesome that there are people who absolutely adore it and find total value in the same reasons that it makes you go, fuck this, it's not for me. I'm the same way as you. If there's a movie where I'm like, there's a bunch of dudes in it and none of them are hot, I'm fucking out. I'm already turned off. I'm like, why?
Well, there's a movie, like, okay, here's the thing. A movie doesn't depend on the actor's attractiveness for me to like it. It's like, okay, watching Silence of the Lambs, there's no hot guys in that movie. You know, but I like it because it is mentally stimulating for me. I like that kind of stuff. It's very compelling. When I'm watching a superhero movie, and none of the superheroes are fucking superheroes. Even if they claim to be superheroes, they're all just really shitty fucking people. And I don't like any of them. Whereas, okay, so like something like Game of Thrones, where it shows every single person in that show has flaws and they all make mistakes and stuff. But the way that the storytelling is done, except for the later seasons, it's very compelling. It's like, oh, I hated Jamie. I absolutely hated him. I hated Cersei. And then once there's less and less characters and you watch the things, it's like, wow, even though I hate Cersei, I enjoy watching her. I used to hate Jamie and now I see where he was coming from. Yeah. And so it's like, and then also the books have a little bit different to it, but it's just everything in that movie I hated. Absolutely everything about it. I hated the cinematography. I hated the dialogue. I hated the grandeur of it, that they all feel like they're, like, especially Dr. Manhattan. I wanted that dude to die. I hated Rorschach. I hated his costume. I hate that. I hate his costume. I hate his stupid mask. When he takes off the mask, I hate his fucking face. Like, everything about it. There's everything I hate.
There's one of the things about it too, it's like there are things about it that are very like The Boys, but it doesn't. The Boys seems like people are getting away with their corruption more, but they're not actually. And that's part of why we're so compelled by it, because The Boys is a show about, originally a comic about shitty superheroes who act like shit and whose world is crumbling around them we are stepping into them at the moment where we're watching them held accountable for their shit. And in Watchmen, like, it's kind of where we step into the story. Most of them have already kind of paid their prices or not, and some of them just never really do. I mean, the whole thing is, it's like around the death of the comedian who really never pays. He's the worst one of them. He's the shittiest, most destructive one of them in terms of what he's done to the people in his fucking life. And he's he never gets, like, there's no the comedian. It's sort of he's the one who raped the other member of the team and all that stuff, and he's the one who died.
On who that is?
The character's name is called the comedian.
This is in Watchmen.
In Watchmen, yeah.
I've only seen it once or twice, and I hated it.
I think you just meet him in flashbacks and whatnot. And he's dead, and it's like the sort of the impetus, like, oh, he died, and it's this funeral. And if I remember correctly, I've only seen the film once. I've read the book once, but essentially, like,
give me a timestamp, Holocon Fox Library.
Yeah, let's find out that time. And so it's like they don't. It's kind of these people who all just kept being these shitty people. It's like, oh, we had our time being the Watchmen and we were these shitty superheroes when we were together doing that. And then we moved on and just built our shitty lives with varying degrees of success, being shitty and doing shitty things afterwards. And it's sort of like,
well, I just remember the Dr. Manhattan where he's talking about his life, and then he's like, oh, I was in love with this chick and everything was good, and then I met then this other chick was younger, and then he talks about that chick, and I'm like, okay, you're a fucking piece of shit. Also, that chick isn't even fucking hot. And he's making it like she's like, oh, this great chick. And then she's with him, but she wants to be with she's got this crusher thing with this other guy, but she's with Dr. Manhattan. And then the dude's got like a fucking bird suit, but he's got some kind of tiger thing. And it's a terrible movie.
Oh, someone said that link that they said, Fox says has the timestamp in it. So if you click that link, I
lost it.
Oh, well, it's at the timestamp if you find it again.
Okay, let me. Okay, I'll pull up our chat and scroll back in it.
No, yeah. One of the things that bothers me about it too, it's like I don't, and this stems really into the book too, is like I don't like when a movie or when a work of fiction wants to present such a complicated.
It just took me to the stream. It didn't take me to the timestamp.
I don't like it when something like that wants to paint such a gritty picture of morality and then also take no stance. Like it sort of wants to paint all the different shades of gray of everyone's morality, and nobody is a good person, but it doesn't cast judgment on them. Like I almost wish that it judged the characters more. Like the fucking sitcom It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is a great example of that. It's a sitcom about a bunch of shitty, unrepentant people, and you come week after week to watch them be shitty and do shitty things, and they're your main characters, and they get away with shit they shouldn't be, but the show relentlessly judges them for their behavior. They're always cast and judged as these horrible people. There's no open-ended question about, oh, do they deserve, are they justified in doing these shitty things because of what life handed them? It's very, very clear that no, they're a bunch of whiny, spoiled assholes who, take every little slight that life hands them and thinks that they're owed something and tear everyone else down around with them. But the show is very aware of that. I don't like when something wants to present me with like the dark side of humanity and then wants to go, but is it really that? Yes, bitch, it's really that dark. It's exactly as dark as you're pretending it is. Don't tie it up in a bow of pretend morality. That's no Average Panda. I love morally gray characters.
Oh my God, guys, I just watched it. I never said I want to come on. Thank you for sending the super chat, but please don't super chat people telling them I want to come on their channel. That's actually really embarrassing.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it says, have that Star Wars girl on. She wants to come on. I've never said that. And that's really, really embarrassing.
Yeah, it's a little.
I mean, I know how that is when people do that to me, where people are like, you should have this person on. They want to come on, and I've either never heard of them, and then it's like,
so that's their first impression is like, oh,
their first impression is that I said I wanted to go on his show and people are sending him super chats of me saying that I want to, which I don't think I ever have. I might have said it in a joking way, but I have nothing to add to Tim Pool's stream. This is really, really embarrassing. Please don't do that, guys. Please, please, please don't do that. If you said, hey, have Anna on because I would like to see her on, like that's when people come in my audience and they say, hey, you should do a collab with this person or this person or this person. That's different because it's the audience telling somebody who they want or who they would like to see you collaborate with. But going on somebody else's channel and super chatting them saying, hey, this person said that they want to come on your show. That's really
Cameron hit the nail on the head. It's really obnoxious to speak for someone else like that through a super chat. I mean, that's really the end of it. Don't speak for other people. If you want to see us on a show, by all means, super chat the shit out of them and tell them how much you would love to see us on their show. That's great. But when you say that, you're speaking for somebody else. If Anna has an interest in being on somebody's show, she will reach out and network with those people. But when you do it like that, what it comes across as that is you're speaking for somebody else. and we're adults. We'll speak for ourselves. We appreciate
now this is somebody that I've never met and I never spoken to, and their impression of me is that I'm telling people to go super chat him to get myself on his show. That honestly, that makes me really uncomfortable. You know, and it rubs me the wrong way. I appreciate the thought for it, but please don't put words in my mouth, and please don't start. I think the only reason I've talked about Temple was because we watched the Alex Jones clip on Yellow Flash's stream, and I was talking about how I thought it was funny that they were talking about Star Wars. So please don't do that. That honestly, now I feel really uncomfortable. But yeah, that really rubs me the wrong way. I understand the thought is there, but please, guys, do not do that. Let's see. Joel Stewart, thank you for that. I'm 88% Irish, 12 ins black. I think you mean that the other 12 is black. Well, thank you for the super chat. Russell, thank you for 2 super chats in a row. Okay, and a picture Watchmen. Exactly the same in every way, except Henry Cavill plays Dr. Manhattan. Are you sure it's still a bad movie? Henry, I love him to death. He has been in a lot of bad movies. Immortals is a terrible, terrible movie.
Immortals is possibly the worst movie ever made.
That is, it's, and here's the thing. Henry Cavill's attractiveness can't save that movie because they make him shave his body, which is terrible.
It also doesn't matter. Nothing can save that movie.
Yeah.
No, that movie is abysmal. The Bruising Bull is the coolest thing in that movie because awesome torture, but that movie is unredeemable. There are funny hats. It was the only thing I even got to laugh at. It was so bad. Oh, what? Do you mean the ending where it was just the heroes immortally falling through forever fighting each other in eternity? Yeah, it was the most retarded ending ever.
I don't even remember the ending. I remember that what everyone's in it. What isn't God or not God? Zeus. Isn't that Liam Neeson?
I don't even remember who played who, but I also remember they mashed like 5 different myths together. Like
yeah, and also they
Minotaur, but then they mashed in like 4 other different hero stories.
Well, they get I hated the chick in it. And here's the thing that I feel is really bad for Henry. You have possibly the most handsome man to ever walk the planet, and you get not even chicks that aren't even in his playing field. It's like when I think of James Bond, and it's like, okay, the women are always as hot as James Bond, if not hotter than him. Okay, I hate to be the one to say it, but even the chick that they got to play Yennefer, yes, she's pretty, but she's not drop dead gorgeous. And I would expect somebody that literally sacrificed their ability to bear children to become beautiful would be like, you know, Miss Universe level of hot. And then the chick that they got in Immortals, I remember just thinking that the person that did her makeup did a really terrible job because they didn't do her any favors. Like half the movie, she has really thick eyeliner underneath and it's smeared, and it's like you could tell that she was like sweating. And you know when you did the eyeliner and it's all like that, I was just like, I just remember the whole time I'm just like, oh my god, girl, fix your fucking eyeliner. Is there not a makeup person on set to do this for you? And so like the whole time it was just driving me crazy. But then it's like, okay, she's an oracle, but the second she has sex, she loses her powers. So I'm like, bitch, you ain't never having sex. That's it. But then she has sex with Henry Cavill and she has a kid. And I'm like, this is stupid. Anyway, I know that was a total random rant, but
I'm here for it. That's cool.
Let's see. Russell, thank you for super chat. Your mom used vibrators in front of you. What the fuck? My mom watched porn in front of us. It's just, it's nothing new. Runs with Fandom, thank you for super chat. I'm getting crossfaded on pomegranate juice and seltzer with vodka weed.
Ooh, that sounds like fun. I'm getting crossfaded on Guinness and then other space.
Let's see. Darren Wagowner, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Anna, for helping Lord Finatra. He was ecstatic. Oh, no problem. Yeah, we on Yellow Flash's channel, we because he did a parody song about a conversation that we had on Yellow Flash's stream, and so he was at about 700 subs, and then we got him over 1,000. So I'm happy for him because now
that's fantastic. Oh, that's great.
He has the opportunity now to get monetized and make money. And so I hope so, because the amount that he puts work into make his music.
Yeah, I saw one of the songs. They're fun. They're really fun.
You know, you heard the redo of Healer song.
Yeah, I love the thing is people don't realize even like the schlocky ones, which that was not one of them. That was a lot of cuts, a lot of edits, and really synced it up really well. Like when you see someone who has edited a conversation to work with the beat and work with the rhythm and that takes hours because you have to clip everything. Sometimes you have to stretch every time. You have to find exactly the right words. You got to splice everything together so it flows, so it makes sense. It takes a long time and it takes dedication to be like, you have a vision, you want to see it fucking done. So even when it's like silly, whatever projects, I always give props because you had to sit down and do it. It took tactical skill to get it done.
Well, he does live streams where he shows what he's doing, and I'm like, I hate that kind of stuff. So props to him.
Me too. I find it way too tedious. Oh my god.
I'm happy to help. And I mean, subscribing to somebody's channel is 100% free, and it takes one click of a button.
Exactly.
Let's see. Russell Hall, thank you for super chat. Cancel Dave Grohl. Who's that?
Yeah, Dave Grohl, the lead singer of the Foo Fighters, former drummer for Nirvana, the guy who I hugged in the comedy club. They sent that one after I said that. So.
Macy Van Dusen, thank you for super chat. Okay, gotta go now. Y'all have a wonderful rest of the day. Live long and prosper. Have some corned beef and cabbage. Well, thank you. I'm gonna have to find the place that sells it. Chris Stanley, thank you for the super sticker, which is a peach, which is for peaches, which is cute. Wolverine Schnicht, thank you super chat. Happy St. Patrick's Day with Shamrocks. Well, thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I've had this shot here sitting here, and I realized I got this to chase it with, and I drank it all. So I feel like I should, next one that says Happy St. Patrick's Day, I'll drink the shot. But you have to drink something with me.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. We got Jamie nearby. I'll get my friend Jamie. I just got distracted by an interesting chat. Someone said Zack Snyder's came on Uche's stream, but the first thing he said was he was not associated with Geeks and Gamers and that he wasn't for hate, equating the two. I just came back here.
Oh, shit.
Interesting.
Wait, Zack Snyder said that as soon as he walked on the stream?
Apparently he showed up and said he was not associated with Geeks and Gamers and that he wasn't for hate.
Oh, shit.
That's terrible press.
That's weird because I mean the thing is I do know that the thing is Jeremy was 100% involved with setting this up. So whatever you may or may not heard and whatever Zach is or is not saying on the stream, the thing is I wouldn't also be surprised. Jeremy's a smart man. He's a businessman. He knows what business is up. Before you go blowing up the world and stuff, feel how J-Man is taking it. He may very well have talked to him ahead of time. They may very well have agreed that they can work together and they can help each other out, but that publicly it's not good for their brands to be associated. So before you want to go blow up the world, take your cues from the guy who got, and that's kind of what goes back to what Anna was saying. Don't go speaking for her, right? If you're worried that Jeremy's the one who got slighted here, take your cues from him. If he feels slighted, trust me, you're going to hear about it. That guy's not subtle. He's not quiet. We all know him. We love him for that. Right?
Yeah, so, Jeremy will blow a gasket.
So trust me, if he's offended by this, you're going to hear about it. And if he's not, then just understand that clearly, there are things going on behind the scenes and that he probably was already aware that some statement like that was going to be made before it happened, So
well, no, I saw a bunch of people saying that Ryan looks pissed. And so if that's what it is, then okay.
Well, that's a bad look on their end anyway, because keeping your pants, little boy, it's well,
I mean, I would be pissed if somebody came up and said, oh, I'm not associated with this, and then associates me with that.
Are you kidding me? In the world we live in, when we just saw what Gina Carano got fired over, I wouldn't be pissed at all. I would 100% depend on how I was on what was going on behind the scenes and what other people weren't.
Well, okay, let's do this. Let's say I'm hosting a charity and you and I are very involved and it's for this stream. Okay. So let's say we're going to be on this stream, the Matriarchy show, and you helped set it up. You did all of that. And then, but for whatever reason, you have a target on your shoulder and the person coming on can't be associated with you.
There's no world in which you lose your livelihood for associating with me. This is the world we live in, and the unfortunate truth is that
I get what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Exactly. No, the unfortunate world. It's not his. The thing is, I'm not I'm not agreeing with it. What I'm agreeing with you, it's shitty and it's fucked up. But the unfortunate reality that we're saddled with is that, you know, he is in a position where he clearly wants to be part of this. He clearly wants to help out, but he is aware that he could lose his everything, you know, just for being associated with somebody that has been unfairly branded as one type of thing. And it's shitty and it's wrong, but it's also, there are two ways to approach a system like this. And it's not, there's no one is right or wrong. You can either infiltrate it, you know, bow your head, walk the walk. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Don't cause any waves. Figure out the system, learn it, rise up in it, become integral to it, and then you can tear it down and make the changes. But it involves a lot of eating crow on the way up and a lot of eating shit and getting shit shoved in your face on the way up. And it sucks, and it doesn't always pay off. More often than not, you just get sucked into the system and you can't break out of it in the end. The other philosophy is come from the outside in and say, I reject any part of this flawed system and I want to burn it all down from the outside, which is great because then you never have to participate in something fucked up, but you lack a lot of the resources and a lot of the power to actually affect the change you want to affect. So there are draws and there's benefits and drawbacks to both sides. And so realize, you know, Jeremy's always been a guy who plays the burn the world down card, but maybe having an opportunity to work with somebody like Zack Snyder, maybe he's going to try a different approach and see how that works. So my stance is reserve judgment. Jeremy is the one who theoretically was slighted by this. I want to know how Jeremy feels about it. After I know how he feels about it, then I will tell you how I feel about it. But I'm not going to run a crusade for somebody if I don't have all the information about what just went down.
Yeah, I need to hear the whole story, but I would be kind of considering it's like, okay, you know, we all know who everyone on that channel is associated with, and why they are all there together. It's because of Geeks and Gamers. And so if I haven't watched the stream, I've kind of had it up and I've been commenting in the chat, just typing Henry's name on loop. So there's that. But and it's just, I just need to know the full context, you know?
But kind of look at it that way, though. Just like you said, we all know Geeks and Gamers set this up, right? Yeah. So irrespective of what Zack Snyder says, we all know that. Now, the flip of that, though, random people who see Zack Snyder as on some former NFL player's stream talking about charity and doing stuff may not have ever heard of Geeks and Gamers, or may have and not know about it and may not know any of this stuff. And so making that statement may it's a calculated risk move. It could be a calculated risk move, right? It's a choice I've had to make with my channel too. It's okay, I could do or say this thing, and I could risk alienating certain people who like me because of this. But by doing this certain thing, I can also open myself up to a completely new audience who maybe needs my message just as much or more. And the people who are here for it should know me. And the thing is, that's where I'm oftentimes, irrespective of the Zack Snyder thing, for me personally, I'll back on my audience because I know you guys, I trust my mindless mob. I know you guys know what's up one way or the other, right? If this reads the wrong way and this falls apart, well, that's Zack Snyder not realizing the audience he's playing to, not realizing that, you know, sorry, just because you live in an insular world where people tell you one thing is the majority or one prevailing mindset is the majority, that doesn't mean that that talking point is going to be safe in every corner of the world you visit. You know, I've noticed that even with me sometimes when I'll bring on guests or have conversations with people who assume that everybody feels a certain way about certain issues and will go to cover their ass about something when I'm like, no, my audience actually likes what you had to say and is going to respond worse to you trying to cover your ass than they are to you just being blunt about it, you know? But people are so caught up trying to navigate the ridiculous intricacies, the fucking landmines of social interactions today.
It is a lot. No, I pulled up this and everyone in this panel looks pissed off. I feel like aside from Zach, let me take a screen. Oh, now they're all smiling because somebody told a joke. Everyone looks miserable. That's one thing. And then everyone in the chat, it's like there's people saying GG is hate, and then other people saying no, GG is not. It's love. Okay, that must have rubbed some wrong feathers. I'll have to hear it all. Maybe once Jessi and I are done with our stream, we'll go back and listen to it. And just for anyone that was asking, because somebody was like, oh, how come you guys didn't cancel your stream? It's like me and Jessi have been doing the show for like over a year now on Wednesdays at the exact same time on the exact same day. I think like once or twice we've had to switch it because of holidays.
Yep.
But this is what we do. So, you know, it's like you can't change. You can't make an exception for every single thing. I wasn't expecting the stream to go this long. Personally, we try to cap it at 2 hours. But I mean, it looks like they're doing good. I mean, they have 8,000 people watching.
Oh, dude, they surpassed their fundraising goal. They're doing fucking fine. They got Zach.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about them. And look, hey, when you have shows running on ABC, you don't fucking cancel your lineup because there's a special event happening on CBS. You know?
Yeah. Nobody canceled their shows because Oprah had an interview with Meghan and Harry. You know?
Exactly. We hate to do this to you, but sometimes you got to choose. You know which one you're going to watch live and which ones you're going to catch on the reruns, you know? Yeah. But that's
honestly, I think the one with 8,000 people is winning. So I don't think there's any worry about our little stream.
I ain't worried. If they're worried,
we're the fun stream.
We're the coolest. We're the ones drinking Guinness and not being concerned about ridiculous controversies or saying the right or wrong thing to piss people off. So
let's see. Wolverine Schnick. Thank you for the super chat. It says happy St. Patrick's Day with a bunch of star marks. Thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Ooh, your words, lady.
I know. Fuck. Okay, I have to get another soda.
You did this to us.
I didn't realize how dehydrated Mountain Dew will make you. Okay. I'll wait for Jessi to get back. Loopy Locust, thank you for the super chat. And it's a alligator popping out of a box. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Russell Hall, thank you for the super chat. The really expensive cars appreciate in value. Unless they get scratches or there's somebody like me that takes their dog with them everywhere and my dog is in the car.
What he's saying is that there are certain cars. I mean, when cars are rare, when you keep them, it doesn't matter the cosmetic damage and how many times you had it repaired. A rare car in working condition, even in non-working condition, will still appreciate over time.
I'm not going to do that. Okay. All right, here we go. 1, 2. Cheers.
Wow, that was fun. Super fun. I haven't done a shot in a long time. It did not go well. I did not enjoy it.
What did you drink?
Jameson.
And everyone, if you're like me and you have that Zack Snyder stream open too, spam the chat and ask him questions about fucking Henry. I don't have the volume on, so I don't know if they did already. Give me his number. Russell, thank you for the super chat. Okay, I already read that one. Chris Stanley, thank you for the super chat. Happy St. Patrick's Day with the cheers emoji. Well, thank you. Oh, let's see. So Cecil says, just watched it. Zach came on and doesn't know from Geeks and Gamers, and then oddly associated Geeks and Gamers with the Asian shootings and hate. It was total BS. What Asian shootings? See, Jessi? Jessi is muted. I hope she's not puking. Is that true? Are you kidding? What Asian shootings? Chad, do you know what that is? Gosh, do I have to go back on the stream and stream snipe it? Maybe I'll do that. Anyone know when Zach came on? Okay, right here. Okay, I think I found it. Okay. I'm going to stream snipe it and we're going to see. We're going to see exactly what Zach said. What is this called? It says celebrate. I'll just do an entire screen share. Okay, I think this is the right timestamp.
Sorry about that.
So Cecil said he came on and associated it with the Asian shootings.
Oh yeah, I heard something about that. It was like at a spa in Georgia or something.
I never heard anything about that, but I'm gonna.
It just happened like I think yesterday or something. It was
So we're gonna stream snipe and I'm gonna play this and see if that's true.
All right.
The only.
There he is.
There he is. What's up, man?
Hello.
Hey, guys. Hey guys, how you doing? How's everybody doing?
Good.
Just a quick thing before we get started. I know that on our donation page, we still have the Geeks and Gamers logo. I just want to say that I really we talked about this, and we're really not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers as far as I'm concerned. I really just want to make that clear. And I also want to just say, in light of recent events, I think we really, if Justice League teaches us anything, it's about coming together, and there's no room for hate. And I just think that it's important. It's an important message. And of course, as the father of Asian children, it really hits close to home for me. And I just really want to put that out there, that we all, there's no room for hate, and that's just what it's about.
Absolutely, and definitely something I can relate to myself. I'm the father of 2 biracial.
What?
My mic's muted. Sorry. It feels like this was motivated, like this was recent and motivated by these shootings, and feeling like people are going to somehow associate that with, it's weird because it feels like, oh, well, it's still the logo's up there under that and everything was cool. And then, oh, in light of these shootings, now we can't associate with you guys because somehow we feel like Geeks and Gamers supports shooting innocent Asian people.
Yeah, that
was really uncomfortable. That was uncomfortable.
It didn't make much sense. I don't get that, but
it was uncomfortable. Again, I got it because he said we talked about this, which makes me feel like it was something that Jeremy was aware of, that he was going to make some kind of statement, but it really didn't come. It didn't read very well at all.
No. That I don't know, that doesn't make sense. Like Cecil said, it's associated with the shootings in China. How did that doesn't make any sense?
So the shootings were here. They were in Georgia.
Oh, and
Asian Americans, yeah. But yeah, in Atlanta or something like that. But yeah, it was just.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Is that why everyone looks pissed off on there? Okay, gotcha. Okay, what do you want to do then? Because I have some more super chats to read with that.
Right, well, I can move into the bathroom. Jeff's getting ready. They're doing a WCBS special, a show.
Let's see.
I'll just go off camera if I'm going to do that.
Okay, let's see. Karen Pasha. Oh, thank you for another super chat, dude. You don't have to send them. If I ever work with Henry Cavill, I promise I will bring you up to him, Anna. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. I don't know that.
But
just. Oh, they're muted. Just I don't know. I feel like I would get embarrassed. He came on and linked Gigi with hate crimes. Yeah, that is kind of what he did, and that's did Jeremy do a video on his D-Day Cobra channel where he talked about that? Because that's the only connection. But you're right, he did link it.
Who did? And let me. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I do have a little more time here than I thought. So.
Okay, but no, that is weird because it's I don't see how a channel literally called Geeks and Gamers has any association with shootings in Georgia.
Yeah, I mean that's ridiculous. I don't. It doesn't.
That is really shitty.
It was really clunky. The thing is, again, even if something was said,
considering how every single person on that panel is associated with Geeks and Gamers.
Exactly. I think, and he's the one, who was on the call with them setting it up, and it's just, it is a little bit uncomfortable. It's the chat's responding. The chat's responding. The whole thing is I don't understand where he thought he was going with that. It's you set that up with Jeremy. You knew he was pimping and promoting it to his audience hardcore, which they've been doing consistently. And so the very first thing you say when you come on is to pointedly distance yourself from that entire portion of your audience. So like, why it just seems very,
it's very weird. Let's see. Deanna, thank you for that. Father Ted is a classic Irish sitcom. Any plans for matriarchy merch? Not currently.
we should make some though. And by we, I mean you should just make it and take all the profits since you're the artist. So.
Maybe. I think that would be kind of a weird to have on a t-shirt, but maybe I could do one with like me and you as cartoons or something.
If people want it.
Russell Hall, thank you for that. Peaches, if Anna dies tomorrow and you really love her, you'll make it your life's mission to hook up with Henry Cavill for her. Also, Cecil, #Peaceful 2021. No. No. Scratch Pat, thank you for that. Anna, I figured it out. It all makes sense now. It's actually genius when you think about it. Are you ready? The Rock is a Jedi. Well, a lot of people have said that already. But thank you for the super chat. I think that's a thing. Like that's how it moves around is from telekinesis from the Force and stuff.
I say.
Let's see.
Yo, Cecil, follow me back on Twitter so I can talk to you, by the way. Because you haven't followed me from your new Twitter yet. So.
Oh, Cecil. He said he killed the mood. They said donations came in screeching to a halt after he said that. Well, I mean, they're at 69,000. On the Lethal and Ryan look pissed. Like Ryan looks so mad. That's one thing.
Hey, I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, the thing is, it's one thing, you know, these guys love Zack Snyder, they love his work, and that's great, and it's awesome to be one of your heroes. But the thing is, he's just that. He's a guy who's made movies that has no personal connection to them, and you're talking about somebody else who, literally, I mean, Ryan was somebody who walked into a bar and said, "Oh my God, you know, Jeremy, I love Geeks and Gamers. I love your channel. I love all this stuff. It's so cool to meet you." And Jeremy went, "You know, I like," and just talked to him for a night. And when I like the stuff you're saying, I like all this stuff, and sort of encouraged him to start his own stuff and bring him on to Geeks and Gamers. And now look at that. Like that's tangible. You know, Ryan Canal can look at Zack Snyder and go, "Well, without you, I never would have seen the Snyderverse and my life would have remained more or less unchanged." All right, well, without Jeremy, I would never become a YouTuber. I never would have done any of those things or met any of these people. And so at the end of the day, when someone walks on and wants to throw shade, it's like, think about your audience. Think about the people who are on this panel, where they came from. Fucking Uche, you know, was out there being perfectly successful in his post-professional life and wanted to break into nerd culture. Yeah, he does the sports ones and all that, but Christ, when he came on to Geeks and Gamers, he was excited to not to talk about sports, to talk about the nerd stuff, to have an avenue for that. So irrespective of how he feels about Zack Snyder films, Jeremy gave him that platform. He gave him that voice. Zack Snyder so far has given them nothing but a few hours of entertainment and now a pretty heavy insult. So think about your audience, you know, be aware of who you're speaking to before you want to start making absolute statements about people that, you know, maybe are a part of that group and maybe don't appreciate being lumped into those categories when they're the entire fucking reason you're here raising money. So.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at people's faces and the chat is not happy.
That was pretty fucking tasteless.
Yeah.
I know I was all like, oh, we got to listen. Here the J-Man says it. But after listening to it, I have no further defense.
Well, no, I'm seeing like the chat is so angry. No, yes. I think Ryan has been one of the top Zack Snyder, and I don't know Ryan very well, so I could be completely wrong. Maybe he's starstruck, but he does not look happy at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it just feels really tone deaf. It's like, I mean, come on, you're coming. It just feels very, very tone deaf. It feels very, very ungrateful. It feels, once again, it's like this idea, like, oh, well, we don't have to worry about offending these type of people because they don't matter. Well, that's one thing when you want to, and that's the whole problem. It's like you can't It's the slippery slope. Stop trying to categorize what type of people are good or bad or worthy or not. Because once upon a time, we're all pretty on board that, okay, hardcore communists who want to take all our possessions away are pretty bad. And, hardcore racists who want, total segregation are pretty fucking bad. And that was pretty cool. And then we want, well, segregation's bad, but maybe this type of racist is equally bad. And maybe this type of person is equally bad. And that person is equally bad. And then all we get to is shit where it's like, oh, we feel totally comfortable now saying, oh, if you associate with Geeks and Gamers, you're like a neo-Nazi. Well, that's completely factually inaccurate. And
hold on, Jeremy posted a video. He's gonna have to address this. He looks pissed. Okay, because I clicked on my Twitter and it's exploding. People, of course, every troll are using this as whatchamacallit. I have to mute myself, but
myself and my team will be going live tonight on the main channel to discuss some comments made tonight by one Zack Snyder. In the meantime, please continue to support this charity over on Uche Waneri's channel. Even if you're angry about the comments made, it doesn't matter because the money being raised is for a very important cause. And don't let any misinformation get in the way of that. Thank you to everyone that has supported this stream over there. We do appreciate that. Have a great night, and we will see you a little bit later tonight with the Geeks and Gamers team and myself on the main channel. Bye.
You know what? Fuck Zack Snyder. How fucking ungrateful can you? It's not like he's a fucking Hollywood mecca god walking around unfucking touchable. He's on here because he thinks he has something to benefit by coming and doing a charity stream and appealing to this section of his audience. And Jeremy and Uche are the people who fucking set that up for him. Uche, who wouldn't have a goddamn channel without Jeremy. So you can say what you want about Uche and his star power and this and that. Uche has 16. I have more fucking subscribers than Uche does. Uche's a cool dude. I take nothing away from him. I love him. He's awesome. But the reason this is happening is because Jeremy, with the empire he built with Geeks and Gamers and his 300,000 subscribers, brought Zack Snyder over to Uche's fucking channel. That's what happened. And you don't turn around and fucking bite the hand that feeds you like that. Zack Snyder needs all the goodwill he can get for the Snyder Cut, because guess what? As many of you who are running around saying, I'm so thankful that I have the Snyder Cut to watch, I'm so grateful that it finally happened, and I get it, there are just as many or more people running around saying, fuck the Snyder Cut, fuck Zack Snyder. Why does his lily ass get to remake the movie in his vision when no one else gets that opportunity? And guess what? You just took a bunch of that audience that was previously hashtag Snyder Cut, hashtag Snyder Cut, hashtag Snyder Cut, and turned them into fuck Zack Snyder and his lily ass, because the people on his side who said, let's prop this up, let's build this up, let's go starry-eyed, for Zack Snyder all the way, Snyder Cut, ride or die, those people who wanted to prop him up, who brought, at this point, almost $70,000 or more to his fuking charity that is so near and dear to his heart, and his response to that is, thanks, guys, but fuck you, I don't need you. Well then, bitch, why did you call him in the first place? Why did you accept the fucking invitation? If you didn't need something, then why are you here? You took those phone calls, you set up this stream because there's something your ass wanted and needed from this. So good for you, Jeremy, that you're not just gonna roll over and take it because it's Zack Snyder. Good for you that you're gonna get your fucking team together and have something to fucking say about this. And I hope you don't just roll over and take it. I hope you do fight back. And I hope you let Zack Snyder know that he is not nearly as fucking important as he thinks he is. We are just as fucking important. I don't care what platform you had, and I don't care what opportunities you're getting now. We are human fucking beings. Our opinions matter. Our existences mean something. And our voices have merit, and you don't get to take those away from us just because in the moment you think it's going to benefit you better to shit all over the very people who put you in this spot at this particular fucking moment. So fuck you, Zack Snyder. I rest my case. Where did Anna go?
Somebody clip that and post that on Twitter. No, honestly, here's the thing, we only watched that one little section, but I saw people commenting in that chat saying how come you're not, why don't you got your brother's back, meaning Jeremy. I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, I don't want to be associated with this, but then associating it with that, my first response would be well, there's no issue because there is no association.
Yeah, right.
Why I would have nipped that in the bud right there.
Mm-hmm. I
don't know. There's a lot of uncomfortable faces on this stream right now.
And the thing is, I don't fault, I want to make it clear too, I don't fault a single person on the stream for not, jumping in and saying whatever, defending Jeremy. The thing is that this was something that, yes, he was part of it, organized, all that stuff. Everybody who is there is friends with Jeremy and, thought things were one way before Zach came and opened his fucking mouth. And so they probably don't really know what to do now. They're like, do we shit on him because he just shat on, our friend, or do we keep doing this because it still is the thing that Jeremy organized? And so there, they said Snyder's gone. There you go. Now they can have a good stream again. Fuck that pretentious prick. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that is a little bit fucked up.
Ren Zero. I only knew about that stream because of Jeremy and GNG. Damn straight. The only reason I knew about it. Jeremy let us know. He was like, hey, we might be running late for the High Council because I'm going to have a phone call with Zack Snyder. So,
okay, let me read some more super chats.
I just wouldn't know what the fuck Zack Snyder was up to if it wasn't for Jeremy. So,
Apex Comics, same super chat. Why do stormtroopers look like toilets? I don't think they do.
I have never once thought that.
I know,
but that's curious.
Dad,
you know why, Anna? You know why? It's because they're white.
Dadman Walking, thank you for the super chat. Nothing wrong with 26-year-old truck, just maintenance and good muffler needed. Mine was rocking the neighborhood and it's paid for. See, that's the best thing, it's paid for. I don't want to have a car payment.
Reasonable.
Lord Obama, thank you for the super chat. Tim Pool timestamp is 1:40:50. Rocka Rocka Alley episode. He usually doesn't take suggested guests, but it would be really cool to see on here. But here's the problem with that. Is it wasn't somebody saying, hey, I'm a fan, I would let you should collab with that Star Wars girl. Whoever sent that super chat said that Star Wars girl wants to come on your channel, which is insanely embarrassing considering I have never said that. And so his impression is going to be that I said, I want to go on his channel. People send Tim Pool super chats to get me on his channel. Which is not something I've ever said, and that makes me insanely uncomfortable. So please don't do that. I already went on this rant, and I've had a little bit of alcohol now, so I'm probably not saying this as eloquently. I am flattered, but do not put words in my mouth.
Yeah. I saw Lord Finatra's in the house now. I gave you a sub because congrats on 1,000 too, by the way.
Let's see. Just Nova, thank you for super chat. Nick just needs good part, like in Spider-Verse. Face Off was a John Woo movie. Doesn't get a pass? ? LOL. I don't know what that means.
John Woo is why would it being a John Woo movie give it a pass? I feel like that would be the opposite. Like I enjoy John Woo, but he doesn't make deep films. He makes fun films. He made Mission Impossible 2, which I love. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's top 5, but it's ridiculous. And there's just way too many slow motion whip hands. So these are the things that
let's see. Russell Hall, thank you, Mr. Jack. You wouldn't switch with Cavill's girlfriend. Fuck no.
You're not gonna face swap with a
okay. In the nicest way possible that I can say without being a terrible person, I would never switch my face. I would never. Does not sound like a terrible, conceited person. I would never downgrade my face. In the nicest, I am very happy with the way I look now. Even though I'm a hobbit, even though, yes, I do have flaws, even though I have birth defects, I still think, I would never, I don't know how to say this in a nice way. I don't think she's attractive at all. There you
go. Yes, that's the nice way. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the meanest way I could have possibly said it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just no. It's like anyone in the chat, would you switch your looks with Danny DeVito if he wasn't famous?
No.
Would any man in the chat switch their face with, and I mean, she's okay. I'll show you, Jessi. Do you want to see what this girl looks like?
Sure.
Like, she's not ugly. I just don't think she's attractive. I don't think. In my beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The way that I perceive beauty, she is not high on the totem pole.
Reasonable.
You know, okay, here we go. All right, you ready to see Henry Cavill's girlfriend?
Thrilled. Here for it.
And some people were like, oh, she's hot. And I'm like, I don't think she's hot.
She's a certain type. Like that's a type of, I think she's very regular looking.
Yeah, see, I like my Portuguese features. I like my Scandinavian nose. Nah.
She's a really particular type, but I think she's nice looking, but I
don't think she's ugly. But as far as the way that I personally perceive beauty, I wouldn't trade faces with her.
I would never suggest you do. I think you are making the right decision. Yes. No, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with your assessment completely.
Yeah, and again, it's not that she's ugly. She's not ugly, not by any means.
But let's not mince words. You are graced with exceptional looks, and why would you give that up? That's like, I love the way I look. People love it. Some people hate it. I love it. I think it's great. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I wouldn't trade it for, conventional beauty. I wouldn't trade it for anything different. I have no desire to get worked on any of that shit. It's, this is me. And I think it's great. There are things that are so distinct about my features too, that like make me that just wouldn't be me if they were on anyone else.
Exactly. It's like if somebody said, oh, would you trade places? Okay, let me think. Like, okay, would you trade places with or faces with like Audrey Hepburn? Even though I think Audrey Hepburn is beautiful, I still wouldn't do it.
I still wouldn't either. Yeah, even someone I think is extraordinarily beautiful, I still wouldn't. And there's certainly a whole host of women whom I think I am much more fortunately endowed than. Mm-hmm. I mean, case in point, I do nothing to these eyebrows, and this is the way they naturally grow. And that alone makes me not want to do it because I'm way too retarded to ever be able to functionally pluck my own eyebrows. So I need these. I will take anything else. Like I can figure out eyes, I can figure out lips, I can figure that the fuck out. But fucking eyebrows? No, I can't figure that shit out.
Yeah, the only thing that, like, if there was Charlie Spur, I'm in the middle of reading super chats. Thank you. Every time you come in, though, you scream at me. But I'm like 2 super chats before yours, so please calm down. What was it? No, if it's one of those things that's like, oh, if I could switch eyebrows with someone, I probably would do that because I have to do my eyebrows every single day, or else they connect to my hair grows incredibly fast, except for this hair, which I want to grow fast. But the rest of my body, it's like, oh, like my dad would shave, my dad, I've never seen him without a beard, but he shapes his beard every single day. And by the time he's got to shave his face twice a day because his hair grows so fast. That's how I am. It's like, I have to do my hair, do my eyebrows and my mustache. And I literally nair my forehead so that way this doesn't connect anymore. And I just did, I don't do it very often, but so this, my sideburns go all the way down. This is the only thing that's slow growing hair on my damn body. I just naired that recently. So it's weird. I'm like, wow, my skin, it's so soft.
I would not.
But my hair grows really fast. So if I could switch the speed at which my hair grows with somebody who's doesn't have that issue, like your eyebrows, I would do that. But as far as my entire face, fuck no.
Reasonable.
Ask me in 20 years when I'm old if I would switch places with a younger person. That might be a different story. But
to be continued.
Let's see. Russell, thank you for the super chat. Anna, I take back everything I said about your donut munching tendencies. Anyone who doesn't think Malin Ackmer is hot, watch The Heartbreak Kid. Who is that?
Malin Ackerman. She's an actress. You definitely have seen. You know what she looks like.
She pisses on a jellyfish. Takes her pants off on the beach.
Oh, dude, we need to cut.
I know.
Oh no, this chick. No, I think she's weird.
What? It's supposed to be in 3.
And then the one thing that in Watchmen, I remember there's a scene where it's trying to highlight her cleavage, but she doesn't have any.
Yeah, no, she's
naked in one scene or something.
That's very Zack Snyder. Yeah.
Well, what you guys were talking about earlier is you just don't seem to like deconstruction of the superhero genre.
No, there's plenty of things where
and the boys.
I like
No, I like the boys.
I was talking to
but
her directly
yeah.
though. Like she had mentioned the Watchmen, how it's everything's so downbeaten and whatever. Blame Alan. Blame Becky for people trying to be Alan more.
Here's the thing. There's plenty of deconstruction stories that I like. I don't like the way it's done in Watchmen. I hate every single character. Look, Game of Thrones is it's basically George R. R. Martin saw Lord of the Rings and he didn't like the way that it ended, and he didn't think that that's the way politics would function, how it corrupts a hero, and that is what Game of Thrones is based on.
See, that's where it falls apart for me. Is I don't like deconstruction for the sake of deconstruction. You know, Game of Thrones deconstructs Lord of the Rings because it has a different point to make.
Jesse, when you're done, come back to me.
Oh yeah, sure. You know, it has deconstructs it because it has a different point to make. The Boys deconstructs superheroes because it wants you to recontextualize how we view role models. The Watchmen deconstructs superheroes for the sake of deconstructing superheroes. You know, that's how I kind of feel about it.
I was going to say is Zack Snyder keeps putting that in his movies. What's Batman and Superman movies? They're all deconstruction of who the heroes are. When the dude misses the point that the world's fucking broken, we need Christopher Reeve. Henry Cavill could be that. Have you seen the photos of him?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like
He has the energy for it, the look for it, the chops for it, all of that. And no, you're absolutely right. He likes to be very heady about these things, and it doesn't.
He's not as smart as he thinks he is on film. If you watch his movies, you could break down all of his flaws and things he carries him over from every genre. He like never grew.
Well, it's like James Cameron's Avatar, which even though it has, you know, technological breakthroughs and all that, it's just that the story is just recycled. It's just whatever. It's technological mystery for the sake of technological mystery. There's no substance behind it. So it's deconstructing for the sake of deconstructing, examining these ideas for the sake of examining these ideas. And at the end, you're left very unsatisfied because he never makes a fucking point.
Mm.
That's why I think a lot of his work, even though he has some interesting premises, sometimes feels hollow. With
Zack Snyder, definitely. But so my thing is like, I hate Watchmen, but I love The Boys.
You love the what?
I love The Boys
because it has an opinion. It deconstructs.
Well, not only that, it's like
for a reason.
You know, with Homelander, he's the best character on that show, and guess what? He's the bad guy, but he's the fucking best. Maybe it's because they got the best actor for the job, which I think is the case. I think they got the best fucking actor that. I can't picture anyone else playing Homelander and playing it that successfully. And so, because I mean, if you gave that, let's say they cast a different guy and then the show almost loses its effect because the entire show rotates around him. Yeah, you know, there's Butcher, there's other characters, but I mean, they get kind of, to me, I'm just like, I want to see Homelander. Like the second Homelander is on screen, I'm fucking mesmerized. I'm like, what the fuck is this psycho going to do next?
Yes.
And it's like, I can't look away, which I mean, that is the epitome of the he's Superman. He's Captain America. He's Superman to these people. And he's the bad guy. It's great. But I can get down and dirty with deconstruction of the superhero all day.
It's not just deconstruct Superman so you can see what Superman looks like as a piece of shit. It's let's deconstruct Superman so you can see what whatchamacallit, so you can see what somebody looks like when that's all they are, is the symbol they represent and no humanity behind it, you know?
Well, somebody that is bad that wants humanity, but they're so fucked up that they don't have, because they don't have it, which I think is it's one of the things that makes you fascinated with Homelander, is because you can see that he wants to be a dad, that he wants to have a family, that he wants some kind of sense of normality, but he's insane. And so that's where it falls flat. And so because it's that tragic character motif where it's a tragedy unfolding, but you can't look away. And I think it pulls in a lot with like Shakespearean tones. It's like, okay, well, we know Romeo and Juliet is a tragedy. We know Julius Caesar is going to get stabbed, but you can't not watch it. It's like, we know Homelander wants to love his son, but we know he's going to fuck it up, but we are fascinated with how. And
exactly. There's almost the moment where you're like, oh, just hoping that maybe this time he doesn't, but you know it's going to fucking happen anyway.
Mm-hmm. And it's how it's going to happen. It's so fascinating.
Exactly. Watching it unfold. That's like, the things where it's like it's not asking you to guess what happens. It's very, very willing to let you figure it out right from the jump, and it just invites you to watch. You know, because it's almost like the moments where you're like, well, how do we get there? I got to see how it happens. You know.
Charlie's birthday, Jessi is suddenly 10 times hotter. I think that came out when
that was came in doing the rant. Thank you, Charlie. That was very sweet of you.
Russell, thank you for the super chat. Of all the times to make comment like that, right, I think you're trying to say right now, as his Snyder Cut launches, those are some of his most gun-ho fans. He just Disney Star Wars.
Some of the same people who are responsible for getting released the Snyder Cut trending on Twitter in the beginning probably felt very, very slighted by those remarks at the beginning of that stream.
Well, no, Ryan was literally on Ethan's channel the other night, and I thought it was weird. I'm like, when does Ryan ever? I was like, I didn't know that Ryan even knew Ethan.
Yeah, right.
But he was on because I like to listen to Ethan's streams when they're doing like the comic stuff. Whenever I'm doing something like doing my laundry, for example, and I just like having it on because I'm like, these guys are all fascinating. They all have all these amazing stories, and it's all about art and superheroes, which I like. Right. And Ryan was on there, and Ethan like just explains how important Superman was to him and how Zack Snyder's version of Superman was not his Superman. And guess what? Freaking Ryan just goes up against Ethan and all of the guys on the panel who all agree with Ethan. And he's like, well, this is why it's important to me. And this is what Zack Snyder's vision was, and defends it.
And that's, and that, like, I can only imagine how he feels right now. I mean, you're caught between, you know, your hero and somebody who's, you know, became a new hero for you and then also became a friend and then also became, you know, somebody who brought you in a completely new world. It's like, that's a lot of, it's very complicated. It's very tricky. You know?
My God, they got the guy that's the werewolf from True Blood.
Oh, on the stream?
Yeah, he's Flash that tries to punch Spider-Man in Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Oh, wait, what's his name?
Joe something?
What's this? I know who this is. Hold on.
Okay, I really have to pee. Can you hold the fort?
Sure thing. Wait, what's that? What was the Jeff, who plays the Flash in Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man? So she said Anna just the Flash. Somebody who tries to punch him or something. There you go. Apparently he's on the Snyder stream right now.
With Geeks Gamers?
That's what Anna just said. I guess so.
Oh, good for him. I like him.
I played that. There you go.
He's a big nerd.
Joe Manchin. Yeah, that's it.
He plays D&D with
cool.
The celebrity D&D player.
I'll bet you that's a new check at because that's something that's what's so cool. Like if you guys have listened to Uche, that's something that was, you know, Jeremy was really, really excited when he first made that connection with Uche because he was really passionate about sports wars and he was like, oh my God, we'll get this former pro athlete on to do sports wars. And obviously it's something that Uche knows a ton about and loves throwing down with, has very strong opinions on there, but Uche has strong opinions on a lot of other things. And one of the cooler things is that he's a fucking nerd and probably and you know, before this had very few outlets in his professional or private life really to just nerd out and be seen as an authority on nerd culture and these geeky movies that he's loved and studied and been passionate about and finally be able to talk to about that. So it's really, really cool watching him, you know, you hear about this all the time about pro athletes. They retire and they go open a restaurant chain. I think that's what he did. They open, invest in this kind of business and real estate and whatever. They make their money. They chill. They do this. Some of them will do commercials or bit parts in movies and stuff like that. But it's so rare, but so nice to see someone just sort of like become a new person. Like, hey, I was a football player. You know me as that. That's not going anywhere. He's still definitely, I mean, his profile picture is him in uniform. Hell, I'd ride that. It's pretty badass. But the flip of it is, yeah, I can be this pro athlete, this guy who fucking threw down on the turf. And now we'll throw down talking about the Snyder Cut, talking about Star Wars, talking about whatever nerd things that we all had toys for and posters for and movies for growing up in our bedrooms. So I think he's such a great example of like what diversity really means when you actually think about the word and not the bastardized version that we throw around in today's world. Diversity means it doesn't matter what you look like. Not that, oh, we have to make sure you look like this, you have to look like that, and you have to look like that. Diversity means it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter where you came from. It matters that we can all come together over common things. Perfect.
And Peaches isn't there.
Yeah.
Well, his car is here. I just don't know where he is. He wasn't inside. Well, I'm like, I don't know if he was trying to fix our heater. So I'm like, I wonder if he's under the house. You know? Is this, what are you? I just got this order in. I don't know what it is. Oh my God. Sometimes I'll see stuff on like Facebook Marketplace. I'm like, I just have to buy this. And this was like $3. And so I was like, I never had this. I kind of want it. I thought it was the Barbie doll size though. So I kind of fucked up. I don't. Oh, do you need to go soon?
Soon, yeah, definitely soon. But
okay, let me finish reading these then. Let's see. Justin McNeely, thank you for being. Hi, Anna. I hope I spelled that correctly. You didn't, but it's okay. My name is spelled with 2 N's. Usually, when there's not a leprechaun here, it says Anna TSWG Studios. So my name is spelled ANNA. Let's see. But will you be picking up an issue of Berserk by Keanu Reeves? Probably not until I hear reviews of it, but I don't know. It just, even though, yes, Keanu Reeves was involved, I wasn't compelled by the story. And so if I'm not like fascinated by it in the beginning, I'll never really get into it. And so even though, yay, it's Keanu Reeves, it didn't spark my interest like other things have. So it's just, if it's good and like the full comic comes out one day and it's available to purchase and I've heard good reviews and stuff, then I'll look into it. But as of right now, there's nothing really that fascinates me about it. So
I'd give it a go. I enjoy the man a lot, and it looked interesting enough to me that I would give it a go for sure.
Well, it looks like it's just the character that looks like him. It doesn't seem to be. I mean, I just, there's something that even like a movie trailer, it's like, wow, I want to watch that, or it's like, maybe. If it's on Netflix and I have nothing to do, that's what this is to me. I'm like, if it's on Netflix and I have absolutely nothing to do, and for whatever reason I'm not in the mood to rewatch Star Trek or Frasier, maybe I'll watch it.
I'm in the camp of it looks interesting, and Keanu Reeves is somebody that I will, if he's involved in something, I usually will take a closer look because I like a lot of stuff he's been involved in. So,
well, if it's in a store, like I don't want to back the Kickstarter just because Kickstarter is kind of shitty.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But yeah, I mean, I would something about it coming out in stores. So I'd rather support my local comic book store than Kickstarter. So that's kind of where I feel about it. But as of right now, I haven't backed it.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on the wanting from the stores. I always feel lukewarm about people with names behind them using Kickstarter or other crowdfunders, Kickstarter in general, in spite of its other things, but just people with names behind them using crowdfunders, because I feel like crowdfunding was invented for everybody who doesn't have a name to have an opportunity to fund their projects. And so while I love the idea that anybody, no matter who they are, can get into independent creation and can feel, unfettered to create independently, that's awesome. There's also the flip side of that where it's like, yeah, but if I'm going to go back, it's not that I have a personal or moral issue with you running a Kickstarter, Keanu Reeves, but if I'm going to go put my money towards a Kickstarter, I'm probably going to go find somebody who needs that money more, and then do like you said and wait to support a local comic book shop when your book.
Did he draw it or write it?
He wrote it.
No,
I think he created the story. I don't think he wrote it, but I think he's credited as creating the story.
Yeah.
Is it going to get a publication release like in stores?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently, I guess it is. So.
Yeah, and if honestly, I feel like I know enough people that have bought it that if after they read it, I can say, hey, I promise I'll mail it back and I'll pay for shipping both ways.
There you go.
And if I like it enough, I'll find a source to buy it from. Or even heck, I maybe even buy the digital one. But honestly, you guys, it's not something I want or am interested in. So if there's no desire there, there's not going to be any effort. And right now, as much as I like Keanu Reeves, I'm not here like I need to watch every single one of his movies every day. It's like, and that's with every single actor out there. It's like, okay, I maybe like 1/3 of all of their movies. And I mean, there's very few actors that I'm like, I have to watch every single movie that they are in because they are the best. You know? You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I fixed it. I was just moving my mic a little bit because Jeff's getting set up for some stuff. I didn't figure to make it easier for him. No, yeah, Keanu Reeves is one of those actors for me where if he's in it, I'll see it for him. You know, he's a short list for me.
Well, no, I feel like I'm coming out bad, but I like Keanu Reeves. There's nothing. I have no interest in it, and I don't know how many times I need to say it or how of a nicer way to say it. I'm not interested.
That's totally fair, but like the same way that Henry Cavill does it for you. Like if Henry Cavill put out a comic book, you'd buy it. You'd be the first backer. I would not necessarily.
I'd be licking it.
I would not necessarily bat an eyelash at it. But if Keanu Reeves puts his name on something, I'm going to back it. Whereas Henry Cavill does not have that sway or appeal for me. Different strokes. You know, he's one of mine. But
well, see, and Keanu Reeves has been in more like out of them. I feel bad to saying this, but I mean, as much as I like Henry Cavill, he hasn't done as many movies as Keanu Reeves, first off.
I actually personally feel like Keanu Reeves has always been underappreciated for his talents.
Oh, I think I'm not saying that he's not talented. I'm just saying that this story, like, okay, if I'm going to pick a Keanu Reeves movie to watch, I'm going to watch The Matrix before I watch Lake House. You know,
I actually really, really like Lake House some days. I love that movie. I own it on DVD. It's in my Keanu Reeves collection. But if I'm going to go for Keanu Reeves, I usually go Point Break because it's just that. And then I get Patrick Swayze too. So it's
I haven't seen it still.
What?
I know you yelled about this a year ago.
I'm going to yell about it every time until you finally fucking see this movie.
I know. But so even with Keanu Reeves movies, it's like I really like the movie Speed. I know not a lot of people don't like it, but I like that movie. What's the one where he's a serial killer?
Oh, that's the one I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, okay,
I know which one it is, but I'm blanking on the name, yeah.
Well, see, I would rather watch The Matrix or Speed before I watch that one. You know, there's just certain things that it's like, as much as I like this actor, there's some things that I'm going to gravitate more than the others because I like those ones better. And this one, again, I'm not really interested in it.
That's fair. I am. You're not. Hey, people.
Let's see. And again, if there's more information that has not been brought to my attention, that it's like, oh, this is the one thing that I needed to hear to make it the bestest ever. Okay, so here is somebody saying Graham Nolan has been interviewing a lot of big artists lately. He had John Romita Jr. on. Does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
John Romita Jr.? Holy shit.
Yeah, but is he the guy that's drawing Berserk?
No, John Romita Jr. is just an icon. He drew Spider-Man, everything.
I know who he is. I'm just asking specifically, how does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Probably it doesn't.
Yeah.
Out of context.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm like, is that the guy that's drawing it? Because if there's what I thought was somebody was saying this person brought that, or Graham was interviewing the artist, because if the artist like talks more about it and I hear an interesting conversation, that makes me like it more.
That makes sense.
I don't think John Romita Jr. is going to sell a new book though to somebody because his name's on Kick-Ass. He's just, I feel like, he wouldn't even be connected. I wish he was though. I'd buy it in a heartbeat.
Well, I mean, if there's something that you guys want to send me and you say, hey, Anna, watch this, you might change your mind. I'm more than happy to watch it and to change my mind. You know, just as of right now, from what I've seen, I don't like Kickstarter. I don't want to support Kickstarter. I don't want to give Kickstarter any of my money or any of my personal billing and shipping information. And I know that it's going to come out in stores, so I'd rather just support a comic book store. Let me continue reading Super Chats because I know Jesse's got a time limit right now. Emperor J. Bomber fan, thank you for the super chat. Okay, you're right. Now drink up. I'm Irish. Had to do with, but thank you.
Whatever. We're always right. Drinking.
Anna is so jelly. Drink up.
I'm out of beer.
Jealous. Emperor J. Bomber fan, thank you for the super. Stop criticizing Cavill's beard and drink. Spelled Cavill wrong. It's with 2 L's. It's like my name. My name has 2 N's. Cavill has 2 L's. Let's see. Where is Peaches? I texted him. You didn't text me back. I'm thinking maybe he's at the neighbor's house because I think they're having a party. Either he's under the house or he's at the neighbor's house. Russell Hope, thank you for the super chat. I'd switch my face and body with DeVito. Hell, I'd even switch with Andra. Oh, God, if I could bang someone like Malin Akmar in her prime.
Malin Ackerman.
God, does anyone know her name?
Do I say it
No,
wrong?
they spelled it right. She just it said as the dyslexia. Malin Ackerman.
How?
Malin Ackerman.
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 How was I saying it?
Akmar.
Just a few letters short.
What's your Akmar?
Admiral Akmar.
Admiral Akmar.
There's a trap.
It's a blonde.
No.
Oh no. Well, honestly, she was in 27 dresses, and she's the sister that steals her other sister's boyfriend, or the guy that the sister likes.
I honestly, okay, that's what I know her from the best. I just didn't think that you would know that movie. So I love that movie.
I like chick flicks. I'm a girl.
People hate Katherine Heigl though because she sucks and she's insufferable. But 27 Dresses is legit amazing because of James Marsden in the end. So
No, that movie is fucking great.
I love that movie. It's so
But I've had that. My sisters had this weird thing where my sisters do this thing where if I have a friend or like a boyfriend, and it's both. If anyone has any kind of association with me where they like me, whenever they meet my sisters thing was say they try to make that person like them more. And so, like, if I brought a boy home, what would my sisters do? They'd be flirting with him the entire time. They'd be talking to him. If I brought, like, friends, or if they were ever around my friends, they'd be like, your friends like me better than you. And I'm like, they're my fucking friends. They're being nice to you because they're my friends and they're not going to be an asshole to you, you know?
Yeah.
You had the opposite effect, unfortunately. But you did see how, like, he took you off to the side to talk to you privately to get...
Wait.
Huh?
Oh, wait, for what? For what?
When you met Emily.
Oh, that. Yeah. When I met your sister. Yes, I definitely. Oh, no, she definitely still had to have her moment of like having her piece and having, making sure she had her identity with me. And it definitely was still definitely with the intention of like me better than you. That was definitely the intention.
Yeah, that's, I don't know why. Emily is a lot worse at it than Ellen was. But it's just it's something though. I always have to let people know before they meet my sisters or now. But it's one of those bizarre things. I know no one in the chat is ever going to meet my sister, but it's like it's just this thing. If you meet my sister, it's like there's going to be a point where she has to make that Anna, this is what she'll be. Anna's a cunt or Anna's a terrible person and this is why you should like me better. That's literally it's been going on since they could fucking talk. I don't get it. It's weird, but I mean, it's siblings thing.
Used to do that shit to me. They are no longer friends. I mean, from childhood and stuff. That was how friends used to have some shitty childhood friends used to play that shit.
It's just, I don't know. It never made any sense to me because I'm like, wouldn't you want somebody to like you for who you are? Well, the one thing that I always said, which is telling, my parents know all of my friends' names. They will always know my friends. My sisters always had like a new best friend every month. It's like I couldn't, like my parents they didn't even bother for a few years memorizing my sister's friends' names because it's going to be a different friend. When I pick friends, I have very few. Well, I know a lot of people. I would say a lot more acquaintances, but as far as friends, like my mom still knows you. Like my parents remember you. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're almost done.
Cool.
Let's see. But sorry guys, Jesse's on a time budget because Jeff's got to start his show. Jeff, if your show's already queued up, you can
don't
start.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll no,
spam it in the chat so people raid you.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Let's see. Let's see. Cecil, thank you for the super chat. My ski trip just gave me a new face, but it's just as bad as the last one. I'll take that DeVito upgrade. Zack Snyder is a classless piece of shit. Well, after that, kinda, yeah, it does seem like it. Let's see. Russell, thank you for the super chat. Rorschach was more compelling than Homelander. No, he's not. I wanted Rorschach to die the whole fucking movie. Jar Aid, thank you for the super chat. Donate to a charity, but Zach, hail GG and the matriarchy. Well, thank you for the super chat. Iron Baron, thank you for the super chat. Green Goblin had a quote pertaining to people like Zack Snyder. In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. That's actually true.
Very
Jeff,
true.
do you know that quote?
Yeah, I can see a hero fail, fall, die trying. Zack Snyder was known for the hero of the story, though. So
no, so
he's been one of the most protected diva directors who makes the most basic McDonald's style bullshit films. Like he thinks he's Stanley Kubrick, and in reality he's like Michael Bay light. His movies aren't that successful compared to Michael Bay. Oh,
he doesn't piss me off as much as Michael Bay.
I don't care about that. But no, he pisses me off more because he makes movies that should be billion-dollar pictures and game changers, and he fucks them up. Batman meeting Superman should have been the world's biggest movie in history. You know what we got instead? A dog shit Martha fest. The guy doesn't know what he's doing.
Honestly, it's pretty abysmal when you look at it. When you do slice it that way, it's the same thing we said about like how could you make a Star Wars trilogy where each movie depreciates in value? It was mind blowing to us at the time to watch that happen in real time.
We didn't buy into the bullshit like everyone else.
No, the best thing about Batman and Superman was that that video where it's like, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Zooming into that like space.
It's equally mind blowing that you could get. You could get someone, Henry Cavill, who came off of being a largely liked superhero in Man of Steel, or largely liked Superman in Man of Steel. Whether or not the stereotype about how people felt about the movie, people largely liked that casting choice, and we're happy to see him as it. So you have that going for you, and pretty much a lot of his. There's very little bad press about Henry Cavill's acting chops, for as few things relatively as he's been in so far, he has pretty much knocked it out of the park. Ben Affleck has been around for forever and has a lot of chops to his name, and you're talking Batman and Superman, two of the biggest superheroes ever.
They really did cast them well.
And they're cast well. There's no reason that movie shouldn't have been the biggest superhero movie of the decade.
Kevin Smith's bitch ass is just going to be a $2 billion picture. I guarantee it.
It could have been.
It made 860 something million.
It didn't even hit $1 billion.
Civil War. It's so funny how historically
Aquaman did better.
No, but I meant
Jason Momoa running around shirtless did better.
They came out like
in the same weeks apart.
Yeah, they came out like 2 weeks apart. That movie fucking shit the bed.
An experimental Captain America sequel, because that's what that is. Let's take Captain America and make an espionage. The espionage was the other one. But Civil War is let's blend an Avengers movie and a Captain America movie and do this weird hybrid thing. It's a weird hybrid Captain America Avengers movie that is tonally much darker than anything that came before it, and was very, very. A lot of those tumultuous going into it. Friends were fighting. I had a friend we were like, "Who Team Cap, Team Tony?" Before that, people came out of that shit loving it.
The movie kicked ass,
raving about it. It was awesome.
But Zack Snyder's films, and the problem with Zack Snyder's movies is they don't just ruin his films. His dumb designs and ideas and choices, all of DC follow him. He is the architect. He is the J.J. Abrams. And here's the weird part: J.J. Abrams is coming in to follow him up. So what's going to happen? You're going to have 13-year-old with a fucking, no film school, or you're going to have some guy who makes the most pretentious shit. We're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. And I think, actually, to your point, we'd even clarify even more for me when you talk about the Civil War coming out at the same time. Team Cap, Team Tony, right? Tony Stark, Captain America. Everyone's pretty much heard of Captain America, but he was like a nothing superhero, really, in terms of popular media before the MCU revived it. Iron Man I didn't even fucking know he was a fucking superhero before those movies came out.
You knew the song, probably.
I knew the song. I knew the fucking Black Sabbath song. Exactly.
I remember, all of when Iron Man first came out and the world lost its mind over it, and every single YouTube channel had cut scenes from the movie and we're syncing it up to the song. I mean, come on, what superhero has okay, that's got to be one of the coolest fucking theme music.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. But yes, I mean, but to market a movie with two superheroes who before the MCU wouldn't have been able to sell in $100 million picture, let alone $1 billion picture, going head to head against the two most probably well-known superheroes of all time, as that is Spider-Man.
Wow, thank you. I don't know what it is, but thank you.
Whoa, biggest super ticket I haven't seen. But yeah, it's fucking bonkers. Anyway, sorry, got us off topic, even though I'm the one. I'm like, I gotta go, but let me just get us on a title.
It's a heart with, I think, a cheerleader. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. That's very, very kind and generous. I think I'll take a shot for that. Let's do this. Do you want to take one or no? Honestly,
we can share.
I watched The Killing Joke yesterday morning.
Why?
Wake me up.
Huh? Why'd you watch The Killing Joke?
I don't know. I was just in the mood.
Fair. Did you see it in theaters when it first came out?
No, I didn't.
You take the shot from here.
I did. The opening is the part that pisses everyone off. I think it's a solid movie outside of the opening.
I'm blank. I just watched it yesterday. What part of the opening is controversial?
Batgirl, Batman bagged.
Oh, well, that's like halfway into the movie. I mean, no, honestly, for me, I'm like, I could see that happening and how like she would be attracted to him and all of that. So I thought it was very realistic, especially the way that she's like, oh, it was too soon. And then the way that things ended. That actually to me was very, very realistic because I mean, I feel like we've all had those relationships where we rushed. Obviously, it's not Batman and Batgirl type of thing, but that was something that I'm like, you know, who wouldn't think about it, especially when it's like, oh, the dude I'm working with is super hot and he's fucking Batman. Like, why? And I think it made more sense to me because she's the one that initiated it. I was more surprised that he went through with it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, it's been a minute.
It seemed like it was in the heat of the moment and they both knew that it was wrong. Which if they both liked it, you know,
that's something that's like so missing from like media today, though, because of the way everyone says that. It used to be always like that in movies. It didn't have to be comic books or superheroes or gritty anti-heroes and shit, but that was such a thing in chick flicks or action movies or whatever. It's like the two characters aren't supposed to bang, who bang anyway. And you're like, yes, do it. Fucking sexual tension, just give into it. Stop asking questions and signing consent forms. You want to bang, just fucking bang.
I was just like, where the hell's Nightwing? You know, at this point. But okay, for me, because I remember Batman dies like that because it's the ending, because how, like, you know, the Joker has the thing that makes them smile and die.
Yeah.
That's
the way that I always interpret the ending is that Batman dies.
Sorry.
Batman. It's always that Batman kills the Joker, or that the Joker goes back to Arkham.
Oh yeah, killing that.
The killing joke. Batman either kills the Joker.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one where it's implied that he kills the Joker.
Because he left.
Yeah.
No, that's why I always thought that he dies. And this is what I've got into it with people, but I'm like, no, if you listen to the Joker's joke and then we don't know, it has to do with Joker touching them, right? Because when the guy sells him the carnival, he shakes his hand and the guy, like, then he's like frozen dead with the smile on his face. So because Batman laughs, and even when you look at the final page of the comic, the way that the water is and the way that it flows, it to me always implied that the Joker wins because Batman laughs, because Batman dies, because Batman knows that the Joker just beat him.
No, the point is the Joker finally made a joke that made Batman break.
Yeah.
And kills him.
And then either kills the Joker or sends him right back. But even like the artist Brian Boland has said, like, Batman either kills him or whatever. Like, it's kind of how they even
really, I interpreted that because the joke, it's not funny, it's real. That, oh, you know, shine the light, and oh no, if you should, I don't trust you to walk out on this ledge because you're going to turn it off when I'm halfway through, and that's what makes Batman laugh. I always thought that meant the Joker won and got under his skin, and because even like with the acid getting on Batman's arm, I always interpreted that with the screen going black and Batman's laughing is because Batman dies, because the Joker just beat him.
I always took that, though. I always took it more as like the.
Okay, I'm gonna take this before you.
Oh yeah, it's I'll take another second because I think mine first one was too big, and I have a much easier time drinking from the bottle for some reason than from the glass. But I was it was that really one of those things that like where it's like he wins, but. I agree with you that it feels like the Joker gets under his skin in that one. It sort of feels like the whole point of the whole thing, but like he does win in the end, but at the same time, like, and that was always, I actually felt like that was something they explored really, really well in the Lego Batman movie, was the relationship between Batman and the Joker. I feel like the Killing Joke does that so well. As a lot of people talked about the Killing Joke in relation to that movie, because it hits on that where it's like, it's the one that really shows them as the like opposite sides of the same coin in a way. And that it's like, to me, one of the things about the Joker is like the bigger times that the biggest instances in which Batman has to beat the Joker, he always loses part of himself doing it. That's something like the Dark Knight, I think, hit on really well. Really, like, is the Dark Knight's the first thing that really made that really on the nose,
because it really creates a lot of it.
Yeah, well,
I mean, like a lot of that Joker stuff is created specifically for that movie. Like it's on record.
what I mean is that like there was always something though where it was like it always felt like it cost
Oh, it's part of his soul.
more to go against the Joker.
Oh.
Like he was the
I thought you meant
Joker
the
was
Joker's
always
message and all that weird- I thought you meant, like, the
it
Heath
always
Ledgerisms.
cost Batman more to beat the Joker than anyone else, you know.
Of course.
And that was something that was like very on the nose in the Dark Knight, but also like very really explored in the deepest way in the fucking Lego Batman movie. And I love that. So like a lot of that for you read as like Batman losing, for me felt like the piece where he loses a piece of himself. He devolves, a bit of him comes maybe, or a bit of himself. There's the reflection of the Joker in him for a moment, you know. And then
Well, maybe it's just the Klingon in me where it's like I want Batman to go out fighting. I don't want, because as much as I liked Batman Beyond, I don't like the thought of Batman being angry and miserable because his body can't do what his mind needs him to do. And so when I watched it, and every time I've watched it, to me it makes more sense if Batman just got beat by the Joker and they both know that the battle's over right there. And even just looking at it, and again, like with the way that the rain is happening and the water and the puddle around him, to me, I saw it as they're both losing, but in that moment, the Joker won and Batman's laughing because he knows that their fight is over and that he died a hero's death fighting.
yeah, that makes sense.
Does that make any sense?
It does.
But I mean, I like it. That was one that I think Peaches hadn't seen it, so when he watched a little bit with me, and I was like, I think that this should be made into a movie personally. Like if there's one that you could do live action, I would just a one-shot Batman movie. Just do the Killing Joke. I mean, you don't have to throw in
ending, but not most of the rest.
There's no way they could make that though, because you'd have all the feminists online. You can't have Barbara Gordon get paralyzed. It's your takeaway. It's ableist. That's the fucking crux of the story, is that she gets paralyzed because Jim Gordon's the hero.
Yeah,
Batman's just kind of secondary hero, really, because it's about watching Jim Gordon break.
Yeah,
and the Joker's story.
It's not even
that. Gary Oldman.
He doesn't break. Batman points that out. He's like, everything that you did to him, it doesn't. You tried to break him and he didn't. Even though he might be emotionally torn, but then I think the most controversial part of that is that the fact that it's implied that he raped her, or
that's always been there.
Oh yeah, that too. I mean, that also obviously
paralyzed her. That personally, I like dark movies like that. I like it. I think out of Alan Moore's stuff, that's something that I like more than others. But I didn't know we were going to go down this rabbit hole. But
what? We are bad at ending streams. We should never drink.
Really are. I have like 7 super chats left, so we'll see. Or actually less.
We can totally do this.
Josiah L. Thank you for that. The name Anna is a palindrome. It is. It is backwards and forwards. I always thought that my name was like meh. Like I'm like, I wish I had a cooler name, but that's the only cool thing about my name.
Well, yeah, because there's a moment in school where you learn what a palindrome is, and everyone realizes your name is a palindrome, and all the other kids are jealous that you're a palindrome, and they're not. So.
Well, my babysitter told me when I was little, and so she's like, your name is spelled the same way as forwards and backwards, and I'm like, I don't know how to read yet, so cool.
You're like, that means literally nothing to me.
Well, no, I just remember like I said that once, and like my teacher was like, very good, Anne, and I'm like, I don't know how to spell my name, but I know that my name is spelled the same forwards and backwards.
I love that.
Let's see. I think I read that one. Okay, Deano, thank you for that. How about a T-shirt? Jesse's Han Solo from the Jesse shop first, and you as Leia with the lightsaber.
As fun as that would be, we can't ever do that because then everyone would just think we were gay for each other. So
yeah.
As it stands, we already have to put out the occasional fires from the trolls or the wishful thinkers. So we can't afford that. If you want to put that out as like fan stuff, I'm just saying I'm never gonna come after you for infringing upon art and whatnot. But certainly we will not be putting that out from our camp.
Russell, thank you for the super chat. Point Break.
That's it. It's a cool idea.
Point Break is a must watch. I've heard, I just haven't watched it yet.
Thank you, Russell.
Thank you for the super chat. I think I read that one. I read that one. Russell Hall, thank you for the 2 super chats in a row. Batman smashing Batgirl wasn't controversial. Joker smashing her spine, stripping her, dressing her dad in bondage gear, and showing him pics was. Russell Hall, thank you for the second super chat. Joker didn't great Barbara Gordon, not his style. Well, I think it was kind of implied, like open into like, because he took off her clothes and took pictures of her shot and bloodied on the floor, and so it's like if you leave. It's kind of like Jaws. Okay, so you don't see the shark until the end of the movie, but because your imagination is, I think, the most dangerous thing that we have. It's like, kids afraid of the dark. It's like, well, that nothing is in there, but you're afraid because your imagination runs wild. I think it's implied, but it's never confirmed, unless Alan Moore or somebody else that worked on the book confirmed it, that I'm just not aware of. But I think because that, Gordon could assume, oh, this guy shot and paralyzed my daughter and took these inappropriate pictures of her while she was in that state, and this guy's a crazy man, he could have easily done that as well. And that also would lead to it. Because if I was a parent and seeing those kind of things and stripped and tied up and being tortured that in that mental way, then yeah, my mind would jump to that, So, but again, I like psychological stuff like that, which is exactly what that is. And so I personally like it. I do.
I'm into that stuff. I like that dark stuff too. So I'm down.
Let's see. Cecil says, thank you, Cecil. You're partly right. The Joker does win because he finally breaks Batman and makes him kill him. But Batman kills Joker at the end. I always thought it was the other way around. And I'm happy thinking it's the other way around. I actually like it less knowing that Batman kills Joker.
There are certain things where I have found out later where my interpretation is wrong because, the people who created it and whatnot say it's one way. But I'm like, you know what? If I like it better this way, I'll keep imagining it my way. It makes me happy. And it's not hurting anyone. I'm not going to run around telling other people how to believe it, but it's my fandom. I get to direct with how I choose. So.
Yeah, it's just, I already explained the way that I always perceived it. And so, it's funny. I don't have very many like comic posters, as I say that with like 2 behind me, but I have like a big thing of the Killing Joke that I had on my wall in college. And I always liked it. I'm not a big Alan Moore fan, but I really liked the Killing Joke. I like that whole kind of like psycho, like I wouldn't say psychoanalysis, but what will make a person break. And it literally shows that. It shows what the Joker's lowest point in life was that made him the Joker. And it's that interpretation of it. It shows the shit with Barbara, the shit with Gordon, and the shit with Batman. Yeah. I like all of that because it's showing all of these different characters from all of these different backgrounds and point of views and how they all got to where they are. That kind of stuff fascinates me.
You're missing the most famous interpretation, though. The Joker's story is bullshit, and he's lying because you never really know. That's the point of his origin. That's not his origin. So like the one bad day and chemicals. No. That's the point in that story too. You're meant to think, is the Joker really telling his origin or is he so broken? Because like that's something that plays into it too.
That's something. It's funny because like the more I'm going back and realizing and thinking, the more I'm like, as much as I love the way Heath Ledger brings that Joker to life, the more I'm feeling they're like, I'm changing my perspective on it. Where like I always felt like it was a really, really good Joker that just didn't really feel like Batman's Joker. Now I'm more feeling like it was a really, really good joke. It was a really, really good character that where the writing just took the things that make the Joker intrinsically him and made them too on the nose. Like took the subtlety away from it. Like really that's what it was. Like actually, I think they actually got the Joker more than a lot of people realize. It's just
in which movie?
In The Dark Knight with Heath Ledger's Joker, where like they really get that Joker, but it's stuff like this with like the constant bullshit, the constant this and that, where it's that whole idea, that whole thing that's always talked about. Well, is that even the truth? Is that even the truth? That's the whole. It's a gimmick in the Dark Knight.
Yeah, because back in '88, that was like one of those weird because Batman had this great resurgence in the '80s. You had Dark Knight Returns, you had Year One, you had like all in us, like back to back to back, all these like random Batman stories that were these game changers. And that was like really the golden period for Batman. And a lot of the movies just gleaned from that. If it wasn't for those stories, there'd be no Tim Burton movie.
Yeah, that's fair.
Charlie's for thank you for super chat. Pretty sure you missed 2 of my super chats. No, I read both of them. Let me go scroll back. Let's see. Yeah, who wants to be my St. Patrick's Day Valentine?
Oh, I don't think you read that one actually. I don't.
Huh?
Did you read that one? Or was I in the bathroom when you read that one actually?
I mean, I mentally read it. I'm pretty sure I read this out loud. I mean, I can go back. Let's see.
I don't remember hearing that one out loud, but I might have been in the bathroom. So I was in the bathroom for a few. So no, I think actually maybe you did. I think I remember hearing the end of that one. Something about that because I remember reading it when it came through, and yeah, no, I think you got those when I was in the bathroom. I'm pretty sure we're caught up.
Let's see.
All right, Charlie, you probably just tuned out for a moment. It happens. He said, well, maybe I'm dumb. It's cool.
Hold on, let me read these because there was 2 that I just saw, or 3 that I saw right now that I didn't see before.
Okay.
Jonathan says, too late. I spent a $100 super chat tonight saying she dreams about you. She's been talking about it nonstop. It's her life goal to be on Timcast. Oh God, please don't do that. Oh God, don't ever do that. Thank you for the super chat. Ruben Wilson, thank you for the super chat. Hey, what's with the MCR look? I don't know what that is.
My Chemical Romance. For who?
Oh, for you?
I don't. Trust me, I have an MCR look. This is not my MCR look. So I have no idea what you're talking about because I do have one. They are one of my favorite bands and I listen to them religiously in 8th grade. So you're not that far off, but this is not it. So whatever you're picking up on, cool, but you're very far off base. So
let's see. Russell Hall, thank you for the super chat. So you were saying you walked in on your mom watching porn a couple of times, or that she actually turned it on in front of you as a kid. Well, she would watch it in the living room. So it's like whatever is on is on. Lord Finatra, thank you for the super chat. New Bananas song is in the works, coming soon. Huge thanks to the chat at the Stank stream. Rock on, Anna and Jessi. Oh, well, thank you. The one thing I did notice though is I didn't think that my voice was like this, but I sound really slow when he's whenever he remixes my song or my voice in it. Like the one with the shove the rod up that bitch's ass. I sound really slow and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but listening back to it, I'm like, speed it up.
You could have slowed stuff down, Taro, but that was something I realized. I'm finally getting better about talking slower, and my natural speaking cadence, when I slow it down, just makes me sound like I'm slurring my words. So I've actually been sounding like I'm drunk all the time, even when I'm not. And I'm like, oh, I should probably work on that. Let me enunciate.
Russell Hall, thank you for the super chat. I'm saying, all I'm saying is when Peaches turns 40 and pulls in the driveway with a Lotus or a Bugatti, he's looking out for your future. It's a gift for you, Anna. Well, Peaches likes different types of cars, and that honestly, he'd probably have like a badass motorcycle before he got a Lotus or a Bugatti.
I used to own a Bugatti, but then I decided a McLaren was better bang for the buck.
Oh, McLaren is so much better than a Bugatti. Personally, aesthetically wise, that's how I feel.
Aesthetically, so much. Oh my God, it's a sexy ass car.
It is. It really is.
They're really not. Charlie's car, I wish I was. I will be soon.
Yeah, I think I got everything. I'm looking.
Yeah. Is this the longest matriarchy ever? It might be.
It is. It's getting on. No, I think maybe one of the ones where he had like Marion. All of
I don't know if we've ever bested 5 hours on a matriarchy, but this is going to be up there.
Close. I was only expecting maybe to do like an hour and a half. Not
right?
You know.
God damn. Well, shit happens.
Yeah, shit does happen. Well, I think I'm all caught up.
You are.
I am all caught up. So everyone, thank you so much for being here. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Jeff are going to be streaming. I'm looking forward to reading these comments on Uche's stream.
Yeah, I'm curious. Apparently Geeks and Gamers is upstream. They threw up their stuff now. So Jeremy, if you want to hear the official word from Geeks and Gamers, they are putting their word out too.
Yeah, I see it. It's very vocal, which is how I would expect it to be. But anyways, Jessi, is there anything you guys want to plug before we go?
Just make sure you back Stealing Solo.
Comic book.
It's Jeff's book. It's all, and that Anna painted the amazing cover for. It's closing in on its official goal, but it's going to ride that further and further. And also closing in on the next magnet, which has some time left. You can vote for me. I'm one of the options. So
Yeah,
I voted for you.
yes, I voted for me too. So do that, and then go follow me on Livid. You can find my link tree on my YouTube and all there. It'll take you, all that will take you there. That's where I'm streaming most of the time. It's super fun. It's way cooler. So I love this stuff. We'll be over on my channel, this time next week. Well, hours earlier next week, but Livid's where it's at. So check me out there.
And if you want to watch this, it's going to be up on my live channel, That's Star Wars Girl Live. The link is in the description of this video. It's also been this little tab that's been going across the bottom of the screen. So everyone, thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest of your day, morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And may the Force be with you, because we are really, really, really going to need it. Bye, everyone. Hey everyone, I just wanted to let you know, if you didn't know already, that I have an Etsy where I sell prints of my artwork. I got horror villains, Marvel, DC, and Star Wars characters. The latest Star Wars character that I just added was the one, the only, Gina Carano as Cara Dune. Now, Gina herself even loved the painting. So if you want to go check that out, the link is in the description of this video. They are selling like crazy, and I am still only in the pre-sale, so go pick that up before they're gone. Also, if you want to see a video of me painting and explaining how to paint like this, go over and check out my art channel. The link is in the description of this video. Go over, smash the subscribe button, ring the bell for notifications. That way you don't miss it when I post the video. Everyone, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.